It is a crime so vicious.
His nose was cut off. His left eye was cut in half. This was a brutal, brutal murder.
It shocks the entire nation.
The crime gleaned as much attention
I feel like justice has been served today.
as the O.J. Simpson trial.
It is never forgotten.
Certain murders become entrenched in urban legend. And Lizzie Borden, well, that's one of them.
But did history condemn the wrong person?
She was doomed to loneliness.
Is Lizzie Borden really one of America's most deadly women?
If Lizzie didn't do it, who did?
In the 1890s, in Fall River, Massachusetts,
Who can tell me what this is? Billy.
Crucifix.
Yes. And why do we call it that?
Sunday mornings are a time for Lizzie Borden to spread the faith.
Because Jesus was crucified on the cross.
Lizzie worked as a Sunday school teacher at the Central Congregational Church, which socially was certainly the most affluent, or one of the two most affluent churches in the city.
A church befitting its affluent congregation, including the Borden family.
The Borden family was much esteemed in Fall River, and certainly the family was steeped in local history.
You must be very proud of her. So she's doing well?
Lizzie's father, Andrew Borden, came from a very wealthy family, but he came from the poorer branch.
But Andrew still provides a good life for 32-year-old Lizzie and her sister Emma, who's 10 years older. The two women are spinsters, still living at home.
Emma's going to read you a story.
How are we all faring today? Very well, thank you.
Lizzie and Emma share a bond closer than most sisters.
Once upon a time.
Lizzie's mother died when she was only 2, and her older sister, Emma, took over a surrogate mother role.
You were so special that there were 3.
But all is not well in the family.
Lizzie's father remarried when she was only 4 or 5. Stepmother Abby really tried to be a good mother figure to her.
There have been tensions since childhood.
Lizzie, look what I've got. Somebody put them in your hair?
Emma does my hair.
Lizzie really never got close with her stepmother, Abby.
Lizzie sees Emma as her mother figure.
Do you want some help?
No, thank you.
Emma promised her mother on her mother's deathbed that she would watch over baby Lizzie. And Emma took that charge very seriously.
Very pretty.
Some people think of Abby as the evil stepmother, but there's no indication that was true.
As the years pass, the situation doesn't improve.
We're having apple pie for dinner.
I'm afraid Emma and I have other plans. Isn't that right, Emma?
Yes, that's right.
I think with Abby, she tried hard as hell to get them kids to love her.
But your father would want us all to be together.
Do not speak for my father. You are not my mother.
She had the devoted affection of her husband. That's clear. Did she have it with the kids? I don't believe that was the case at all.
Father Andrew spends less time worrying about family dynamics and more time making money.
He made his money in the furniture business and in the undertaking business. He invested in textile mill stock, in real estate, and banking stock.
The rich branch of the Borden family earned fortunes from cotton. But Andrew isn't so lucky.
He had no inherited wealth, so certainly he had earned every cent he had. However, his fortune was meager by the standards of many of the wealthy Bordens in 19th century Fall River.
In 1890, Fall River is a boomtown, the center of the cotton trade. But it's a town divided. While Andrew's tycoon cousins live high on the hill, his family lived down by the river among the working class.
So I start a new job on Monday. I'm glad to hear you have a new job at last.
Andrew is known to be a shrewd businessman.
Well, perhaps you'll be able to pay your rent on time in future. Oh, please be reasonable, Mr. Borden. I'm only asking for one more week.
There was a lot about Andrew that was admirable. He was determined to build up wealth for his family. But with that came some unscrupulousness.
I have been more than reasonable with you.
Lizzie is never far away, listening and learning.
You have until Friday, and that is final. So I have a family to support. And for their sake, I hope you come up with the money. Good day to you, sir. Good day.
I think that Lizzie was the son he never had.
I'm not a charity.
Of course not, Father.
In that regard, I think that he probably taught her the business.
You can't let people take advantage of you.
I think that she was very close to her father.
Let's take a breath of fresh air.
But one financial decision threatens to destroy the bond between father and daughter.
Andrew, Sarah's here.
When Abby's half-sister, Sarah Whitehead, faces eviction,
Everything's going to be all right. Andrew has something to tell you.
Sarah, your house is yours forever.
Andrew comes to the rescue.
Andrew purchased a house for Abby's half-sister. So now Sarah had a place of her own. She was a woman of property.
His daughters were not happy about it.
We don't understand why you would purchase property for someone who isn't even family.
She had nowhere else to go, and she is family.
She's our stepmother's half-sister.
They thought stepmom's half-sister got something they should have had.
What you did for her people, you ought to do for your own children.
Emma shares her sister's resentment.
Eventually, he relented. He sold his father's home that he had inherited for $1 to the two girls.
However, you must be nicer to Abby in future.
But Andrew's gift isn't enough to heal the rift.
Now go and apologize.
Lizzie shows her contempt for that move that her dad made in buying that property by shunning Abby's family in the street.
Look who it is.
The street is everything. That's where you see everybody.
Hello, Lizzie. Hello, Lizzie. Lizzie.
And it's easy to do what? To turn your head.
Lizzie, where are your manners? Horrible old woman.
And that's what Lizzie did.
Lizzie.
There was a countdown of resentments going on. Things she didn't have that she thought she deserved. From her mother to a home on the hill.
Lizzie is determined to live on the hill, even if it comes at a terrible price. In the 1890s, in Fall River, Massachusetts. Lizzie Borden clashes with her stepmother, Abby.
We're having apple pie for dinner.
I'm afraid Emma and I have other plans.
Unmarried and unhappy, Lizzie longs for a better life.
There is a melancholy that surrounds her. She wanted to live in a better house. She wanted to have better friends. She wanted to go to parties.
Lizzie blamed her father for the fact that she had no marriage prospects. He had chosen to live near his business interests, whereas most of the members of the Borden family lived up on the hill looking down on the town.
Lizzie ventures up the hill on occasion to visit with wealthy cousins, but only for board games, not ballroom dances.
That was the seat of genteel society. Had she been there, she would come across men that would be suitable for her to wed. That was a source of resentment towards her father.
A mysterious illness doesn't help the mood in the house down by the river.
After breakfast, I'd like you to wash the first floor windows, inside and out.
Everybody in the house begins to claim that they're feeling nauseous and ill and start vomiting.
In the days before refrigeration, food poisoning is common.
Did the meat go bad?
We're all suffering here.
Did they eat some bad mutton?
You take as long as you need.
Or was somebody in the house poisoning them?
Abby fears the worst.
You know, Andrew's just as bad. We were both up all night vomiting.
When Abby went to the family doctor, she said to the doctor they had been poisoned.
Do you think our bread could have been tampered with?
It's possible.
You'd have to wonder who she thought was poisoning the bread. Was she aware that Andrew Borden was having difficulties with one of his tenants, or was she thinking someone else would have been responsible?
Lizzie thinks something suspicious, too. With her sister away on a trip, Lizzie turns to her close friend, Alice Russell.
What is it, Lizzie? I fear someone is trying to harm my family.
Did Lizzie have a premonition?
Father has a lot of enemies.
Or was Lizzie just being a very clever young woman and using this friend to establish some danger to the family?
There's something else Lizzie finds worrisome. The conversation she overhears between her father and her uncle, John Morse. He's arrived without warning.
Have you come to a decision yet?
He didn't bring a suitcase. He didn't bring anything with him. And that was suspect.
There was talk that Andrew was discussing making a will, and it's possible that he had talked to John Morse about what he might do with his money.
I think I've made a decision, and not everybody's going to be happy with the way I'm splitting my assets.
It's understandable.
Lizzie was in a precarious financial situation. All of her present and future economic needs were dependent on Andrew. Any decision he made would affect the rest of her life.
The morning of August the 4th, 1892. This fateful day, will become immortalized in American criminal history.
I think the morning started as any other day would have in the Borden household.
Thank you again for your help, John.
Although still feeling ill, Andrew insists on going to work.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
John Morse and Andrew Borden left the house that morning, planned on coming back for the noon meal. Emma Borden, of course, was not at home.
Lizzie and the maid, Bridget Sullivan, who's nicknamed Maggie, are still not feeling 100%.
Would you like some breakfast, Lizzie?
No, I'm not feeling well.
Abby's not well either, but soldiers on with the day's chores.
Morning, Lizzie.
Morning, Mrs. Borden.
Bridget Sullivan was told by Mrs. Borden to wash the windows on the first floor.
Bridget, I'll take care of the guest rooms upstairs. You can finish washing the windows?
Mrs. Borden then went up to the guest bedroom on the second floor, the room John Morse had slept in the night before.
So, Abby is upstairs. She's fluffing the beds. She's doing stuff that she normally does. And Lizzie is doing her own thing inside the house. Bridget is outside.
An hour later, on his business rounds, Andrew's illness gets the better of him.
So he came back home early at 10:30.
The front door was locked.
Who is it?
It's me, Andrew.
This was unusual. He knocked, and the maid Bridget let him in.
So sorry, Mr. Borden, it's stuck.
And apparently, Bridget had a little trouble, and she hears Lizzie giggling upstairs. She's certain of it.
I do apologize.
Don't worry about it, Bridget. Thank you.
Lizzie isn't expecting her father home so early.
Thank you.
How's your neck?
I'm fine.
When Andrew Borden came home, he apparently inquired as to where Mrs. Borden was.
Where's Abby?
She received a note. She went out to help somebody who was sick.
Lizzie helps him to take his boots off so she can make him comfortable. And then she goes out to the barn. Bridget goes up to take a rest. And the rest is history.
One of America's most infamous addresses, 230 2nd Street, Fall River, the Borden home. The story starts over a century ago, when the family falls ill.
We're all suffering.
About a food poisoning, or something more sinister.
I feel I have to sleep with one eye open for fear that they will try and burn our house down over us.
Lizzie Borden was worried that someone was trying to harm her family.
Stepmother Abby is frightened too.
Do you think our bread could have been tampered with?
It's possible.
On August the 4th, 1892, the family's fears come true.
Lizzie discovered the body of her father, Andrew Borden, lying dead on the couch.
This was a very, very bloody scene. This was a brutal, brutal murder.
His eye was split in half. His nose was nearly cut off. I mean, he had no face left, this guy.
Police arrive within minutes to a household in shock.
Miss Borden, do you know where your mother is?
She's not my mother. She's my stepmother.
Sorry, do you know where your stepmother is?
I don't know. I think she went out visiting. Maggie, check upstairs.
Not on my own. Come on. I'll go with you.
Lizzie gets a morphine sedative. She'll need it.
Abby's body was found on the floor of the guest room. She was found laying face down in a pool of blood. This crime was brutal. This crime was grisly.
Adding to the macabre scene, autopsies are carried out in the sitting room. The bodies are tested for toxins due to poisoning fears. But the head wounds leave little doubt of the cause of death.
Abby sustained 19 blows from a blunt, heavy instrument, like an axe. Andrew had 11 blows to his face and to the left side of his skull. Portions of bone had been driven into the brain, and there was a large amount of blood.
The evidence points to Abby being killed first, 90 minutes before husband Andrew.
Abby's blood was slightly coagulated, and her body temperature was a little cooler than that of her husband Andrew.
Where the hell would the killer go? If he kills Abby upstairs, what does he hide in a closet?
Generally, strangers don't go into a home, kill one person, hit them 18, 19 times with an axe, wait around for an hour and a half, apparently knowing the husband's gonna come home.
I do apologize.
Don't worry about it, Bridget. Thank you.
The police start thinking maybe these aren't random killings.
Blows to the face suggest a great deal of anger, suggest a deep personal connection.
They start looking a little closer to home.
Well, there are any number of theories as to who the perpetrator of the crime could have been. Certainly, many people believe that it was John Morse, the uncle.
Some find Uncle John's sudden arrival, the day before the murders, suspicious.
If he was a part of arranging this killing for whatever reason, and even though he didn't financially profit, it was his blood nieces that benefited from it. So maybe it was his gift.
Others suspect the hired help.
There were a lot of people who thought Bridget, the maid, could have been the one to commit those crimes.
Or is it older sister, Emma? She will inherit Andrew's estate and is conveniently absent.
It is possible that Emma arranged the entire thing. Emma's alibi being away, not anywhere nearby, couldn't possibly have made it back in time. There's something suspicious about her perfect alibi.
Please be reasonable, Mr. Borden. I'm only asking for one more week. I have been...
Could it have been the disgruntled business associate?
Mr. Borden made a lot of enemies in his life. And one of those enemies certainly could have killed him and his wife.
A handful of suspects, a house full of bodies, and a mystery just starting to unfold.
People were panicked and distressed, but there was one person who was remaining very calm and collected.
A killer needs 3 things to commit a homicide: motive, opportunity, and means.
Lizzie Borden had all of those.
August the 4th, 1892. News of the brutal murders of Andrew and Abby Borden sends shudders through the community of Fall River, Massachusetts.
It shocked the community. People were afraid. They were concerned that there was a killer on the loose.
Whoever committed the crime would have known the lay of the house and certainly would have known where to hide or disguise themselves in that house.
Everyone close to the Bordens is under suspicion.
The police looked at Uncle John, who had been in town at the time, but he was with other family members who verified where he was. He was not there.
The hired help has the opportunity. But police discover that Abby and her maid have a close relationship.
Bridget really had no motive because she had nothing to gain by their deaths at all, except unemployment.
There's the victim's eldest daughter, Emma.
They considered Emma, but her alibi was rock solid. She wasn't even in town.
And as for the disgruntled businessman theory,
I have been more than reasonable with you.
There are reports of Mr. Borden arguing with a man a day or two before the murder.
You have until Friday.
but the man is never identified.
They looked to find somebody who could have had a business disagreement, and they just could not find anyone who not only would have a motive, but who could have possibly been in that house at that time.
That leaves just one prime suspect, who 3 days after the murders is caught burning a dress.
I wouldn't let anybody see me do that, Lizzie.
I cannot for the life of me think of why anyone would burn a dress. She said she did it because the dress had some paint on it. But why burn it?
Lizzie's friend, Alice Russell, goes to the authorities. An inquest is called.
Were your relations towards her that of daughter and mother?
In some ways it was, in some ways it was not.
The inquest was held very much like a trial, and Lizzie was interrogated during that inquest without any counsel of law.
In what ways was it?
I did not call her mother.
The family rift is exposed. And there's something else. A suspicious trip to a drugstore.
I'd like to purchase 10 cents worth of prussic acid, please.
The day before the murders.
Do you have a prescription?
No.
Prussic acid is actually hydrogen cyanide, and cyanide is a deadly chemical weapon.
I'm sorry, I can't give it to you.
It was used in World War II in the gas chambers of Europe.
Well, I only needed to clean my sealskin cape.
I understand, but it's a dangerous substance.
Why did she really want that poison? Did that suddenly make her realize that her only hope was a much more violent means?
It seems Lizzie is familiar with violence from an early age.
A number of people sent anonymous letters to the prosecutor telling him the stories of Lizzie killing cats and small birds when she was just a young girl.
There was another case in particular where the story went, she took a bunch of birds.
So darling. Let's kill him. What?
And chopped all their heads off. Because why? She wanted to have a funeral.
When a child tortures or kills small animals, there's something very wrong. And they're going to have problems with people as an adult.
So where were you when he returned?
And Lizzie's alibi on the day of the murders isn't stacking up.
Are you sure you were in the kitchen when your father returned?
She says she did the ironing in the morning. Helps her father to the couch on his return.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Then left the house for the barn, looking for fishing equipment.
Who let your father in?
I think Maggie let him in.
And where were you when the doorbell rang?
I think I was upstairs in my room.
Then you were upstairs when your father came home.
I think I was.
That is significant. It puts Lizzie in close proximity to a dead body.
You remember you have told me several times now that you were downstairs and not upstairs when your father came home. You have forgotten, perhaps.
Well, I don't know what I have said.
She could never keep her story straight. And it did make her look bad.
I've answered so many questions, and I'm so confused. I'm telling you just as nearly as I know.
But in her defense, right after her parents were both killed, the doctors started giving her morphine. She was still getting that when it was time for the inquest.
Lizzie's testimony tightens a noose around her neck. 1 week after the murders, she is charged. Her motive? A home on the hill. And her father and stepmother were in the way. After 10 months behind bars, Lizzie goes on trial. Prosecutors spell out what they think happened at 230 2nd Street. While the maid is downstairs washing windows, Lizzie is upstairs.
Lizzie came up behind Abby and dropped that hatchet right in her back between her shoulder blades. And then one blow after another into the back of her skull. 19 blows penetrated Abby's body.
But Lizzie's defense counters.
Have you got the mail?
Yes, nothing for you.
Why wasn't Lizzie covered in blood?
There's no way that Lizzie Borden could have committed these murders and not have a shred of blood on her.
Prosecutors think they can explain.
She had to do a very quick cleanup. She had to get the blood off her hands. If she'd been wearing a dress with an apron, well, that would have prevented any of the blood from going onto her undergarments.
The prosecution argues the cover-up continues when her father comes home.
But don't worry. Where's Abby?
She received a note. She went out to help somebody who was sick.
The note never surfaced, despite the newspaper offering a $5,000 reward for the writer of the note to come forward.
Thank you, my dear.
If Lizzie made up the story about the note, then certainly it was because she did not want her father to go looking for her stepmother, who of course was dead upstairs in the guest bedroom.
Lizzie came up while he was sleeping. and put an axe right through the middle of his face. 11 blows. The first blow was enough to kill him. The remaining 10, that was rage.
As the prosecution paints a perfect picture of guilt, they hit a snag. Crucial evidence is not admissible.
Lizzie's testimony at the inquest almost a year before was not allowed to be entered as evidence.
I think I was downstairs in the kitchen.
And then you were not upstairs.
The jury never hears Lizzie's conflicting stories and unconvincing alibi because of the influence of morphine.
The fact that she was given morphine makes her interview with law enforcement invalid. The interview was pretty much worthless.
Her attempt to buy poison is also struck out.
I'd like to purchase 10 cents worth of prussic acid, please.
It was ruled that it couldn't be admitted because there was no prussic acid found in her parents' stomachs. The prosecution in the Lizzie Borden case couldn't get a break.
To make things worse, Lizzie refuses to testify. The courtroom is divided. Some say she did it.
Lizzie had motive. She wanted the high life, and she deeply resented her stepmother.
Others aren't convinced.
I believe there's no possible way she could have committed these murders. There's just zero evidence.
The jury must reach a verdict. After a 2-week trial, Lizzie Borden awaits her fate, along with the entire country.
The crime Lizzie was accused of gleaned as much attention and press and fervor as the O.J. Simpson trial in 1995.
Will Lizzie hang or walk free?
Not guilty. Not guilty.
It's amazing what a good lawyer can do for you.
What you intend to stand for, Rick? How's it feel to be set free? You feel like justice has been served today.
Lizzie Borden, the daughter of a wealthy family, slips through the hangman's noose.
Do you know when you'll be leaving Fall River?
She got away with murder because of poor investigative work, lack of documentation, and a lot of good luck.
While most people would leave town, Lizzie stays on in Fall River.
Emma inherited the whole estate, which was valued at $300,000, which in today's money is the equivalent of $10 million. She gave half of that inheritance to Lizzie.
Within a year, the sisters move into a mansion they name Maplecroft.
Lizzie finally got to live on the hill, which is what she wanted and what she thought she deserved. But it was at a heavy price. She was ostracized by the community forever.
People viewed her as a double murderer for the rest of her life. People hated her. People talked about her. And I'm sure people whispered about her behind her back wherever she went.
Lizzie endures the town's taunts for years. Then, in 1904, her one true ally,
It's time you started looking after yourself, Lizzie.
her sister Emma, deserts her.
Even the Reverend told me to leave.
You walk out that door and I never want to see you again.
I suspect it had something to do with the murders It's possible Emma feared that she was next.
The once inseparable sisters never speak to each other again. Alone on the hill, Lizzie's past haunts her forever.
Lizzie had escaped a prison sentence, but she found herself locked behind the walls of her home, where she was doomed to loneliness.
Where are you?
As the years pass, the mystery turns to folklore. Generation after generation is fascinated by the gruesome story.
The mystery of who really killed Lizzie Borden's parents has been one of the greatest questions in American folklore for over a century.
I believe she did commit those crimes. As they always say, follow the money and you'll find the perpetrator. Lizzie and Emma were the ones that benefited from these deaths. And Emma was not there. It had to be Lizzie.
There's no doubt in my mind, it was Lizzie Borden.
Because Jesus was crucified on the cross.
I find it difficult to believe that she could have masterminded such a heinous crime and pulled it off and disguised all means of evidence.
Remember, there's got to be evidence. And based on the evidence, you have to find her not guilty. Because what? There's no evidence against this woman that she committed these murders.
If she did it, she got away with it. But if she didn't do it, she suffered the tortures of the damned.
Only Lizzie knows the truth. Her secrets go with her to the grave. In 1927, at age 67, Lizzie Borden dies of natural causes. Just 9 days later, Emma passes away too. Reunited in death, the sisters are buried beside their parents in the family plot, high on the hill.
I believe Lizzie Borden killed her stepmother and father because she wanted a better life and she wanted their money. If Lizzie didn't do it, who did?
Love is a game for two. When three try to play, someone will get hurt.
Who is this woman anyway? What is she doing in my house?
An obsessive wife fixates on vengeance.
She's consumed with the idea that they're together.
I'd do anything for you, Ruth.
A lustful affair breeds a wicked plot.
He was worth 10 times his annual salary, dead. And he didn't even know it.
Now, where were we?
And a wealthy housewife keeps more than skeletons in her closet.
He's living in the closet in her bedroom, and her husband's down the hall.
For these deadly women, two is company, but three's a crowd. Nestled in the foothills of the Rockies, Helena is Montana's idyllic state capital.
The mountains are close. They're skiing, floating, fishing. It's a terrific place to live.
The perfect place to escape city life. Something Michelle Gable is desperate to do in 2008.
She suffered from like an environmental disease, if you will, and made her very sensitive to any type of chemical smell, chemical odor.
Modern living makes Michelle sick. She and husband Joe hope the mountain air can improve things.
You reek of gasoline.
But their relocation isn't quite the breath of fresh air they're counting on.
She complained more and more about these sensitivities. She would call up the police department, kind of ranting and raving about her neighbors causing problems.
Hey!
She, in fact, one day calls the police.
You're poisoning me!
Because they're outside cutting the lawn.
Hey!
And the fumes are bothering her.
Hey! What are you doing here?
Some people do have sensitivity to chemicals, but in Michelle's case, I think it was quite overblown. Michelle used her illness, sensitivity to the environment, as a manipulative tool to get what she wants.
Husband Joe has tried everything, but Michelle is never happy.
Michelle's problems seem to be expanding. Joe's at a loss. What is he gonna do? It seems she's sensitive to not only chemicals, but everything.
Then, in 2009, Michelle becomes distraught when her mother dies. She returns to Maryland for the funeral and doesn't come home.
She stayed there for a full year, didn't ask Joe to come along. She just seemed to be kind of hiding in a house back there.
And Joe's back home wondering what the hell's going on. But he decides, you know what? She's been acting a little nutty anyway, so why don't we just leave it be?
The separation stretches from 1 year into 2. Joe finds a new partner, 50-year-old Sunday Bennett.
Sunday was described as a fun-loving person. Everybody around her really liked her. She had a certain sparkle about her.
And she is everything that Michelle wasn't. She's fun, she's exciting, she's happy. Chemical odors don't bother her. Joe's having the time of his life. Him and Sunday, match made in heaven.
Joe thinks his wife has moved on too. Not so. In September 2011, Michelle pays a surprise visit.
And she walks right into her old house. And Sunday's on the floor, sleeping on an air mattress, and Joe's in another room.
Joe. Joe, I'm back. Who's that woman?
Joe spins a story.
Who is that woman?
She's just a friend, okay?
Michelle's unconvinced.
She's still a little bit disturbed by this relationship, but they're not sleeping together.
Trying to calm the waters, Joe invites Michelle downstairs to meet his new friend.
Hey, why don't we all go out and get some breakfast and get to know each other?
She invites Sunday out to breakfast to talk to her.
No, sorry, I can't.
Sunday is like, who is this mad woman? I'm not going to breakfast with her. Is she crazy, out of her mind?
What are you two hiding? You don't want to be my friend? You don't want to go out with me?
I think it started to drive her crazy. There was another woman in Joe's life.
Who are you? Who are you?
Get out! Now!
Michelle leaves, and she decides, I need to check into a motel, and I need to fix things now. It's been long enough. I'm gonna fix this relationship.
But Joe's not interested in mending fences. He's changing the locks.
I'm gonna have to go out soon.
Yeah, well, I have to get some of my stuff.
Michelle could not live with the truth that her husband didn't want her. Not that she wanted him either, but it looked bad for the princess to not have a prince on her arm.
After 2 years of neglecting her marriage, Michelle wants her old life back.
She wanted to hang on for the one thing she had, and that was Joe. She was not going to let some other woman take her husband.
In 2011, Helena, Montana.
I'm your wife.
Michelle, you don't live here anymore!
After 2 years apart, Michelle Gable tries to patch things up with husband, Joe.
Please!
But he's locked her out and moved in new girlfriend, Sunday.
Now Michelle's consumed with Joe, and she's consumed with Sunday, and she's consumed with the idea that they're together.
Michelle starts stalking the couple. There's more than love at stake. Joe is her only source of income.
Michelle was not taking care of herself financially. She did nothing all day long, except think about herself.
Michelle was really keeping tabs on Sunday. She was following her movements, looking into her background, and essentially kind of creating this dark woman in her mind who was her enemy.
It becomes all too clear.
Who's that?
Who cares?
Joe never wants Michelle back.
Hi, Joe. This is Michelle. This is the third time that I've called you. Will you please call me? Are you sure you told her it's over?
I keep telling her it is.
Joe went to a local judge and tried to get a restraining order to keep her out of the household.
The judge said, I don't see any personal danger to you or to Sunday.
At his wit's end, Joe files for divorce.
That's the tipping point. That pushes Michelle over the edge.
I'm nearly free.
Let's hope so.
On October 12th, 2011, Joe and Sunday settle in for the night. But they're not alone.
Michelle sneaked in and roamed around the house all night long while Joe and Sunday were sleeping.
Michelle finds Sunday's phone and decides to play a trick.
She texts Sunday's ex-husband as Sunday. Is this a woman whose mind is just becoming unraveled?
But Michelle isn't just here for pranks.
Michelle got her hands on a .38 revolver and a 9mm semi-automatic that Joe owned.
At 6 a.m., Joe awakes to his worst nightmare.
What are you doing here?
Why is she wandering through the house with 2 handguns? This woman is prepared to do damage. This woman is prepared to go to war.
I loved you and you treated me, and for that woman!
Joe takes 2 bullets. Then, Michelle goes after Sunday, who tries to escape to the basement.
Sunday runs away from her attacker, Michelle. Sunday, at this point, has to be pleading for her life. Please don't kill me, please. But Michelle does what? She unloads another half a dozen rounds.
Critically wounded, Joe calls 911. The police arrive just after daybreak.
Joe has been able to crawl to the front of the house where he's still alive but bleeding.
Sir, can you speak? What happened? My wife shot me.
But his wife is apparently also wounded, and she tells another story.
Sunday Bennett is the shooter. She's in the basement.
She says, Sunday's the shooter. She's down in the basement. So they back off. They don't know what the hell's going on now. They don't know who the shooter is.
Believing there's a shooter holed up in the basement, the police wait for backup.
Michelle must have known that Sunday was slowly dying in the house, and I'll bet she loved every minute of it.
When the police finally enter the basement an hour later, it's too late.
And unfortunately, Sunday died in the basement because nobody could get to her in time.
Joe's wounds prove fatal, too. The only survivor is Michelle, who miraculously escaped a hail of bullets with superficial scratches. Investigators don't believe Michelle's story, so she changes it, admitting she did shoot her husband, but she had no choice.
Michelle's claim was self-defense, that she'd shot Joe when he came running at her, and the same thing for Sunday Bennett.
The only thing really weak about Michelle was her excuse that she did it in self-defense. That is laughable.
Michelle pleads not guilty, claiming justifiable use of force. Let me ask you a question. What justifies murdering 2 people in their own home?
No one buys her story. In January 2013, Michelle Gable is found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder.
She got 100 years for each homicide consecutively, which is 200 years.
Housed in the Montana Women's Prison, Michelle won't be eligible for parole until she is 99.
She is in a place where she absolutely belongs.
Michelle Gable always believed her biggest threat was modern chemicals. It turned out to be something far more old-fashioned. Jealousy.
If Michelle Gable had put the energy into improving herself that she put into killing her husband and his girlfriend, she could have really made something out of her life.
Some women live a charmed life.
They were going out on the town, going out to restaurants, going out to the theater.
You're a cruel man, Albert.
But when the romance fades,
once they got married, he basically just saw her as a housekeeper.
This house is a pigsty.
malice can take its place.
She was motivated by greed and lust, and that never works out very well.
Manhattan, New York, 1914. 19-year-old clerk Ruth Brown dials a wrong number.
Yes?
Hello, this is Ruth Brown. I'd like to speak with Henry Pritchard, please.
I'm on a deadline and you're wasting my time.
And earns the wrath of 32-year-old Albert Snyder.
He chewed her out on the telephone, and then for some reason, maybe she had a sexy voice that he was attracted to, he called her back to apologize.
Hello, Ruth speaking.
Hello, Ruth. This is Albert Schneider, the cranky man that you just called.
Albert is immediately drawn to the vivacious teen, 13 years his junior.
I can apologize in person.
Okay.
She wasn't conventionally beautiful, but she apparently possessed a certain kind of intense sexual allure.
I'll put those in some water for you, man.
A smitten Albert pulls out all the stops courting Ruth, whining and dining her.
They were going out on the town, going out to restaurants, going out to the theater.
He pursued her very, very energetically, and finally, I guess, won her over one dinner by offering her a large, dazzling engagement ring.
It's beautiful.
Working-class Ruth has hit the jackpot.
Albert was a successful businessman, and Ruth wanted a comfortable life.
There's just one fly in the ointment. An old flame.
He kept a picture of her in the bedroom that he shared with his wife.
Most wonderful woman I've ever known.
Jessie Gizzard, or JG, was Albert's fiancée, but died before they could marry. He wears a pin of hers, bearing her initials, every day. Ruth decides she can live with JG's ghost. But when baby Lorraine arrives, Ruth finds the romance in her marriage fades.
When Albert was chasing Ruth, they went out, they had fun. He spent a lot of money on her, dining, dancing, shows. When they got married, that all stopped.
Well, there were two Albert Snyders. There was Albert Snyder, the suitor, and there was Albert Snyder, the husband.
This house is a pigsty.
Well, I'm busy taking care of our child.
Once they got married, he basically just saw her as a housekeeper.
Nothing was really right with the relationship. The age difference, the fact that he wanted to settle down and stay home, she wanted to go out, have a good time.
Ruth rebels and hits the town. And in 1925, meets her own JG.
Did you book a room?
Yeah, I got it.
34-year-old corset salesman, Judd Gray.
Judd was this model of incredible middle-class propriety with his big glasses and his very, very fastidious way of dress and his church-going and his respectable life.
Buttoned-up Judd already has a wife, child, and a white picket fence.
And apparently he was bored stiff.
Wild girl Ruth Snyder seems the perfect antidote.
I think it was for romance, sex, thrills, but then it turned into something else.
Ruth wishes her husband would disappear so she can be with Judd.
Things at home are getting worse.
If only there's a way to make the dream come true.
I need your help.
I'll do anything for you, Ruth.
extramarital affairs can be just that, an affair. It can also be a motivation for murder.
Queens, New York, 1925. 32-year-old Ruth Snyder is doing some homework on double indemnity.
Good timing. I need you to sign your insurance papers.
It's an insurance policy that doubles the payout if her husband dies of unnatural causes.
Albert Snyder was worth 10 times his annual salary, dead. And he didn't even know it.
Is that it?
After 12 years in a loveless marriage, Ruth is ready to end it.
Ruth didn't want a divorce. She wanted to be a widow.
On March 20th, 1927, the Snyder family returns home from a rare night out together.
Snyder put the car away. He had been drinking very, very heavily at the party.
But there's another man in the Snyder house tonight. Ruth's secret lover, Judd.
Are going to do this, aren't you?
Ruth Snyder came down and said, "Okay, Judd, are you ready to do it?"
I think I can.
But has this straight-laced corset salesman got what it takes to kill?
Judd went in and struck Albert on the head with this 5-pound lead weight. Albert awoke and began to struggle.
Albert might have seen his own wife watching this happen. I can't imagine anything worse.
This thing is going to be done properly or I am ruined.
Albert did not go quickly or quietly. He fought for his life.
Ruth douses her husband with chloroform, wraps his head in fabric and his neck in picture wire.
Ruth had to take over and deliver the coup de grace to ensure that Albert was dead. They garroted him with a length of picture wire.
To complete Ruth's plan, the couple has some stage managing to do.
They went around the house just ripping things apart. Cushions were thrown around.
To pull off their hoax robbery, there's one finishing touch.
After the murder, Judd tied up Ruth. Ruth was quite the actress, but she wasn't a very smart one.
Ruth plans to be rescued in the morning by her daughter, Lorraine. But impatience gets the better of her.
Help, Lorraine! Lorraine, help!
She got tired of waiting to be discovered, so she woke up Lorraine and told Lorraine, "I'm very sick, please go get help."
Go get Mommy some help, okay?
Lorraine alerts neighbors who call the police. It's unlike any crime scene they've ever encountered.
One of the policemen evidently shook his head and said, "You know, there's something funny." The police did not believe this was a burglary for 1 minute.
Take a photo of those drawers.
Ruth insists Albert's been killed in a home invasion and that her jewelry is missing.
It didn't take the police long to discover that the jewelry, which Ruth claimed had been stolen by these burglars, was actually located under the mattress of her bed where she had shoved it.
Investigators also find Albert's keepsake, his JG pin, but they don't realize it's from his long-dead lover. They think the mysterious JG could be the killer.
Then in examining Ruth's date book, they found a reference to a man named Judd Gray. And they assumed that the Judd Gray in the book was the person who had that JG stick pin.
You can have that back now.
When Ruth was being questioned by the police, she inadvertently gave herself away when one of the cops mentioned Judd's name.
Who is Judd Gray?
And she said, "Oh, has he confessed?" Bye-bye, Ruth.
Friend, I don't know him that well.
In a twist of coincidence, the woman who haunted Ruth's marriage ultimately does her in.
That JG stick pin had nothing to do with Judd Gray. It had belonged to Albert Snyder's beloved dead fiancée that he wore next to his heart. But somehow it helped lead to the breaking of this crime.
Placed on trial for first-degree murder, Judd Gray is found guilty and sentenced to death. His lover, Ruth, is also found guilty, and she, too, receives the death penalty.
I think that she was the driving force. I think that she was the catalyst.
It appears to me that Ruth was going to kill Albert one way or another, but I don't think Judd would have ever killed if he hadn't fallen in love with Ruth.
In January 1928, Ruth's life of lust, greed, and coincidence comes to an end in the electric chair.
Ruth stood by and watched her husband brutally attacked, and then joined in. Cold, heartless, deadly woman.
Some women want it all.
They were doing very well, and they could afford the lifestyle they had.
But too much of a good thing.
She once referred to her life as like being on Wisteria Lane.
Leads to trouble in paradise.
Love triangles can be dangerous and deadly.
I want him gone!
2004, in the affluent enclave of Brentwood, Tennessee. Business is booming for Martha and Jeffrey Freeman.
I never thought we'd grow so fast.
Martha and Jeffrey had a company that would do background checks for apartment complexes, employment.
Good morning, Resi Fax.
It appeared that they were doing very well, and they could afford the lifestyle they had.
Martha and her husband Jeffrey appeared to be the perfect, happy, successful, middle-aged couple. They were envied.
For 44-year-old workaholic Jeffrey, this is a dream come true.
Jeffrey Freeman was a very nice, likable guy. I would describe his personality kind of like a teddy bear personality.
I'd rather be working from home.
But his 40-year-old wife, Martha, isn't satisfied with her nice husband and prosperous home. She's looking for more out of life.
Martha seemed to have issues, and nobody could find out, couldn't put a handle on what it was.
Martha turns to prescription drugs, thinking they might fill the void.
I don't know that she needed them all, but she took them to keep herself happy, I guess, during the day.
But the drugs can't cure a restless soul. So for some excitement, the couple goes for a night out on the town in Nashville.
Oh, amazing.
It's the 4th of July, 2004. Jeff has booked a room in a hotel for the night, but it doesn't turn out to be the party Martha is hoping for.
Let's stay longer. Let's keep partying.
Jeffrey didn't want to stay and decided he wanted to go back home.
You know, I'd love to, but
He probably wanted to go home and get up early so he could go to church the next day.
Well, I don't.
Martha thought she already had the room. She was going to stay, and she was going to experience the celebration.
In her pursuit of excitement, Martha's about to do something reckless.
I don't know if she was having some type of midlife crisis.
Martha never indicated that she had done anything like this before.
Martha meets 3 Hispanic men and invites them up to her room.
Martha may have been a well-off married suburbanite, but she certainly didn't act like it the night of the 4th of July.
She had sexual relations with all 3 of these men.
One of the trio is 35-year-old Rafael Roca Perez.
He was from Mexico. He was here in the country illegally. He was a very large, sturdy guy.
In Rafael, Martha finds the excitement she's been longing for. She decides he's more than a one-night stand and dumps her husband for him.
Martha moved out of the house, moved into another local hotel, and had Raphael move in with her.
¿Cómo está usted?
Rafael speaks no English, and Martha knows Spanish. Yet for 6 months in the hotel, their relationship grows stronger.
Martha obtained somewhere some type of a machine, a device that allowed them to communicate with each other.
But then Martha starts running out of conversation and cash.
Do you have any money?
She needs back the husband she dumped.
Please, just give me a moment.
what is there to talk
I
about?
just need to explain.
Jeffrey Freeman was a very forgiving person.
I just want to come home.
How can I believe you?
I'm so sorry.
I believe he loved Martha deeply. I believe he wanted their marriage to work.
Let me come home.
Jeffrey allows Martha back into their idyllic home. But the couple still don't share a marital bed.
She slept in a separate room. Jeffrey stayed in the master bedroom.
Arthur? Why'd you lock the door?
I just got in the habit of living in the hotel.
For Martha, the sleeping arrangements are perfect.
I'm off to the office.
She returns with more than her belongings.
Now, where were we?
Martha moved Raphael in. She had him living in her closet in her bedroom.
Martha's behavior was, well, some would say crazy. Having a man live in your bedroom closet.
Martha feels she has the best of both worlds. A rich husband and a secret lover under the same roof. But how long can this last?
What did Martha and Raphael think was going to happen? He's living in the closet in her bedroom, and her husband's down the hall.
March 2005, in the upscale neighborhood of Brentwood, Tennessee. For over a month, Martha Freeman has a secret lover holed up in her closet.
How are you? How do you know?
The closet had a pallet in it, a makeshift bed, food.
Husband Jeffrey sleeps in another room and doesn't suspect a thing.
Jeffrey was addicted to his job, and he spent most of the day, well into the evening, at work.
But on the night of April 10th, Jeffrey hears a strange noise coming from Martha's room.
What the heck? Wait, wake up!
No, Jeffrey, it's all right. It's okay. Who is this? It's just a pet.
He woke Martha and asked, why is there a man in the closet? And that there was an argument at that point.
No more lies. There's nowhere else to go. Just one night.
I'm going out. When I come back, I want him gone.
He told her, I'm going to go walk the dog. When I come back, he better be gone.
Now Martha has to choose. Her live-in lover of a few months, or her forgiving husband of 10 years.
For all the years Martha and Jeffrey were married and what they accomplished in their life, in the end, it meant nothing to Martha. She wanted to do what she wanted to do, and that included getting rid of Jeffrey.
I'm in here.
Is he gone?
Yes.
Is he gone?
Yes. Get down on your knees.
Get down.
He used the butt of the shotgun to beat him with.
Give me the gun.
Hit.
Get back.
I believe it's her idea to put the plastic bag over his head to keep blood from getting on her house.
He was strangled with a large amount of telephone cord that we found with the body.
Martha wanted Jeffrey dead so she could have all the money, all the stuff.
Almost as shocking as the murder is what Martha wants next.
They celebrated by having sex in the living room.
With her husband's body nearby.
The fact that a woman had just participated in the murder of her husband and then had sexual relations shows such a cold, black heart.
Martha's next desire is self-preservation. After betraying her husband, she now betrays her lover.
A man killed my husband.
Martha runs across the street to her neighbor, bangs on the door, and says, "This man has killed my husband."
I know who killed my husband.
She names the culprit as her lover, Raphael. And the police find him hiding nearby. Martha says he murdered her husband alone while she was in the house.
When we asked Martha why she didn't leave the home, make a call, or do something to assist Jeffrey, she said she just didn't have an answer for that.
There's something else that's strange. For someone who is supposed to be innocent, Martha knows a lot of detail of the murder.
In one breath, she's saying, "I don't know what happened," but in the next breath, she's saying, "Well, I know this man murdered my husband." So how did she know that if she wasn't participating in it?
The cops wise up. And Martha soon joins her lover on trial for slaying her husband.
They were both charged with first-degree murder. Martha and Raphael both pleaded not guilty.
In September 2005, Rafael Roca Perez is found guilty of first-degree murder.
Rafael got a life sentence, which in Tennessee is 51 years before you meet the parole board.
Martha Freeman is also found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life. The woman who wanted excitement and got it with drugs, group sex, a secret lover, and murder pays a heavy price.
I'm in here.
Martha was not mentally ill. She didn't hear voices. She was not delusional. Martha liked risk. Love triangles can be dangerous and deadly.
Rather than divorce, these deadly women lashed out at those they'd once loved. Michelle Gable's marriage dissolved into malice. Ruth Snyder valued her husband more dead than alive. And Martha Freeman's search for excitement led her down a depraved path. These deadly women lived by the vindictive code. Three's a crowd. The only thing stronger than a mother's love is a child's greed.
That is disgusting.
A callous caregiver chooses a vulnerable victim.
They basically used Lynn as a cash machine.
A high school senior plots against her own flesh and blood.
She missed out on the commandments, thou shalt honor thy parents, and thou shalt not kill.
And a runaway returns with murder on her mind.
Any demon who tried to take possession of Tasha would see what's in her heart and run away screaming.
When these deadly women gaze into their mother's eyes, all they see is dollars. They want Mom's money. Peoria, Arizona, 1990. It's moving-in day. A fresh start for multiple sclerosis sufferer Lynn Carlson, her son, 20-year-old David, and his new wife.
Lynn was so thoughtful and so kind.
Oh, no. Over here.
She bought a house free and clear, and she said, come stay with me, you can help take care of me, and you'll also have a place to live.
This is going to be good for us, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, she had serious health issues that required care.
David's wife, Doris, is 10 years his senior and the perfect person to help his ailing mom. She is a qualified caregiver.
She worked as a nursing assistant from time to time.
But now that she's living in Lynn's house, Doris doesn't see the need to work.
Looks like your checks are here.
All she does is sponge off the monthly checks from her mother-in-law's trust account.
Doris was a freeloader. She was somebody looking for the easy way out. You know, they basically used Lynn as a cash machine.
David and Doris do nothing but spend his mother's money.
Are you two thinking about getting a job? I could use some help.
Mom, I've looked, okay? There's nothing.
David would do whatever Doris wanted him to do. He certainly didn't lift a finger to help his mother.
David, I'm sure if you tried.
Hey! Stop picking on David.
Over the next 4 years, they convince Lynn to take out not one, but 2 mortgages against the house that total $94,000.
So all of a sudden, the house that used to be free and clear they were making payments on it. They took out that money and blew it on just junk stuff.
It was all about the money because the money afforded Doris to have the life she wanted, which was to do nothing.
Doris and David are supposed to care for Lynn, but they don't.
David and Dory would not do her laundry, and, you know, during the night she may have an accident and soil her sheets.
David?
Nobody would come and help her.
That is disgusting.
David, please.
They didn't love her. They didn't care for her. There's nobody there for her at that point.
It must have been absolutely heartbreaking for Lynn to realize that her own son was letting her suffer.
2 years later, both mortgages are spent. So Doris finds another way to raise cash: young lodgers.
They would collect the money, never tell Lynn where that money went. They would just spend it on themselves.
Lynn's house and her lifestyle are spiraling out of control.
Oh, look at that.
Cheated.
As a caregiver, Doris must have known that the best environment for Lynn would be one that was peaceful and quiet. But that didn't mean anything to Doris. Doris wanted more money.
Lynn finally has enough. She decides to move out into an assisted care facility. And she takes her income with her.
The money stopped coming. The annuity checks went to the convalescent center and not to the house.
David and Doris are now forced to fend for themselves.
$1,600 per month, so that was gone. That was their income.
Lynn settles into her new home,
Oh, you spoil me.
receiving the attention she's lacked for so long.
She grew to really like the care facility. She got to know some of the other residents, and she really started enjoying herself.
We have visitors.
The same can't be said for David and Doris. They're drowning in debt.
They were about to lose the house. The utilities hadn't been paid. Everything was going to be shut off.
Listen, Mom, we kind of need some help.
They were definitely in dire straits.
On a rare visit to Lynn, Doris demands even more money.
We need $6,000 now.
Well,
She says, I'm going to talk to the financial advisor.
I'll talk to my advisor, and I'll let you know.
After years of being bilked for her money,
You'll get back to us.
Lynn's trying to get tough.
You should be looking after your son, you mean old cow. Is everything okay in here?
But Doris isn't the kind of girl to take no for an answer.
When someone is generous to a psychopath, the only thing they can expect is trouble.
Peoria, Arizona, 1996. Doris Carlson is consumed by a deep yearning for her mother-in-law's money.
She just wanted to obtain the riches without having to work for anything.
If her mother-in-law dies, Doris and her husband, David, can claim their inheritance. But it might take years for Lynn to die of natural causes.
That's when she really decided that she was gonna kill Lynn.
Doris decides to outsource the job. She turns to one of her lodgers, 20-year-old Dan McCreakin.
You want to make some money?
Doris says to Dan, how about if I give you $20,000 to go kill Lynn?
Oh, you're joking, right?
No.
And Dan thinks about it for a while and says, okay.
17-year-old roommate, Scott Smith, volunteers too.
They agreed that they would split the money.
In the early hours of October 25th, 1996, Doris sets her get-rich-quick scheme in motion.
Okay.
She planned every aspect. She bought the knives, she bought the gloves, she drove them to the assisted living complex. Everything.
They use a key that Dory had given them to get in. The plan is to make it look like a burglary.
I can just see her sitting in that car, just waiting for the money to roll in, waiting for Lynn to get killed.
But inside, there are second thoughts about doing Doris's dirty work.
Dan goes in there. He's like, I don't want to do this.
I don't think I can do this. Just hurry up and do it!
And then Scott says, come on, let's get this done. So Dan starts stabbing Lynn in the chest.
Dan stabs Lynn 10 times before fleeing in a panic.
Just drop it, man, drop it!
They run out, they don't take the TV, they give up on this thing about it being a burglary. Dory says,
well,
is it done? And
Yeah, it's done.
one of the boys says, yeah, we took care of it.
But they haven't. Lynn is still alive.
Later on that morning, one of the employees at the care home went by to check on her. They found Lynn in there, conscious.
This is sort of a case of dumb, dumber, and dumbest. I mean, that's really what it is. Doris wasn't the brightest bulb in the chandelier, and these two guys helping her weren't either.
The next morning, as police investigate the crime, there's an unexpected visitor, Lynn's son, David.
And everybody kind of looked around and thought, well, why are you here now? You know, you never come to visit her.
Detective Bill Lang still remembers David's reaction to hearing of the attack on his mother.
He didn't become upset or emotional in any way. All he said was, how is she and can she talk?
Can she talk?
No less than 4 times.
Can she talk?
Did he ask me, can she talk?
Just come this way, sir.
Everyone is waiting for Lynn to speak, but she's too ill.
At that point, we were kind of at a stalemate. We had a lot of suspicions, but we had absolutely nothing to work on.
Doris thinks her secret is safe. Until 3 days later.
When so many people are involved in such a horrible crime, eventually, someone's going to talk.
Get a call from an individual who says he's a friend of basically everybody at the house. During one of his visits, they admitted to the attack.
The informant agrees to take part in a sting.
What have you been doing? What happened?
In this particular case, what we did is we bugged his car.
It's great. Just went in and got out. Left no fingerprints. The cops have gotten nothing.
The four are arrested. As prosecutors develop their case, Lynn loses her battle for life.
The last 6 months of Lynn's life were horrible. Her wounds never healed. It was a gradual spiraling down to death.
Charges are amended from attempted murder to murder. Daniel McCreakin is found guilty of first-degree murder, receiving a life sentence. 17-year-old Scott Smith gets 10 years in prison for second-degree murder.
If they hadn't come across Doris, they probably would have gone on to maybe simple, not maybe great, but certainly not murderous lives.
David Carlson is convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and receives life.
Who lets their wife kill their mother? David.
In July 1999, Doris Carlson is found guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and first-degree burglary. She is sentenced to death, later reduced to life in prison.
It's all money. Basically, that's all it was, is it was just for money.
Kind and generous to a fault, Lynn Carlson's only sin was to live too long.
Who kills a defenseless, wheelchair-bound woman? Who's supporting you? Doris Carlson does. That's who.
Some girls
She could have had her choice of a lot of guys.
seem too good to be true.
Pretty, smart.
Especially when you're a dropout.
A guy who's wasting his life playing video games.
But love works in strange ways.
It really wasn't a fair fight. He never saw her coming.
Burbank, California, 1995. High school senior Amber Bray has the world at her feet.
Amber Bray was a bright, 18-year-old young woman who was pretty, smart.
Okay, settle down, class. Back in your seats.
She was very devoted churchgoer, and she had done very well at school.
Nice work, Amber. Thanks.
This is a young teenager who could have a very good life for herself.
Then, Amber crosses paths with 21-year-old Jeffrey Ayers.
Dude, you suck at this game.
He's just kind of a doofus. A guy who's wasting his life playing video games when he could be going to school, when he could be making something of himself.
So you go to school around here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
no one understands why ambitious Amber wants to date loser Jeffrey.
Oh, no, it's not bad.
But the pair form an unlikely bond.
Wait, how old are you?
How old do you think I am?
18 or 19?
Jeffrey never wanted a long-term girlfriend before he met her, but he fell, and he fell hard.
Dixie Hollier's office.
Amber's mom, record company executive Dixie Hollier, starts getting calls.
Hello, Dixie speaking.
Her straight-A daughter is skipping class.
So all week.
The only symptom we had that something was wrong was that Amber began to miss school.
Thank you, I understand, thank you.
She missed it to the point that she got into trouble for truancy.
Everything okay?
No, not really.
I'll look into that now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dixie is a divorcee raising 3 kids. She worries her eldest daughter is throwing away her future.
Amber had a stormy relationship with her mother. Typical daughter, mother, teenage hormones battling each other.
I said, excuse me. Where have you been?
At school.
You have not been at school because the school phoned me and you haven't been there for days.
Amber's 15-year-old sister, Amy, is often caught in the crossfire.
Stop yelling!
A lot of mothers and daughters start having problems when their daughter is 13, 14, 15, and then generally they grow back together.
I don't care, all right?
I should care.
That didn't happen in this case. Amber hated her mother.
And Amber makes sure her boyfriend hates her mom, too.
What's the matter?
She would portray herself as this poor wretch who was abused by her mother.
I don't think I can do this anymore.
There's no evidence of abuse, but Jeffrey buys her story.
You're a young man, and all at once you have this beautiful young woman showing this great interest in you. Pretty soon, you get suckered into the story about how mean mommy is to her.
Then Amber tells him she can't take it anymore.
If you don't do something about my mom, I think I'm gonna kill myself.
Hey,
Well, Jeffrey couldn't let that happen.
I'll do anything for you, okay? Anything that's gonna make you happy, I'll do it for you, okay?
You promise?
I promise.
It was just a way, along with her good looks and her sob story, to basically bait the hook more for Jeff Ayers.
The reason for Amber's inexplicable bond with a high school dropout is about to become clear.
Almost everybody who plans a murder writes it down. In the process of creation, everything starts as a thought. And then it becomes word, and then it becomes deed.
When she met Jeffrey, she saw someone she could control and manipulate to get exactly what she wanted him to do.
In Burbank, California, 1996. A teenage tryst is getting serious fast.
So, I made a list.
Jeffrey and Amber had only known each other a few months, but they were already talking about getting married.
So I've invited 100 people.
Amber Bray and Jeffrey Ayers draw up a guest list. But 2 names are conspicuously absent.
It turns out Amber's mother and younger sister, Amy, were not on the invitation list.
What does that tell you?
Amber convinces Jeff that in order for their new lives to begin, other lives must end.
I think Amber did a great job of basically manipulating Mr. Ayers.
We're gonna have like a big house, right?
Romance him, seduce him, and say, we can live happily ever after. You just have to do one thing.
In handwritten notes to her lover, Amber reveals just what that task is.
There were a series of communications about killing the mother, thereafter buying a house with the mother's money. They thought with Dixie's money, retirement savings, they'd live happily ever after.
All of these notes passing between them for months means that they had been giving a lot of thought to this murder. They programmed everything. What they hadn't counted on was that the plans would go terribly wrong.
Before dawn on January 16th, 1996, Amber lets Jeffrey into her mom's Burbank home.
I think he was probably very nervous.
Jeffrey had emotions about it. Amber didn't.
Jeffrey's only experience at killing is in video games.
He had the gun. I believe his plan was to shoot the mother twice in the head. He was not able to inflict a fatal injury.
Unlike the video games, where a single gunshot wound causes somebody to collapse and die, a bullet has to actually penetrate the skull and go into the deep brain structures in order to cause immediate unconsciousness. The bullet may have simply grazed her head.
Dixie didn't go down easily. She crawled out of her bedroom.
When the gunshots didn't kill her off, Mr. Ayers then ran into the kitchen and he grabbed a bunch of butcher knives, stabbed her so severely, as I recall, the handles on one or more of the knives actually broke off.
The noise disturbs Amber's 15-year-old sister.
She grabs the phone and starts to call 911.
At that point, Amber pulled the telephone cord out from the wall and blocked Amy from calling 911.
What Amy doesn't realize is that when Mom's dead, she's next.
Amber Bray had solicited Jeff Ayers to kill her mother and also to kill her younger sister, Amy Bray. She was going to be killed as part of the deal.
But that's not Amy's fate.
Burbank police received a call from a neighbor who had heard some shots fired, and the patrol officers got there very, very quickly.
Her sister Amy was lucky the police arrived when they did.
Mr. Ayers was caught literally red-handed with Dixie's blood on his hands.
On the ground!
It's too late for hard-working single mom of 3, Dixie Hollier.
24 stab wounds, plus 2 gunshot wounds to the head, tells me this is overkill. Tells me that there was rage and anger present.
Amber's reaction to her mother's death is suspiciously cold.
She feigned some crocodile tears, but I think it became obvious to the police very quickly that any feelings of sorrow were just acting on her part.
when the police uncover Amber's incriminating notes. She and Jeffrey Ayers are arrested. Both are found guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder for financial gain. They are sentenced to life without parole.
It was Amber's emotional immaturity that caused this murder. She had no thought for anyone except herself.
Apparently, Amber was a deeply religious person, but she missed out on the 2 commandments: thou shalt honor thy parents, and thou shalt not kill.
There was no proof that Dixie Lee Hollier was anything other than a loving mom.
The lady was a nice, hardworking lady. We never found any evidence whatsoever of any abuse by her towards Amber other than, telling her to do chores and, do her homework and that kind of thing.
Do you have an emergency there?
She said there's been a horrible accident.
What does it take for a mother to abandon her child?
She's like, well, if I didn't know any better, I think they're trying to kill me.
One family discovers the awful truth.
Starts with G and ends with R-E-E-D.
It just sucks the breath out of you.
In California's Central Valley, 1988, 15-year-old Tasha Stewart is becoming a troubled teen.
The things that she got in trouble for as a young child was always for lying. If she broke a glass, it was somebody else's fault. Something else happened. She didn't do it.
Mom Judy is loved by everyone.
What? Dinner's nearly ready.
She was a wonderful lady.
Except Tasha.
Tasha basically referred to her mom by a bunch of rotating expletives.
I told you, I'm going out.
And just what part of no, you're not going out, don't you understand?
You're not my mom. You can't tell me what to do.
Tasha begins sneaking out at night.
It was nonstop.
Come out, talk to us, honey.
I literally cannot count the number of times that we had to report her as a runaway.
I don't know what to do.
During this whole process, she told us that we're not her real parents. I said, you're right, we're not.
Honey!
15 years earlier, in 1973,
God, she's beautiful.
Tasha is born to Judy's twin sister, Jody. But Jody's not cut out to be a mom.
Jody had a very checkered past. She was actually a prostitute. She had some psychological issues,
You gotta take her.
so it was difficult for her.
There's no room in my world for a baby. You know that.
So Tasha's mom gives up her child to Judy and her then husband, Rolf.
I was absolutely elated. Yeah, it was a great day for me.
Not many kids who are born to a prostitute who can't care for them get that lucky in life. Tasha did.
In her late teens, Tasha moves out to make her own way in the world.
I don't think anything could have made Tasha happy. A happy, warm, loving family for Tasha didn't mean a thing.
You're the best.
But the adopted daughter doesn't cut ties entirely.
She would always come back because she needed something. She needed a place to stay. She needed money. She needed some form of support.
By 2011, in Pasco, Washington, Tasha's back on Judy's doorstep again, broke and in debt. This time with husband Todd in tow and her 7-year-old daughter.
First door on the right. I have missed you so much. Hello.
Judy told them that if they wanted to, they could move in with her to kind of get back on their feet.
I swear you've grown.
Best of all, Judy gets to see more of her granddaughter.
Would you like some milk and cookies?
She was the center of Judy's life. She knew how much Judy loved her.
Okay, let's go get them.
But Tasha isn't so easy to get along with. Soon, there's tension.
Judy had allowed them to use a debit card to get money out of the bank or to buy things at the store.
Did you take $300 from my account?
Well, she had found that there was some money missing that shouldn't have been missing.
You have stolen.
So many people that knew Judy saw her as a loving, giving mother. But Tasha apparently didn't see any of that or didn't care.
What are you gonna do about it, woman?
What she cared about was Mom's money.
But Judy lets Tasha stay for the sake of her granddaughter.
She thought if she could just have her close, there would be some possible hope that she would be able to be raised in a normal fashion.
Okay, Nick, come on.
Judy doesn't realize that by trying to keep her granddaughter safe, she's putting herself in harm's way.
Her mother would have given her anything because of that little girl.
And that was a fatal mistake.
– 2011, Pasco, Washington. While Tasha Stewart is moving boxes into the garage of her adoptive mom, Judy, there's a terrible accident.
Judy.
Judy was out in the garage, and this large box of books fell on her and almost broke her neck.
Judy is okay, but the incident raises questions.
That it would fall off at that precise moment that she just happened to be moving on the floor in the garage, that seemed a little bit too much to be just a coincidence.
Judy tells a neighbor she thinks it was no accident.
I don't know how that box fell.
She's like, well, if I didn't know any better, I think she's trying to kill me.
And Judy has a hunch about why Tasha might want her dead. Money.
In Judy's first will, she left everything to Tasha.
To protect herself, Judy changes her will, leaving Tasha only $10,000. She secures it in a safe in the bedroom.
Tasha needed to get in that safe and remove that will.
To get inside the safe, Tasha first needs the access code.
She's making a video of trying to capture the combination to that safe in the closet.
It works. Along with the will, Tasha finds something else belonging to her mother.
It was a .357 pistol revolver.
On March 3rd, 2011, Tasha tells her daughter to leave the house.
Sweetie, I
I need you to go into the garage and not come out until I come and get you, okay? Okay.
One of the neighbors that lives directly across the street, he hears 2 gunshots, and he said there's about a 4-second delay, and then the 3rd shot.
Man, open up. Police race to the scene.
She came at me with an axe.
Tasha comes to the door, and she says, I had to shoot her. She was coming at me with an axe.
Inside, it's gruesome. Judy lays dead with 3 bullet wounds and her head cleaved by an axe.
She said that that injury had happened while they were struggling with the axe.
She admitted that she shot her mother, but she claimed that it was in self-defense.
Cops quickly expose the self-defense story for what it is, a lie.
Our medical examiner evaluated the injury, and he evaluated the flow of the blood from the head. It showed that she was not standing up. She was probably already deceased. So the question really becomes is, what was the need for any kind of self-defense at that point in time?
Piece by piece, the police expose what really happened the day Judy died. They surmise it began with Tasha threatening her mom.
Judy Hebert believed that she was in danger. She started to initiate a phone call.
But Judy doesn't get a chance to report her problem.
911 emergency.
The first shot, they believe, went through her hand and entered the side of her chest, ricocheted off of her rib cage and her sternum, and went directly through her aorta.
It's a fatal wound. Tasha then stages the crime as self-defense.
She took this cheap axe that Todd had and hit Judy across the back of the head with it.
Tasha is arrested. First, she is tried for attempted murder for the incident involving the box of books.
The jury made a fairly quick decision, and they realized, hey, this was with premeditation. And they found her guilty of the attempted act in the garage.
Then in July 2013, Tasha Stewart is found guilty of first-degree murder. She receives 45 years.
Tasha was really not bright enough to pull off this crime. She didn't know that most wills, there's a copy somewhere in a lawyer's office.
Judy had always put her daughter first. But her love was never reciprocated.
No good deed goes unpunished. And ultimately, Judy paid for her kind heart.
Oftentimes we see the killer trying to hire someone else to do the dirty work. Tasha was up close and personal while murdering her mother.
If there is such a thing as demonic possession, any demon who tried to take possession of Tasha would see what's in her heart and run away screaming.
These deadly women repaid motherly kindness with blood. Doris Carlson brutally betrayed the woman she was supposed to care for. Amber Bray exploited her loser lover for evil means. And teen runaway Tasha Stewart came back one last time to kill. They were all consumed by a desire for Mom's money. To get away with murder,
You make me so happy.
the best disguise is a smile.
I've got a little present for you.
A high-flying businesswoman plots vicious vengeance.
They described it as a bloodbath.
There's nothing we could do.
A widow is unlucky in love, again and again.
She got away with it, and she got money.
And a caring grandmother masks a dark past.
She doesn't have no conscience.
With charm and a kind word, these deadly women hide in plain sight, daring the law to catch me if you can. Vancouver, Canada, 1991. Two women from very different backgrounds forge a close bond.
Guess what I've got? Woohoo! Champagne.
Their children went to the same school.
And then friendship sort of blossomed from there.
I love your necklace. Thank you. Gift from my father.
40-year-old Gladys Wakabayashi is the daughter of a Taiwanese billionaire.
Here's long life and success.
53-year-old Jean James makes her own way to the top.
Jean James was a successful professional woman who was the head of a large union of flight attendants.
Despite their differences, the women have one thing in common. Their smiles mask secret heartbreak. Gladys's marriage is on the rocks.
Just wasn't working.
She turns to Jean for comfort.
Gladys separated from her husband, and they were living apart.
Marital problems are something Jean knows all about.
Jean and Derek James seem to have it all. Money, good reputations, everything, except a happy marriage.
Jean secretly suspects her husband Derek is fooling around.
You're home early.
Yeah, I've got a business dinner.
Who is?
There were tensions in the marriage. That became apparent.
Oh, you don't know them. They're from out of town.
And her suspicions are right.
Derek had a number of affairs.
Jean turns a blind eye until she fears Derek is straying close to home.
She had expressed that concern to a number of her friends. She was quite upset.
She hires a private investigator to find out the truth.
Check and see who's been calling.
She had somebody obtain the hotel records of Derek's business trip to Toronto in Eastern Canada.
The records reveal her worst fear.
I'm going to go to bed now.
Jean's husband is having an affair with her close friend, Gladys.
She was particularly upset because Gladys was a friend of hers. She felt, I think, a real sense of betrayal.
Gorgeous.
Jean apparently accepted that her husband had had many affairs. But when she found out he was having an affair with a friend of hers, it drove her over the edge.
Inside, Jean is crushed, but she doesn't show it.
It went down the same way as the rest of her professional life did. Cool, calm, and collected.
Hurt by two people she loves, Jean displays an unexpected emotion.
Hi, Gladys. It's Jean.
Kindness.
Oh, great. I've got a little present for you.
Jean wanted to visit Gladys and told her that she had a gift for her.
See you soon. Bye.
What have you done, Jean?
I saw this. I knew it would be perfect for you.
Oh, Jean.
Since Gladys was having an affair with Jean's husband, there had to have been some unspoken tension between the women.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's perfect. I love it.
Gladys would be trying very hard to act as if nothing was wrong.
Shall I try it on?
But this friendly gesture isn't what it appears.
Let me.
She tricked her by bringing her a necklace. She tricked her by saying, "Let me put it on your neck for you."
I know you're sleeping with my husband.
Don't be silly, Jean.
Don't you laugh at me.
Illicit affairs can be very exciting and very deadly.
Vancouver, June 24th, 1992. 53-year-old Jean James is a woman scorned. And now her husband's lover, close friend, 41-year-old Gladys Wakabayashi, is at her mercy.
I know you're sleeping with my husband.
Gladys's neck was exposed.
Don't you laugh at me.
This would have put her in an extremely vulnerable position.
No, Jean, no.
Jean makes a superficial cut, deep enough to weaken Gladys, but not to kill her.
Jean wanted information. She wanted to know how long the affair had been going on.
Jean's aim is to torture a confession out of Gladys.
She repeatedly stabbed her in the chest and other parts of the body. It was a real bloodletting.
The truth!
But Gladys either won't
Tell me the truth!
or can't respond. And finally, Jean runs out of patience.
Then she slashed her in the neck, cutting through Gladys's jugular vein.
Gladys had to die. Perhaps she feared losing her husband to her friend. Or perhaps the fact that her friend was having sex with her husband was just too much to bear.
When investigators got there, they described it as a bloodbath.
And in Gladys's blood, a telltale clue.
A shoe print, a high-heeled shoe.
The print suggests the killer is a woman. And when police learn of Gladys and Derek's illicit affair, they have a prime suspect. Jean James.
Are these all your shoes?
Yes, they're all in there.
Did you go to her house on June 24?
No.
So they searched the house, they searched the car, and they weren't able to find anything.
Nothing?
Thank you, ma'am.
Jean has taken her revenge and left no trace.
Jean was a smart woman. She planned this crime down to the last detail.
They had basically insufficient evidence to lay charges, so that's where the case rested at that point.
The investigation stalls. And as quickly as she turned to murder, Jean switches back to being a regular housewife.
By all appearances, she was just, an ordinary middle-class citizen living her life out in a nice suburb of Vancouver.
I need a cash option.
Then, in 2007, 16 years after Gladys's murder, Jean gets an unlikely chance to dabble again in a life of crime. An acquaintance asks her to be a money launderer for a drug ring.
I earned that in 2 days. Lucky you.
Unbelievably, the now 70-year-old Jean wants in.
You interested?
I am.
She probably figured she got away with murder once. Why not make a career of it?
Jean wants to climb the crime syndicate ladder. On November 27th, 2007, she goes to meet Mr. Big.
How do I know you can handle the big stuff?
You don't know me.
Killers just love to talk. They can't talk to just anyone about killing. But if they think they're in good company, they will brag.
To prove she is ruthless enough to join the gang's inner circle, Jean reveals her most closely guarded secret.
I found my husband screwing around, so I decided to kill her.
You killed her?
I slit her throat and let her bleed out.
You're under arrest.
Jean has been duped. The entire scenario is an undercover sting run by Canadian police.
She never thought that law enforcement would lay a trap for her and that she would walk right into it and admit to everything.
After 16 years, her big mouth finally traps Jean.
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police are known for always getting their man. This time, they got their woman.
For the family of Gladys Wakabayashi, justice at last. Jean is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 25 years to life.
So she'll probably never see the light of day again.
Jean wanted to keep bad company, and now she is.
If you can't put a price on love,
And she immediately went out and bought a $250 life insurance policy.
can you put a price on marriage?
You are really subjecting them to an agonizing death.
For some women, the answer is yes.
How dare you? She got away with it, and she got money.
Annie, Barbara, so pleased you could make it.
In New Haven, Connecticut, 1907, Annie Paulman is an unexpected guest on the social scene.
Nice to meet you.
Annie was a widow after the death of her first husband in 1906.
I'm surprised to see Annie here. She's not one for the morning long.
And I don't think you've met Joseph Monahan. No, I haven't had the pleasure.
Pleasure. It's all mine.
It is unusual for a recent widow to be socializing.
I thought you two could be partners.
Annie's never been afraid to break the rules.
A splendid idea.
Annie wasn't one for protocol and custom.
It's like that, okay.
She liked to have her own way, tell people what she wants and expect them to do it. She didn't take guff off of anybody.
She's out of cards. She wins.
Annie's charm is legendary. It lets her get away with most anything.
I feel we should warn Joseph.
Hush, dear. Don't spread rumors.
Annie was arrested for suspicion of murder regarding her first husband. But she wasn't charged, and they released her.
38-year-old Joseph Monahan ignores the gossip. He's smitten.
I can't wear your dead husband's clothes.
What? Why? He doesn't need them.
After a short courtship, they marry.
Now let's not talk about clothes.
It was all about Annie and what Annie wanted. And in her mind,
Why, Mrs. Monahan?
what Annie wanted, Annie got.
His family welcomes Joseph's new bride, particularly his younger brother, John.
Hey, I brought John home for dinner. You don't mind, do you?
Of course not.
Bye. Whiskey? Sure, yeah.
It's good to see you again.
Looking stunning as always.
Oh, stop.
Annie's allure has no bounds. Neither does her appetite for men,
Oh, forgive. So sorry. Oh.
which is just as well. She's having a run of bad luck. A little over a year into Annie's new marriage, Joseph becomes sick. Annie nurses him,
Brother,
but he slides downhill.
it looks worse.
It's long and slow and horrible.
There's nothing they could do.
Annie is widowed again.
It was another sudden, unexpected death. And once again, she was questioned.
He wanted to be embalmed.
We can arrange that.
But whatever suspicions police have, they can't land a charge.
That tells me she was probably pretty good at talking to the police.
Annie's legendary charm doesn't just work on cops. She's already lined up her next husband and raises eyebrows.
Only 2 months after her second husband died, she married his younger brother, John.
The priest said to her,
Before we continue, I'm compelled to ask you a question.
It's only been a month since your husband died. And this man has the same last name as your previous husband.
Are they at all related?
And Annie stood there, looked in the priest's eyes, and told her bald-faced lie.
Absolutely not. Annie married her third husband when she was under suspicion for murdering the second one.
You may kiss them.
Along with a new marriage comes a new life insurance policy.
She immediately went out and bought a $250 life insurance policy on John Monahan for the sum of 15 cents a week.
This marriage lasts, for a while at least. But when Annie's 17-year-old niece, Jenny McNamee, comes to stay, trouble returns.
Jenny had lost both of her parents. Her mother was Annie's sister, so of course Annie took her in.
Jenny settles in well to her new home. A little too well for Annie's liking.
Jenny, don't you have chores to do?
Just having fun.
A little too much, I'd say.
Really?
In 1913, illness strikes again. Not Annie's husband, her niece.
Just rest quietly.
But the ever-cautious Annie has insured her, too, just in case.
Annie insured her 17-year-old niece with 3 different life insurance companies for a grand total of $2,400. That was a lot of money back then.
Is she going to be okay?
Jenny's doctors think it could be food poisoning.
She just needs rest.
All they knew was that she had stomach and intestinal trouble. They didn't know what was wrong.
If it was gastrointestinal issues, it was usually attributed to spoiled food. Sometimes people die from that. If they're living with Annie, it's probably another reason.
New Haven, Connecticut, 1913. Annie Monahan looks on as her 17-year-old niece, Jenny McNamee, loses her fight with a mysterious illness.
She's not suffering anymore.
She should never have suffered.
Annie's run of misfortune is becoming a little too much to believe.
2 husbands within 3 years, both dead, unexpectedly. Then a niece, 17 years old, completely healthy before she came under Annie's care. The investigators were very suspicious of Annie.
With mounting circumstantial evidence, police order an autopsy on Jenny's body.
They found enough arsenic in her body to kill 6 people.
The police exhume Annie's 2 husbands to look for more arsenic. But she's one step ahead.
He wanted to be embalmed.
Of course.
The fact that they were embalmed with liquid arsenic meant she could never be caught for poisoning them with arsenic.
The case crumbles. There is no way to prove Annie gave her niece the poison.
There just didn't seem to be enough evidence to successfully prosecute.
How dare they smear my good name?
Annie may be free and rich thanks to another insurance payout, but there's trouble brewing with her husband.
That's because you're a murderer.
How dare you?
You're despicable.
Sometimes when they would argue and fight, he would call her a murderer. He had no idea how accurate that was.
Annie could have tried to talk her husband around, but that's not her style.
Eat up, John.
It could be argued that arsenic murder is a much more sadistic way of killing somebody than, let's say, the way Jack the Ripper killed his victims.
For a fourth time, Annie Monahan watches a loved one's drawn-out demise. Before Annie can have another husband embalmed, the police strike.
They weren't fooling around this time. They sent all of his internal organs to Yale Medical School for analysis.
Results show fatal arsenic levels, coupled with evidence from her niece's death. Annie's charm has worn off.
At her trial, Annie shouted, "I'm innocent. You've tried to get me every time." I'll take that as a confession.
In February 1919, Annie Monahan is found guilty of the murder of her husband, John. She is sentenced to life in prison, where she dies, a notorious serial killer.
Annie needed two things in life to be happy: a victim and a bottle of arsenic.
People like to believe you can escape your history.
They viewed her as bad news.
But some women...
That promiscuous behavior signals something bad is going on.
...will never outrun their past.
She doesn't have no conscience.
In 2007, Pulaski, Tennessee. 64-year-old house cleaner Linda McElroy takes pride in her work.
She was considered by people that knew her in the community to be a wonderful woman.
Linda's been here in Pulaski for 35 years. Locals think they know her. They don't.
Linda would have had to have been constantly looking over her shoulder, waiting for the little idyllic life that she'd built for herself just to come crashing down around her.
You don't think that you're gonna find somebody like this in your small town.
Well, howdy, Sheriff. Come on in. What can I do you for?
Linda? You need to come with me.
Wind back the clock almost 50 years to 1961 in the riverside city of Ashland, Kentucky. Linda is an 18-year-old stay-at-home mom.
No, you're not. Go to sleep.
In her first marriage, Linda had 4 children, little kids.
But the teen wife can't wait to trade domestic drudgery for a night out.
She had a reputation in the community as being a woman who liked to have a good time.
I'm going to Sue's tonight.
You're always going out.
Are you kidding? I stay at home all day with the kids.
Okay.
But what her husband doesn't know is that Linda's not meeting her girlfriends.
Linda and Charles started seeing one another while Linda was still married to her first husband.
She would go out and sneak out with Charles.
17-year-old Charles Darby is head over heels for Linda.
You make me so happy.
Me too.
Charles Darby was known as a very hardworking, very industrious type individual.
He was a sweet person, very funny, very energetic.
I hate going back to him.
Do you mean that?
Yeah, I do.
Charles persuades Linda to divorce her husband.
There was a little bit of a scandal over that. That type of behavior is very much frowned upon in a very small, close-knit conservative community like Ashland.
In 1962, Charles marries Linda. The newlyweds moved to Hammond, Indiana, far from Charles's family.
Her husband chose her and became isolated and estranged from his own family. Big mistake.
7 years later, Charles struggles to support Linda's 4 children and one of their own.
Radio not here I come.
Neither of them had regular employment. They were getting by on what Charles was bringing in through his carpentry business, which wasn't much.
Linda treats herself to fine clothes anyway,
Oh, shoot.
neglecting the bills.
Don't worry about it, kids.
They got their gas cut off and it cold. Their electric was cut off. And he found out she wasn't paying the bills.
When confronted about the unpaid bills, Linda comes up with a shocking revelation
I gave you money for the bill.
about where the money's gone.
You spent it on yourself.
On a doctor's appointment. I have cancer.
She told him she'd been going to the doctor, and she told him she had cancer. Well, they didn't have any insurance where he was self-employed.
It's tragic, heartbreaking, and entirely make-believe.
Linda even lied to Charles about having cancer and that she needed more money for treatment.
When Charles discovers the lie, he takes drastic action.
I warned you.
Charles did place an ad in the newspaper at one time stating that he was not responsible for his wife's debts, that he was responsible for no one's debts other than his own.
How could you? This is embarrassing.
Well, you gave me no choice.
That didn't sit too well with her at all.
The public put-down turns Charles's wife into his enemy.
Charles knew Linda was bad news, but he wouldn't leave her. That was a fatal mistake.
Hammond, Indiana, 1970. Father of 5, Charles Darby, comes down with an unknown illness.
He couldn't seem to shake the symptoms.
Thank you.
His wife, Linda, dotes on him until
I'm going to visit my father. He's really ill.
She tells him she's going to take the kids to visit her parents,
You'll be okay.
leaving Charles to fend for himself.
Leaving a spouse who is in the throes of a very severe illness like Charles was certainly odd behavior.
Linda is gone for 4 days. On March 4th, 1970, she returns to Hammond. But she doesn't go home.
She decided to stop and get a motel room, which was curious.
With the kids in a motel bed, Linda has an errand to run.
Where are you going?
She left the older children in the motel room by themselves.
You can't tell anybody that I've...
She had told them that if they said anything about her leaving the motel, that she would spank them.
She took the youngest, the baby, with her.
After leaving the motel, Linda makes a pit stop.
She had filled up 2 5-gallon cans of gas.
After that, Linda went to the house that she, the children, and Charles all shared.
She left Chucky in the car as she went to do what she had to do.
Charles was asleep. She retrieves a shotgun. And she shoots Charles in the side with that shotgun.
And then she puts him inside of a garment bag and zips him up, and then pours all that gas on him in the bed. And then strikes a match.
And keep in mind that Linda has the baby that she and Charles had together with her at the time. Just the fact that she would have that baby with her is diabolical.
She doesn't have no conscience. Not at all.
Linda flees the scene. When police arrive, they quickly deduce this is no accident.
For one thing, it's very obvious that an accelerant was used to start the fire.
That's not the only mistake Linda makes.
She left a trail of evidence.
Linda was identified by the service station attendant. There were tire tracks recovered at the scene that matched the tires on Linda's vehicle.
She didn't hide the gun well. The police found it behind the vending machine at the motel.
And finally, Charles's body reveals something diabolical. Linda laid the groundwork for this murder months earlier.
They said that, he'd been poisoned for months.
In October 1970, Linda Darby is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life inside the Indiana State Women's Prison.
The family was very relieved because they thought, she would pay for the crime she had done for taking his life.
But after just 2 years behind bars, Linda gets a chance at freedom.
In 1972, Linda scales a fence at the Indiana State Women's Prison. It wasn't a well-planned escape attempt. It was just spontaneous. She saw the opportunity and she took it.
The escape leaves her with minor cuts.
Are you okay? Here. William, get out here.
After she escaped, she met a man named Willie McElroy Jr.
She's been beaten by a boyfriend. Help her in the house.
You're safe here.
Willie took pity on her. She told him that she'd been beaten by her boyfriend. That was what accounted for the cuts and bruises. Willie, being the kind-hearted soul that he was, he took her in, and eventually a romance blossomed between the two of them.
She remarried and had 2 more children with her husband, Willie.
For the next 35 years, Linda Darby plays the role of Linda McElroy, a law-abiding wife, mother, and even grandmother.
Linda opened a little junk shop. She cleaned houses. She took care of the elderly, and there was never any inkling that she was, in fact, a convicted murderer living on the run.
Linda thinks she can hide forever in this tiny rural town. But there's something she hasn't counted on: the rise of technology.
They set up a new computer-based system for tracking escaped fugitives.
In 2007, the state of Tennessee begins using new software aimed at smoking out prison escapees.
They found on Linda Darby that there were some similarities by her social security number, by her date of birth, and other data that they collect that looked similar to a woman by the name of Linda McElroy who lived in Pulaski, Tennessee.
All it takes is a knock at the door.
Howdy, Sheriff. Come on in.
And the fugitive murderer, Linda Darby, is at last returned to custody.
She's lived on the run for 35 years. They set up this new program, and in 72 hours, she's back behind bars. Same institution where she scaled the fence 35 years earlier.
Linda will now serve out the rest of her days behind bars.
She'll die in there. And I don't feel sorry for that, because she'll pay for it.
When she was arrested, the community rallied around her and didn't think she should go to prison because she had been such a good girl for 35 years. Living a crime-free life for 35 years does not make up for murdering an innocent man. Linda had to pay.
These deadly women thought they would never have to pay for their crimes. Jean James cut her best friend out of her life. Annie Monahan believed her luck would never run out. And Linda Darby reinvented herself to conceal her heinous history. All three thought they could run and hide forever, taunting, "Catch me if you can." Some women's lust for money costs others dearly.
I want you to break his arms.
A nurse saves her bank balance, not a life.
She gets the house, she gets insurance money.
Do you want your $800 or not?
A sister calls in a family debt.
She took sibling rivalry to an entirely new level.
Willie!
Pay me by the deadline. Are you going to jail?
And an embezzler cooks up more than the books.
The oldest motive on the books. Old-fashioned greed.
These deadly women reap rewards they don't deserve. They have a hunger for cash.
Good morning. How are you today? Not too bad. You go with the dragon lady?
1983, Los Angeles, California.
Morning, Mr. Spas. How are you today?
35-year-old Maureen McDermott.
I just need to get your blood pressure.
Nurse Mickey to her patients. Has a reputation for caring.
She was a lovely person. She enjoyed life. She was quite the charmer also.
And she isn't just watching over the sick. There's 34-year-old colleague, Jimmy Luna. A lost soul with a short fuse.
Jimmy! What did I tell you?
Did you hear what he said to me?
I don't care what he said to you.
Jimmy Luna survived a terrible childhood.
Would you just go back to work?
He was given up when he was only 6 months old.
I care about you keeping this job.
The family that took him in really didn't want to raise him either.
She was probably a mother figure to him, and he would do whatever she asked him to do.
Mickey has an after-hours reputation, too. She runs with the rich and beautiful of the Van Nuys gay scene.
She started palling around with some female friends that had a lot of money. She'd go out with them, party with them, slowly getting herself in debt, trying to keep up with the Joneses. Mickey was making good money as a nurse, but one job wasn't enough to support the lifestyle she wanted.
Mickey knows about a second job that could help clear her debts. Trouble is, someone else has it. Fellow nurse Dwayne Bell looks after a rich client at night. The job would be the ideal earner for Mickey.
How'd you like to get even with Dwayne?
What do you mean?
I want you to break his arms.
I don't think that people really understand how really cunning that some people can be.
I need his night job.
And Mickey was one of those people.
This is his address.
Mickey's idea on how to get Dwayne's position was not to become a better nurse. Her idea was to have Dwayne's arm broken so he couldn't provide care.
So you'll do it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
I need you to make sure he can't come into work.
The next day, a bright and breezy Mickey arrives at work, thinking her future is secured. Until...
Morning, Maureen.
Hi. What happened to you?
These three guys tried to bust in last night and rob me. I don't think they'll be around in a hurry.
Dwayne Bell was a big guy, and that wasn't going to happen.
Hey, you have a nice day.
You too.
Mickey's now desperate for money to sustain her party lifestyle. And thinks new acquaintance, 27-year-old Stephen Eldridge, might be the answer.
He connected with Mickey because they had similar backgrounds in terms of, they were both gay. He was a gay male, she was a gay female.
I'm moving in.
Amazing!
Amazing. They became friends and got a place together.
Soon after Stephen moves in,
Need you to sign anything.
Okay.
Mickey makes him an offer to co-invest in her house as a handyman and landscaper. Stephen jumps at it.
She told my brother that she owned the house and, that she was taking this nursing job that was going to take her abroad and that she needed someone help fix it up. And they would eventually sell it so he could make a profit.
It was an older Spanish-style home, so it had a lot of character, a lot of architectural detail that, you can, really highlight. So he was very excited about it.
Stephen gives her $10,000. And to protect their interests, they both take out life insurance policies.
All done.
They had insurance on it, so if anything happened to Mickey or anything happened to Stephen, the other would inherit the property.
Cute. There's just one detail Mickey fails to mention. She doesn't actually own the house.
Mickey didn't put Stephen's $10,000 towards the house. She just told him that she had.
But it is soon clear that they are not the ideal housemates.
Leave out stuff. I'll do it later.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
It's fine. I'll do it later.
He was a very neat and very organized person, and she was not the neatest person.
We need to talk.
Just months after moving in, Stephen wants out.
Are you okay?
I want to sell the house.
What?
I want to get out.
Are you serious?
I need the money. I want to get out.
But Mickey seems strangely reluctant.
She's dragging her feet on things and not wanting to do things and not wanting to, go forward.
Stephen eventually wanted to get his money and get out. This was a big problem for Mickey. She had to come up with a solution. The solution was not going to be favorable to Stephen.
California, 1985. The Van Nuys home of Mickey McDermott and Stephen Eldridge is about to go on the market. When 27-year-old Stephen is the victim of a brutal home invasion.
Man, shut up, I'm gonna cut you!
They basically stripped him down into his skivvies.
He was tackled, he was put on the bed, and he was tied.
Stephen has no idea who is attacking him or why. He only knows he has to run.
Somehow he broke free, and in the night ran out the back door, stark naked, and running down the street yelling, "Help me, help me."
Housemate Nurse Mickey offers the comfort for which she's renowned.
Thanks, Mickey.
Okay. How you feeling?
Not great.
And writes off the experience as a sad fact of life.
They thought it was typical gay bashing. Someone had followed him from the bar and just gay bashed him, and back in the 80s, that was okay to do.
I gotta go to work, all right? All right. Mickey's here?
But it's not a gay bashing. It's all Mickey's work.
Steve's out of the way. She gets insurance money. She gets everything that she wants and doesn't have to deal with Stephen anymore.
Her thug, Jimmy Luna, has again failed to deliver for Mickey. She sends him back with reinforcements, brothers Marvin and Dondell Lee. But this time, on April 25th, 1985,
He's not home yet.
Mickey will play a part too. First, she must look like a victim. She has Jimmy slice her chest.
she wanted to kind of organize and orchestrate how it was going to work.
Go wait downstairs.
She was drawing a picture the whole time. She was the Picasso of the murder. I mean, she was the artist.
Then, Mickey indulges in some self-harm.
To make it look like she had been battered, she slammed her head down on a desk, causing a significant hematoma. Hematomas can kill people. Unfortunately, that didn't happen in this case.
Stephen was coming home from a dinner party that evening, and as he was coming in the door, the two Lee brothers and Jimmy Luna were already in the house and jumped him.
Hold him! Go!
This time, Stephen is outnumbered and overwhelmed.
Jimmy Luna proceeded to stab him multiple times.
It's done.
But Mickey's not finished.
Don't forget to cut off his penis.
She gives directions to Jimmy to go ahead and sever the penis.
She wanted him mutilated so that it looked like a homosexual murder.
Next, Mickey calls 911 and does what she does best. Pretends.
Her story was that she was home taking a bath, and these three men, broke into the house and drug her into the bedroom and cut her up and beat her up and then brutally murdered my brother.
Mickey thought she was so smart that she could pull off a murder and fool the entire LAPD homicide unit. But she left out one important thing. The temperature of the water in the bath gave her away. It was inconsistent with what she had told the cops.
Mickey claims the attack occurred 3 hours earlier.
It was obviously much warmer than it should have been. So she had drawn the bath before she called the paramedics.
Mickey is making all the wrong moves.
She says, well, I'll do anything you ask, I said, well, would you take a polygraph? And she said, I'll talk to my attorney. Mickey's response should have been, whatever you want, detective, I will do. Just make sure you find the person that did this to my roommate, That would have been what I would feel was a normal response.
The third strike comes from the Lee brothers. In return for immunity, they give evidence against Mickey and Jimmy. Jimmy Luna pleads guilty to murder and receives life without parole.
It's like she used Jimmy Luna as a stick or a knife, and Marvin and Don Dell as a sword and a hatchet. Those were her weapons. People.
In June 1990, Maureen Mickey McDermott is found guilty of first-degree murder and attempted murder. As mastermind, she's sentenced to death and remains on death row.
Mickey's criminal behavior is classic psychopath. She's not afraid to do anything. Murder, mutilation, assault, battery, lying, stealing. That's the mark of a psychopath.
Nurse Mickey had the world fooled that she cared for people. In truth, she didn't mind who she hurt.
This is a case of a really good guy getting something he didn't deserve.
Stephen was always the joy in the room, so there was a lot of people that loved him.
Now the world knows the real Nurse Mickey. when life doesn't go as planned.
You don't care about them or me.
Marie felt that Willie took advantage of her, used her.
You can always count on family.
I can get a gun.
Shooting him, drowning him, throwing him off a cliff.
To die for you.
What brother would think that a family member would do that?
The Great Depression means life in the 1930s is a struggle for many.
During the Depression, you could probably get someone killed, get their throat cut for 25 cents. So times were hard.
But Illinois mother of four, 35-year-old Marie Porter, is luckier than most.
Wait for dinner.
But I'm so hungry.
I know, but just...
At least she can feed her family.
Marie's description of their life on Beacon in the early 30s is somewhat almost idyllic. They take vacations every year. They own an automobile.
Gramps got a gun and he's acting real strange.
Come on!
But they have one problem.
Hi, Dad.
Marie's father, George.
What are you doing?
None of your business.
He's emotionally unstable and getting worse.
George had a revolver that he had used in his last job as a night watchman.
Dad, do you want to give me the gun?
Don't pet me. I'm not your dog.
They felt George was a danger to themselves, to himself.
I know you were planning on getting rid of me.
Now that's crazy talk.
They frankly thought he was nuts and figured that he might use it.
Armed and delusional, George finally cracks in 1935.
George Captain came downstairs and William said, "Good morning." And what he got was shot in the back.
Then George turns the gun on his own daughter.
She tried to get the gun away from her father, couldn't. She got a flesh wound in her arm, ran out of the house.
William!
Her husband put his arms around her and said, "I think I'm finished." And he, of course, did die.
It had to be terribly traumatic when Marie's elderly father shot and killed her husband and shot her 3 times. There's no telling how that might have affected her.
George is committed to an asylum, leaving Marie to raise her children alone. But she has some good fortune.
She was awarded $5,000 life insurance. Now, that was a lot of money in the 30s.
To convert that to modern day terms, that was probably something like about $85,000.
It's a lot of money.
Marie can even afford to take in her unemployed brother, 36-year-old William Capon.
She took him in because he was down and out.
Ralph, upright.
Marie uses the money to go into business, a candy store, hiring family friend, 21-year-old Ralph Gianola. But Marie soon finds out that during the Great Depression, fancy candy is a luxury most people can't afford.
Hi, how can I help you?
Just a dime's worth of mints, please.
Will we have some beautiful chocolates?
Oh, no, thank you.
Over the next 2 years, Marie's sweet tooth costs her dearly.
Just a dime.
By spring of 37, she has really hit bottom financially.
Marie's almost in the gutter, but life for her brother William has never been better.
I'm getting married.
He's even planning to marry.
Is everything okay?
Willie, I'm struggling. I could really use some help.
She had asked her brother for some money because she felt like she was going broke. And she did have 4 children to support. William couldn't give it to her, or wouldn't.
What would you have me do, cancel my own wedding?
When she was in danger of losing her candy store and the house, I think she became resentful.
Don't you care about your nieces? You don't even care about them?
Of course I care about my nieces. How can you even make it about that?
Marie took sibling rivalry to an entirely new level.
Thanks a lot, Marie.
If William won't give Marie any money, she knows another way.
William had $3,300 in insurance policies, and Marie was the beneficiary. It probably seemed to be the quickest and easiest way to get her hands on the money she needed.
There's just one problem. William will soon have a wife.
And the day he got married, that life insurance would be signed over to his wife to be the beneficiary. This caused Marie to hatch a plan.
It's time for young Ralph to win Employee of the Month.
There was no more time to be wasted.
Wow. Isn't it beautiful?
1937. On the eve of their wedding, 38-year-old William Capon and his fiancée prepare for their big day in St. Louis, Illinois.
You've got to be back here in 8 hours.
They were making last-minute plans for their wedding the next day.
We're lucky if I sleep at all.
Like any young couple, I suppose, getting ready to wed, very happy. Big moment in their life.
But as William plans the rest of his life, his sister Marie is plotting to end it. Marie convinces her young and gullible employee, Ralph, to help.
I can get a gun.
Marie was able to actually sit down with Ralph and discuss various ways to kill William.
Or wood alcohol.
Shooting him, drowning him, throwing him off a cliff.
Bullet to the head.
None of it was too bad for Marie.
They have to decide quickly.
You have to get it done before the wedding.
She offered Ralph $800 of the insurance money and kill him now.
With just hours to go, Marie entices William out for a pre-wedding drink.
Come on. I don't want any more whiskey.
With Ralph and his younger brother, John Giancola.
Where the hell are we going? Can we please just go home? I gotta get married in the morning.
He said, I'm supposed to be married at 10 o'clock. You know, it's just several hours until then.
They don't drive to a bar.
And I drive a couple of miles out of East St. Louis.
One more bar. I don't want to go to any more bars. Will you take me home, please?
When Marie pulls out the automatic that she had gotten from Ralph, and then
Willie
starts to talk to Willie, who turns around. And then she shoots him through the left temple.
Marie kills her brother like it's a household chore.
Well, that's over with.
After she shot him, she said, well, that's over with.
Get out. Get rid of him.
I wouldn't think that William would ever have guessed that his own sister would have him killed. What brother would think that someone would do that, a family member would do that? They dragged his body out into a field, and it was very, very seldom used. So they thought that was a good place to dump him.
At 10 a.m. the next morning, Willie's bride is getting ready for her big day. That will never come.
William's fiancée, Irene, was waiting for him to meet her at the house. He never showed up.
And she had no way of knowing why. Must have been a horrible moment.
Irene's heartbreak is complete when William's body is found dumped in a field. The tragic story grips the press and the community. But there will still be a wedding.
One day after he had been murdered, a reporter went to Marie's house, and he described what he called it was all sorts of revelry, drinking, partying, music, loud music, obviously a very good time.
Hey, handsome.
Are you Marie Porter?
Yes, I am.
I'm a reporter here about your brother Willie.
Oh, yeah, Willie.
Marie threw a wedding party for her 15-year-old daughter because, well, she didn't want things to go to waste that were supposed to be for William and Irene.
Marie's opportunism rings an alarm for investigators.
Because they seem to be having a big celebration, and here the brother has just been found with a bullet in his head.
That was found in the car you rented. Can you explain that?
They put the heat on her young employee, Ralph, who has a suspicious rash on his arm.
Ralph had dumped William's body out in the field, and he got poison ivy on his arm. Police had noticed that there was a lot of poison ivy in that field. And when that was revealed to Ralph, then he began to spill beans.
She did it. I was just the driver.
A confession, bullet shells, and blood-stained clothes seal Ralph's fate.
Pistol is in my shed in a cigar box.
And he takes his brother and his boss with him.
Ralph testified against her at trial. The jury found Marie and Ralph guilty of murder, and they were sentenced to be electrocuted. Marie showed no emotion.
On January 28, 1938, Ralph Giancola dies in the electric chair. 10 minutes later, Marie Porter is executed for first-degree murder.
Before she was executed, she said that she did not hold any malice toward anyone and said, "May God have mercy on my soul."
Well, she had no mercy for Willie, so who knows what God would think of her.
The Great Depression causes many people to do things they wish they hadn't.
Do you want your $800 or not?
I'll pay you back.
Usually because they had to.
Why would they spend any money?
Marie Porter doesn't have that excuse.
I think Marie knew exactly what she was doing. I don't think that Marie cared about many other people. Everything was about her.
If Willie hadn't been worth more dead than alive, he wouldn't have been murdered. This killing was motivated by revenge and greed.
Pay me by the deadline, or you going to jail.
When you have money, you can count on two things.
Money became more important than anything.
Others will want it.
The oldest motive on the books. Old-fashioned greed.
And you'll never really be safe.
This might be the true definition of a deadline.
(1982), Dean, Texas, ranching country. It can be a hard life if you don't have enough help. 41-year-old Jerry Sternadell needs a hand.
Jerry's having problems with the business, but it's the good kind. He's too busy. He can't keep up with all the accounting.
So tell me, do you have any bookkeeping experience?
No, but I'm really good with figures and I learn fast.
His wife, 36-year-old Luann, thinks her good friend, 25-year-old Deborah Lynn Baker, is the answer.
We'll give you 2 weeks to prove yourself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sterndale.
Awesome.
Jerry's wife, Luann, begged him to take on Deborah as an accountant, but she had no background in that field.
Jerry is a tough boss.
You either loved him or hated him. He would do anything for you if he liked you. And if he didn't like you, well, watch out.
Jerry's first wife, Jeannie Walker, says his abrasive manner grew with his wealth.
Yesterday you were half an hour late, and you promised me it would never happen again. You even what?
And he started treating people pretty bad. And he said, if you've got money, you can do anything you want to do. And everybody else will do whatever you want them to do.
Wife Luann and her friend know how Jerry can be. The girls are always there for each other if things get tough.
Oh, wow. Oh, try it on. They were a lot closer than even sisters might be, you know, and everywhere Luann went, Luann was never without Deborah.
They start to hang out together. They start to go have a couple of cocktails together. They start to get to yapping, and they become what? BFFs.
For 8 years, it's a happy trio. Until 1990, when Jerry finds he has a problem.
All of a sudden, his checks are bouncing all over the place.
This can't be, Jerry says. This can't be. We're making a lot of money here. Why aren't my bills getting paid?
Jerry calls in an auditor.
There are some serious discrepancies here.
And the CPA said, Jerry, we've got some discrepancies here in the bank accounts.
How much are we talking?
Around $35,000.
$35,000?
From this account alone.
He said, I found about $35,000 missing from one account.
There are a lot of transfers to Deborah Baker's account. Did you authorize those?
No, I did not.
The question is, was it a mistake or embezzlement?
It's unbelievable.
A furious Jerry confronts Deborah and his wife.
That's the date I go to the police if you haven't paid me every cent that you've been stealing from me.
What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
He thinks they are in cahoots.
I know you're in on this.
Jerry gives Deborah a deadline to pay back the money.
It's taking me through the books.
He said, I damn sure better have my money back by Memorial Day.
Or he'll call the police.
He said he was going to have her arrested because she was embezzling money from him.
And file for divorce.
This might be the true definition of a deadline.
As Memorial Day looms, there's no sign of the money. But Jerry has something else to worry about.
Suddenly, Jerry becomes ill. He begins having problems with his stomach. He begins vomiting a lot. Lots of diarrhea. Lots of aches and pains. Something's wrong.
You'll be fine, honey. The doctor's got to keep you for a few more days.
It could be a viral infection, but only tests will tell. And it seems the virus is going around the ranch. A house guest, 19-year-old Tom Bradley, also falls ill.
I decided to help myself to some cran apple juice in the refrigerator.
Tom remembers it to this day.
Instantly, when I took a drink, it started burning. I would say probably within 10 minutes, I was sick on the floor.
He's sick as a horse. He was so sick that they took him up to the hospital.
Sharing the same mysterious symptoms, these two men have one other thing in common. The juice. It's Jerry's favorite.
Well, you've got two people sick, two people drinking the same juice. Now, either the juice is bad or somebody's making it bad.
Texas, 1990. Just outside of Wichita Falls, in the small town of Dean. Millionaire Jerry Sternadel's battle with his bookkeeper is on hold while he battles a mystery illness.
He's got diarrhea, stomach cramps, really sick, throwing up, deathly ill.
Just be still now. Be still.
The day before Memorial Day, the money had not been put back. And Jerry mysteriously became very, very ill.
Coincidence? Jerry doesn't think so.
Trying to kill me.
They're trying to kill me!
We need some help in here!
He tells the medical staff the two women in his life are responsible.
Get him away from me! They're trying to get my help in here! You're not listening! Get him away from me!
When a person's sick in a bed, vomiting, fighting for his life, says he thinks he's being poisoned, they should be listened to. He's probably right.
We're just gonna get some lunch, honey.
Test results confirm Jerry hasn't got a virus.
He had enough arsenic in him to kill an elephant.
The thing about arsenic is, it just doesn't wind up in your system. Somebody put it there.
Doctors now know what's wrong with Jerry, but they can't cure him.
Once arsenic at a lethal level enters your system, there's no turning back. Once it gets into your organs, that's it. Arsenic is a terrible, terrible way to go.
They were going to keep doing everything they could, but he didn't have a chance.
Jerry dies on June 12th, 1990. Soon after,
Can I speak to the police commissioner, please?
the police receive an anonymous call from the hospital.
A man has died here in hospital, a millionaire by the name of Jerry Sternadel. He had very high levels of arsenic in his body. I think he may have been murdered. No, I don't want to give my name.
But police have little evidence until a teenager comes forward.
I had to go to the hospital.
Then Thomas, the kid who was staying over at the house and ended up in the hospital, he comes forward. Ha, listen, I got sick too.
Tom Bradley tells the police he got sick from drinking Jerry's favorite juice.
The vomiting and diarrhea and just out of it, just hurting.
Tom volunteers to be tested.
My test results came back at the late. I say, well, you definitely ingested arsenic.
So cops are interested in this, big time.
The police search Jerry's ranch. They find a trash pile, and lo and behold, a cranberry juice bottle. But there's something odd.
That cranberry juice bottle had soap suds on the inside. I wonder why they'd be trying to wash out a cranberry juice bottle that they're going to throw away.
It is a sloppy cleanup.
Inside the cap, they find traces of arsenic.
There's poison, but who put it there? Trash isn't the only thing the murderer leaves lying around.
A guy who owns a storage unit facility calls up police and says, I think you ought to get down here. He had someone who hadn't paid her bill. Well, he goes into the storage unit, and what does he find in there? He finds all kinds of documents relating to Jerry.
The police find something of even greater interest.
Hey, look at this.
They find a bottle of arsenic. What could be better evidence?
The unit is registered to Kathy Simmons.
Well, it was in a fictitious name, but the name had the address of Debbie Baker out in Holiday, Texas. That was Debbie Baker's address.
In 1994, Deborah Lynn Baker goes on trial for murder. Prosecutors argue she couldn't return Jerry's money, so she moved his deadline permanently.
The jury agreed that Deborah Baker poisoned Jerry to death. She had the ulterior motive, she had the means to do it, and the opportunity.
Deborah also wanted to help Luann, who was never accused of any involvement in the crime.
She did it to help out her friend, and she didn't want her friend to get divorced because she knew she wouldn't wind up with anything.
Deborah Lynn Baker is found guilty of first-degree murder. Astonishingly, she isn't sentenced to a single day in prison.
That should have resulted in a heavy prison sentence. But oddly, she got 10 years probation instead.
We were all stunned. After she had been given first-degree murder, then they come back with probation.
The surprise leniency comes courtesy of the jury.
Did Deborah get away with murder? And in some respects, she did. In other respects, she has to live with herself.
9 years later, old habits catch up with Deborah Lynn Baker.
When Deborah was on probation, she wrote a forged check in another county, basically a violation of her parole from the murder trial. For that crime, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison.
She gets ultimately 10 years for all those crimes. 10 years for killing a man and forgery. It's remarkable, really.
These deadly women saw family and friends as dollar signs. Maureen McDermott swindled her housemate to death. Marie Porter killed her own brother for easy money. And Deborah Lynn Baker took a life to balance the books. They all put their desires before lives. They had a hunger for cash. They say a happy wife means a happy life. Some men forget this advice
Sam, you gotta help me, babe.
at their own risk. A gangster's maul learns all the tricks of the trade.
Inside, she's as tough as nails. You wouldn't want to cross her.
A material woman knows just what her husband is worth.
She had the ability to know right from wrong, and she chose to do wrong.
Get on that bed!
And a long-suffering spouse
Shut up!
No. Turns the tables.
She was like a little mouse being put through narrower and narrower corridors.
These women can't resist the temptation to become self-made widows. London's East End, today a bustling market hub. But during the 60s, this working-class neighborhood is the Cockney capital of armed robbery.
A deprived area and not much work, everybody poor, hard-working, basically honest people, but being so deprived, of course, crime thrived in that area.
Criminals strike fear into the hearts of some and desire into the hearts of others.
Linda Calvi is a woman who never met a bad boy she didn't like.
She had a real look about her, a 60s Twiggy model, Carnaby Street, but she was a beautiful, buxom-looking woman.
Smoldering 20-year-old Linda Welford is born to be on the arm of a gangster.
She seemed to have this big influence over the men she met, and certainly was never short of male attention and admirers.
Today's admirer is one of London's most hardened armed robbers.
He must be Mickey.
26-year-old Mickey Calvi.
Gonna get me a drink then?
You think you're worth it?
He did all the top jobs. He was what they call a stand-on man. He was very respected and he wouldn't let anyone down.
Linda's friend, Katie Cray, is one woman who knows what it's like to marry an infamous gangster.
I was married to Ronnie Cray, one half of the Cray twins, the notorious Cray twins.
Mickey's just out of prison. To Linda, his long rap sheet is pure catnip.
I thought you'd be pug ugly.
Come on, then.
And from that minute, she had Mickey Calvi.
She was looking for some excitement in her life. The easy road was not the road for Linda.
Which is just as well. Mickey soon ends up behind bars, and Linda learns there's nothing conventional about criminal life. Not even your wedding.
Mickey was in prison at the time when they got married, and he was handcuffed right way through the ceremony. So that was Linda's introduction to marriage.
On Mickey's release in 1978, another lesson. Criminal rewards may be high, but the risks are too. During a botched armed robbery, Mickey pays with his life.
Scotland Yard's flying squad team ambushed the gang.
Mickey ended up turning toward the cop with a shotgun, and the cop shot him first.
With her husband dead,
Haven't caught you at a bad time, have I?
the East End criminal community rallied to support Linda.
One of the big names and one of the most successful armed robbers at the time, a man called Ronnie Cook.
Yeah, doing all right for money?
Not too bad.
Threw a benefits party to raise money for Linda and the family.
If there's anything you need, you just let old Roddy know, yeah?
Linda's never going to be alone for long.
Anything.
Actually, there is something.
Ronnie Cook is another gangster heavyweight who falls under her spell.
That is something.
He'd kind of really fallen for her, and he sort of lavished her with gifts.
He took her to Vegas, he brought the best fur coats, the best jewellery, everything that she wanted, Ronnie got for her.
But soon, Linda is on her own once again. In 1981, Ronnie goes to prison for 16 years for armed robbery.
Ronnie was jailed for his part in one of the biggest robberies in the UK.
I miss you.
I miss you so much.
I don't think you miss me like I miss you.
I've got something to show you.
Linda was completely besotted by Ronnie Cook, and she promised that when he went to jail that she would wait for him.
True love, Ron Cook.
And she had a tattoo done on her leg saying, "True love, Ronnie."
It's lovely, isn't it?
But 16 years is a long time to be without a man.
Listen, I've arranged for someone to look after you while I'm in here, yeah?
Okay.
So Ronnie makes sure Linda is looked after.
He's a good lad. He'll do what I say.
He basically arranged for one of his trusted friends, Brian Thorogood, himself an experienced armed robber.
You do what he says because he's doing what I say.
To look after Linda and to provide her with money. Thorogood gave her £100 spending money every week, for instance.
See, even when I'm in here, I'm looking after you.
But once again, the inevitable. Linda's famous allure snags yet another gangster.
Once again, Linda just cast a spell completely over Brian Thorogood. And he fell totally hook, line and sinker in love with Linda.
He kept an eye on her, all right. He left his wife and moved in with her.
Brian not only takes Ronnie's lover,
Don't worry, he'll never know.
but his criminal empire, too.
Linda didn't just want to be with men that were criminals. She wanted to be a criminal herself.
For years, Linda has learnt from the best. Now she's ready to prove how tough she is.
Please help me! Stop!
Linda's armed robbery operation was very sophisticated.
Get out there and check this out.
One of the robberies, she made out to be pregnant.
She suddenly produced a gun from her tummy. These guys were completely stunned.
Yeah. Open the van! Now!
Linda is a natural. But soon, like her husband and her lovers, her criminal career is cut short.
Linda Calvi got 7 years and 4 months for armed robbery. So now she's got Mickey, who's dead. She's got Ronnie Cook serving 16 years in prison. And now there's Brian Thorogood with 22 years.
While Linda and Brian are behind bars, Ronnie hears rumors of their affair.
Ronnie said that he would kill Brian Thorogood if he met him again. But he absolutely adored Linda and he forgave her straight away.
Ronnie can forgive infidelity, but will he be so big-hearted when he finds out his mistress's other secret?
She had been going through Ronnie's loot that she was supposed to be safeguarding like a sailor on leave.
East London, 1989. Linda Calvi has graduated from gangster mall to gangster.
Don't you move!
But after serving 4 years for armed robbery, she has another worry. She's been stealing her boyfriend's money.
She was fearful of the retribution which Cook would visit on her once he discovered that all his money was gone.
Ronnie Cook is a tough man. Linda needs someone even tougher to help her. 35-year-old inmate Danny Reese fits the bill.
Danny Reese was known as the most dangerous man in the prison system.
I'm scared of Ronnie.
Big, strong, powerful man, did lots of weights.
I want him dead.
Linda went to see Danny in prison.
I can pay you 10,000.
And offered him 10,000 pounds to kill Ronnie.
Linda will use the last of Ronnie's money to hire his killer. But it's not the cash that makes Danny's heart beat faster.
He said from the moment he saw her, he just fell for her.
I'm sure we can work something out.
And she just cast her spell on Danny, and Danny was an extremely dangerous man.
Both Ronnie and Danny are coming to the end of their sentences. They're eligible for day release from prison. Linda is going to invite them both home.
Linda had arranged for Danny Reese to be on a 2-day release.
On November 18th, 1990, Ronnie plans to meet Linda at home for dinner. But first, Linda picks up Danny for the warmest of welcomes.
Cooked him dinner, and they had a little party in Linda's house.
That smells delicious.
But they'll be serving more than dinner when Ronnie arrives.
She sent Cook into the house ahead, carrying the shopping.
When Danny Reese came in, he shot him with a sawn-off shotgun.
But Danny is not the hardened hitman Linda expected.
Neil! What Danny couldn't do, Linda was willing to do. More than willing.
Neil! Neil!
She made him kneel in front of her and look at her.
Linda, please!
Cook would have been devastated. This was a woman that he trusted and had a relationship with, was obviously infatuated by him.
Please! Don't!
She shot him in the face with the shotgun. That's not killing someone, that's obliterating them.
It was cold-blooded murder, very callous, calculated, and without any remorse.
Danny Reese then left the scene and then got on the train back to his prison, went back into the prison system and got back in his cell and carried on his sentence. Which, you think about it, it's almost a perfect alibi, isn't it?
Linda plans to inherit Ronnie's criminal empire and his money.
I heard him yelling.
By blaming the murder on his gangster associates.
Then I heard a loud bang.
She suggested that it might be any one of a number of underworld figures.
But when police find fingerprints at the scene belonging to Danny Reese, Linda can't bank on loyalty from her criminal lover.
They picked up Danny. He sang like a bird. He told him exactly what happened.
In November 1991, despite not firing the fatal shot, Daniel Reese is found guilty of murder and sentenced to life.
Linda was very skilled at manipulating men to do what she wanted, even if it was murder.
Linda Calvi is also found guilty of murder and sentenced to a minimum of 15 years.
Linda never expressed any remorse or showed any guilt or shame for what she did to Ronnie, the man that she said she truly loved and meant everything to her.
The story should end there, but in a bizarre twist, in prison, Linda marries Danny Reese, the man who put her there.
In an extraordinary wedding ceremony attended by a number of women serving life sentences for a bizarre collection of grisly murders and so on.
By the time Linda is released in 2008, the marriage is over. Just in time for the next man in line.
So Linda was actually picked up at the finish of her 17 years in prison in a white convertible Rolls Royce by her latest beau. So watch this space.
She draws them into her web simply by the force of her personality.
In 2009, 61-year-old Linda says, "I do," for the third time. Her 76-year-old husband has no criminal past.
Her husband joked at the wedding, well, you know, at my age, if she kills me, she kills me.
Linda's a really beautiful, beautiful woman, but inside she's as tough as nails. You wouldn't want to cross her.
Actions speak a lot louder than words, and shotguns are loudest of all.
Lord, thank you for the food we are about to receive.
We think we know the people we love.
Amen.
You just never know what type of person you're talking to or dealing with.
But some women hide behind a mask so well,
that an individual can be this sick, this disturbed.
That even loved ones can't see their true natures.
She had the ability to know right from wrong, and she chose to do wrong.
San Luis Obispo, California, February 2000. Working as a counselor at a boot camp for wayward teens, 32-year-old Angelina Fuller can't take her eyes off her coworker, Frank Rodriguez.
Now, we read some of the Gospel according to Matthew together. Do you remember?
Everybody loved Frank, but he was a saint, just a super guy, very, very religious guy.
Forgiveness, okay? So I want you to go back in there, and I want you to step up, okay?
41-year-old Frank's marriage has just ended.
Good stuff.
And he finds himself drawn to Angelina's charm.
She was a very outgoing person, very talkative person, seemed very intelligent.
How did it go?
Yeah, not bad. They got some issues to get over, but they'll get there.
You're so good with them.
Drive me crazy sometimes.
Angelina's smile masks a tragic past. In 1993, she experiences every mother's worst nightmare.
She had laid the baby down for a nap.
Come on, sleepyhead.
Angelina's youngest daughter, 13-month-old Alicia, died suddenly in her crib. The rubber nipple
Oh my God.
was found in Alicia's throat.
Alicia! Alicia!
This is the worst thing that can happen to a parent.
The devastating death puts an end to Angelina's marriage.
It's not unusual for couples to divorce after the death of a child.
7 years later, Angelina wants to make a new start. So does her coworker, Frank. And just 3 months after meeting, the couple marry.
They moved down to Montebello, where they rented a house after being married.
He was the perfect guy. He loved her and would do anything for her.
But the honeymoon period is short-lived. Once again, Angelina is plagued by bad luck. A month after they marry, a gas leak fills their house with dangerous fumes. Frank narrowly escapes disaster.
Fortunately, Frank noticed something was wrong and called the gas company, and they fixed it. What he should have done that he didn't do was run like the wind.
Frank thinks he's the luckiest man alive.
Lord, thank you for the food we are about to receive. And thank you for protecting us against the gas leak.
But Angelina is not the devoted Christian wife she seems.
Within a few short months, she started growing tired of Frank. Angelina was having an affair with a gentleman by the name of Matt.
Angelina covers her deceit perfectly.
You poor thing. What are you doing sitting up?
Even playing the dutiful wife when Frank suddenly becomes sick.
And there we go. How are you feeling?
The physician told Angelina it was food poisoning and to give him a sports drink to keep him hydrated.
Despite Angelina nursing him with sports drinks,
The doctor said you need more fluids. Come on.
Frank's illness goes from bad to worse.
He'd have felt lousy like he had the flu.
All right.
Vomiting, muscle aches and pains, weakness, lethargy,
Come on, I need...
kind of drifting off.
There you go.
Nobody realizes just how serious Frank's illness is.
Drink.
Or the true cause.
You just never know what type of person you're talking to or dealing with.
Open up. All right.
The quiet town of Montebello, Southern California. September 9th, 2000. Angelina Rodriguez wakes in the early hours to a nightmare.
She found him on the floor in the bedroom.
Angelina calls 911.
She explained to them that he'd been sick, she had taken him to the doctor and that type of stuff.
Police are at a loss as to how an otherwise healthy 41-year-old could die from the flu. But then Angelina gets a mysterious phone call.
I received a call. He said he knew who killed Frank.
An unknown caller had called her and said that he had killed Frank and that never be able to prove it, and they used antifreeze.
He said to tell them to check for antifreeze.
An autopsy soon reveals the caller is correct.
Or equivalent amounts of 5 to 6 shots.
Antifreeze.
Yeah, he said if they test and they find it there, then they'll...
The call helps police prove Frank's death is murder.
When did you get this call?
Last night.
But there's one problem.
All right, well, thank you for coming in. We'll be sure to check that out.
Thank you.
Then we checked her phone records and we realized that she did not receive a phone call that day during that time on her phone. No call, it was made up.
No call came in. But police find hundreds of calls out to Angelina's lover. When detectives question him, they make a shocking discovery.
You know, I'm not really always sneaking around.
On one occasion, when Angelina had come up to visit him and stay with him,
We don't have to do it for that much longer.
What are you gonna do?
I've already done it.
What have you done?
I left the gas on in the garage.
she made a comment that, you know, maybe by the time she gets home, the house would have exploded and Frank would be dead.
The gas leak is no accident. Angelina wants her husband's money, but not her husband.
Angelina convinced Frank to take out a $250,000 life insurance policy on himself and make her the sole beneficiary.
But without a cause of death, the insurance company won't release funds. So Angelina makes up the incriminating phone call.
She thought she was being clever, as most psychopaths do. But in fact, she was painting red concentric circles right on her own forehead.
Angelina is arrested for murder, but she has one more trick up her sleeve: eliminating a key witness.
You knew what I was doing. You didn't say anything. You can go to jail for that, you know.
Yeah? They haven't arrested me yet.
This is getting bigger than anyone could have imagined. If you don't shut your mouth, you're gonna regret this.
One of Angelina's friends was going to testify against her.
I'm gonna regret it? You know what? Don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you again.
Angelina didn't want that to happen, so she attempted to have her killed.
Angelina approaches a fellow inmate
How do you want it done?
to organize the hit.
I was thinking robbery gone bad. Someone to come in and shoot her in the head is not exactly out of the ordinary.
So, I think I found a middleman.
And soon she gets news from the outside.
Super, right?
The job is done, and she'll be walking free.
Antonia.
She made some statements that without her being in the picture, she was going to go free.
But once again, Angelina wasn't quite as smart as those around her.
I'm doing much better.
The hit is actually a police sting.
They had a makeup artist that basically looked like she had sustained a gunshot wound.
We had an undercover officer go visit Angelina in jail, and during the visit, he showed her the photographs.
Angelina's joy is short-lived. Her plot seals her fate.
She had a look on her face that I'll never, ever forget. She turned as white as a ghost, and she realized that she had been caught, that her gig was up.
But there's one last horrifying twist. Police look into the death of Angelina's 13-month-old daughter.
Alicia's death turned out to be very lucrative for Angelina. The payoff from the manufacturer of the pacifier was $750,000.
Detectives re-examine the forensic evidence and make an unthinkable discovery.
We noticed some things that weren't consistent with the pacifier just coming unglued. That an individual can be this sick, this disturbed, to take a pacifier and basically shove it down your baby's throat.
Lord, thank you for the food we are about.
And then to live with yourself all these years.
Thank you for protecting us against
this whole case. I mean, just everything she did was just appalling.
When Angelina received that huge check for her daughter's death, it reinforced that murder is not such a bad thing, especially if you could get away with it.
In October 2003, Angelina Rodriguez is found guilty of the first-degree murder of her husband, Frank. During sentencing, the prosecution tells the jury how she killed her daughter. Angelina is sentenced to death.
I think, but once they heard strong evidence that she had killed their 13-month-old baby back in '93, again for money, I don't think it was that difficult for most.
At sentencing, the judge said, in his 20 years on the bench, Angelina had the coldest heart he'd ever seen. She told him she had lived her life with integrity. The gavel came down, and Angelina will be living the rest of her life with integrity on death row.
Angelina Rodriguez is awaiting execution at the Central California Women's Facility.
She had the ability to know right from wrong, and she chose to do wrong.
When criminals are gunned down,
he was a danger to society.
It seems safe to assume it's a gangland hit.
Betrayed and murdered and left on a road to die.
But life is never that simple. Albany, New York, 1920. Italian immigrant Anna Capello lives in a violent gut district,
which was rife with prostitutes, drug running, gun running, and a great many very nefarious occupations, people trying to make a buck any way they could. Someone like Anna had very few opportunities.
But 16-year-old Anna has plans for escape in the form of Salvatore Antonio.
Sal was almost twice her age, 30 years old.
Captivated by her childlike charms, Sal wants to make Anna his wife.
Anna was a tiny woman. She had the build, the fragile bones of a sparrow.
Sal has a good job.
My daughter tells me you work in the railroad, yeah?
Yeah, I'm a brakeman. It's a good job, good money.
And solid prospects.
Salvatore Antonio was a working man. He was a union guy with the railroad.
And
what are your intentions with my daughter?
My intentions are the very best, sir. I hope that one day she'll be my wife.
Despite the 14-year age gap, Anna's parents give the couple their blessing.
All right, you have my blessing.
Thank you, sir.
But Anna doesn't really know who she's marrying.
Salute.
Salute.
Sal isn't the man he appears to be.
So, is there a problem with a gun? Huh? Enough fire bullets?
He was involved in a number of nefarious activities. Selling guns, hung around with bad people.
Sal and his associates have a very successful little earner.
How about dope? Huh? Dope good for you, huh? Huh?
Selling a product new to the market, heroin.
Prohibition was the law then. One couldn't get a drink, and people looked for other methods to relieve their emotional pain.
So in those days, heroin addiction was very common.
Sal runs his drug and gun racket with an iron fist.
You got 24 hours, not a minute later. You understand me? Huh? Go. Go on. Go!
And is just as dangerous at home.
10 o'clock, not a minute later.
He had very strict rules for Anna, exactly how she was to behave at all times, and he enforced these rules by beating her whenever she was negligent in his eyes.
Anna discovers the truth about her husband's temperament too late.
Not now, Sal. I'm gonna be late.
Late for what?
I'm going to the theater with Sally.
Going to the theater with Sally? Excuse me?
Sally has tickets.
No. I don't care what you got. You're staying home.
But Sal, I told you about these weeks ago.
Now they are married. There's no escaping his temper.
Are you talking back to me?
I'm going to the theater. I'm not.
In New York State, until 1966, you could not get a divorce except if you could prove adultery.
Don't you talk to me like that again.
No!
Get on that bed!
In other words, a man could beat his wife to smithereens, and she could not divorce him on those grounds.
Get on that bed!
Get on the bed! No!
Shut up!
No!
Yes!
His wife was his chattel. That is how Sal treated Anna, and she had nowhere to go.
For 12 years, Anna is a long-suffering wife.
Let me look. Girls, clean up that mess now. Go!
Life for a woman was very, very difficult. All the housework had to be done by hand, including washing, clothes, the house, the kids, and preparing 3 or 4 meals a day.
Anna shoulders the burden of the housework and her husband's rage.
Why can't you keep the house in order? What is wrong with you?
Okay, girls, it's time for your bath. Marie, go run the bath. Phyllis, go help your brother. Go.
Dinner ready?
Shielding her family from the brunt of Sal's brutality.
Sauce is still cooking.
There was not much happiness in the Antonio household.
She was evidently a good and attentive mother, but her husband presented enormous problems for her.
Perhaps a man with an enterprise like Sal's will not be around forever. Albany, New York, 1932. Anna Antonio is married to a vicious gangster.
I'm not getting on the
Get on that bed!
Getting on the bed!
Salvatore Antonio was not a nice guy. He was a danger to society. He was involved in gun activity, selling illegal drugs, brutalizing his wife and family.
Close your eyes. Close them. She took 2 sips and began to grow very tall.
On March 27th, 1932, Anna reads bedtime stories to her children.
But she just kept on growing.
while Sal is out with his gangland pals, Vince Saeta and Sam Faraci.
Go over here.
What's going on?
A funny guy wants to take a leak.
No, come on, we gotta get back. Let's go.
But in the middle of nowhere, the night takes a fateful turn.
They had stopped the car in a remote area, apparently to relieve themselves.
The younger one, Saeta, pulled out a gun and began to fire at Sal.
Finish him, man! Get the knife, finish him! Say, you gotta help me.
He begged for his life, saying, "What have I ever done to you?"
You gotta help me, man. I can't help you. Finish him!
The job is done. When a gangster is killed, the first suspects are his criminal associates.
The police eventually found out that the night before Sal was murdered, he went out to dinner with Saeta and Faraci. And they questioned them.
All I'm telling you is I didn't do it. I didn't kill the guy.
We can't go until we get to the bottom of this.
I've already told you.
Well, we got all day.
I told you, I was there, but I didn't kill him. It wasn't me.
Being hardened criminals,
What do you want me to tell you again?
they didn't give up any information right away.
Were you the stabber or the shooter?
After 3 days, Vince and Sam turn on each other.
I did not kill him.
I was there, but he's the one that killed him.
Vince did it.
But when that doesn't work, they try another bold tactic. The truth.
Okay.
She offered us $800. She said he had 2 life insurance policies.
He beats me. I have no other way out.
What do you want me to do?
Stop him.
They told the police that they had a meeting with Anna, and she promised to pay them $800 to kill her husband.
Whatever it takes, I'll give you $800.
Where are you gonna get that kind of money?
He has 2 life insurance policies.
Through his legitimate railway job, Sal has life insurance. $5,300 worth.
I know somebody that can help.
It's enough to finance his murder and set up Anna and her family for life.
She couldn't possibly have paid these 2 assailants if she didn't have the insurance money. She had no money of her own.
Sympathetic to Anna's predicament and hungry for cash, Vince and Sam agreed to take care of Sal.
Hey, what's going on?
Police can hardly believe
I didn't do it.
that Sal's tiny widow put a price on his head.
I had no other way out.
When they saw little Anna Antonio, they couldn't believe that she would plot her husband's murder.
I had no other way out.
Her choices grew less and less. She was like a little mouse being put through narrower and narrower corridors with only one way out that she could see.
In April 1933, Vince Saeta and Sam Faraci are found guilty of first-degree murder. Their sentence, death.
The men thought they were going to get away with it because a woman was involved.
Anna Antonio is also found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to death.
There was a lot of sympathy and effort on her behalf to stop this execution. The judicial system would have no part of it, said she received a fair trial and the sentence should be carried through.
In August 1934, at Sing Sing Prison, New York. Anna Antonio walks to the electric chair, leaving her children behind.
When she saw what was happening to her family, that her son was taken by a relative, but her 2 daughters went to an orphanage, she probably very much regretted her decision to have her husband murdered.
Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil.
She looked very fragile and doll-like there.
For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
She put her head down, her chin on her chest. She said the last prayer with the Catholic priest before they turned on the electrode.
Anna's plan to protect her family failed, and she pays with her life.
I don't think Anna was a natural-born killer at all, or a psychopath. This looks to me like a murder that was self-defense by proxy. She had nowhere to go, but she couldn't stay.
These deadly women plan to profit from murder. Linda Calvi killed to protect herself and her ill-gotten gains. Angelina Rodriguez valued money more than lives. And Anna Antonio wanted her brutal husband gone for good. All 3 killed for profit. They were self-made widows. When they are betrayed, some women don't just get mad.
I never made any promises.
You're a liar.
They get even.
Come on, or you won't get the 50 grand.
A deluded mom takes a custody battle to the extreme.
She thought if he was out of the picture, she would be able to raise the children.
A scorned lover cuts out the competition.
Dead.
As time went by, Geraldine became more and more angry.
And a femme fatale is desperate to feed her desires.
Nobody else mattered other than her and what she wanted.
These deadly women won't rest until they settle their scores, as they wreak lovers' revenge. When a woman's maternal instinct is distorted,
he was hurting the children in her mind.
I want you out of my house.
Why?
Because you're a witch.
She's paranoid and delusional.
That's for you, sweetie.
she will do anything to protect her flesh and blood.
I warned you.
It's just horrific.
(1995), Raleigh, North Carolina. A hub of number crunching becomes a place of romance.
They met when they both worked at the Department of Revenue.
36-year-old divorcee Camilla Boyd Norton is taking her first tentative steps towards new love with shy co-worker 32-year-old Terry Brown.
Terry seemed to be a very calm, professional, well-adjusted young man.
They got along well. They had a lot in common.
Camilla, ready for a refill?
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Camilla's looking for happiness after a troubled past.
She had been diagnosed with a number of psychiatric disorders.
I want you out of my house.
Why?
Because you're a witch.
Mom.
She's having an affair with President Bush. Get out!
She was paranoid and delusional.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're doing.
For years, Camilla is plagued by paranoid visions.
Camilla truly believed these things. She thought they were genuinely true. She was very delusional.
That's a great drop.
By 1996, Camilla finally has her fragile mind under control.
That's good wine,
Her new beau, Terry, knows about her rocky past, but to him, it's ancient history.
That was delicious. You're a really good cook.
huh? How about you, let me cook for you the rest of your life?
What?
He wants to take care of Camilla for the rest of their lives.
You marry me?
Oh my God, that's beautiful.
They wanted to start a family, and it ended up that they had 2 children.
Oh God, no, I can't believe it.
She was happy. He thought they were happy.
Hey guys, who's winning?
For the next 5 years, Camilla and Terry live the American dream.
Hi.
How are you?
Busy.
Okay, well, I'll go get dinner going then.
Okay, thanks, honey.
Then, trouble strikes.
Camilla lost her job at the Department of Revenue.
Camilla not only loses her job, she loses her confidence, and her old demons return.
She would start having paranoid thoughts and delusions.
You were with her yesterday, weren't you?
With who?
Don't you play dumb with me. You know who I'm talking about.
Camilla accused Terry of having an extramarital affair, which he denied.
Camilla, the millionth time, I'm not having an affair, okay?
Terry always tried to do the best by Camilla. He knew she had mental health issues, but he tried to stick by her.
I can tell when you're lying.
I'm not lying.
Look at me. I can tell when you're lying to me.
I'm not lying.
You are lying.
I'm not lying!
What are you gonna do with the knife then, huh?
Crazy.
For Terry, Camilla's wild delusions are too much to bear.
He just could not tolerate it anymore, so he moved out, and they were divorced in 2001.
Terry fights for custody of the kids and loses.
When the couple separated, initially Camilla had the custody of the children.
But Camilla's not behaving like a fit parent.
I am trying to concentrate.
Her fragile mind is splintering. She starts to neglect her duties as a mom.
She was living in squalor and not caring for her kids.
In July 2002, a visit to the doctor brings things to a head.
Does that hurt?
That pediatrician noted that the children were not thriving, that they were malnourished, and they were not properly clothed.
That's all for today. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. These are for you and your sister.
The doctor reported these observations. The Department of Social Services conducted an investigation and ended up putting the children in foster care.
I want to report a case of child neglect.
That sparks another custody battle. A battle Camilla's determined to win at any cost.
That's when Camilla made an accusation that he had abused their children. She said that it was sexual abuse.
But her plan backfires when authorities learn it's just another of Camilla's delusions.
He was a great father, devoted to his children.
All those accusations were unfounded.
In 2003, Terry wins sole custody.
There are no grounds for appeal, Camilla.
But he's a child molester.
Terry has sole custody.
No!
They decided that the only person who could appropriately care for these children was Terry.
For Camilla, the fight is far from over. In her damaged mind, the children are in danger.
I'm getting another lawyer.
And she will do anything to protect them.
Camilla was desperate, still under this delusion that Terry was still abusing the children.
And Camilla couldn't take it.
In 2003, Raleigh, North Carolina, a delusional Camilla Brown is spying on her ex-husband, Terry. After losing custody of her kids, 39-year-old Camilla has been ordered to stay well away from her family.
The judge ordered her to stay 2,000 feet away from the children and her husband, and not to contact them in any way.
She does the exact opposite, moving into the house behind Terry's.
Camilla was doing everything exactly wrong to keep from getting the custody of the children, but she thought she was doing everything right.
In her fractured mind, she's convinced her husband is abusing their children.
People suffering from delusions such as Camilla was don't pay attention to protective orders or the law. They believe what they believe, and it's the most important thing in their life.
A desperate Camilla pleads for even a moment
Terry, they're my life.
with her kids.
I have nothing without them.
There's a court order, Camilla.
Terry, please. Please let me see my children.
Don't cry.
And kind-hearted Terry finally cracks.
Because Terry had a soft spot in his heart, he allowed Camilla to visit the children.
But Terry wants to ensure his kids are safe.
Terry offered Pullen Park as a public place where they could meet, and it was decided that pizza would be provided for the children during the visitation.
Who wants pizza? Me!
March 24th, 2006. Camilla gets her wish.
Baby, how are you? Oh, it's so good to see you. Okay, guys, here you go. That's for you. That's for you, sweetie, now.
The family reunion seems to be going smoothly. Until...
I warned you.
No!
Camilla pulled out a gun and shot him.
She intended to kill him, I believe, because he was hurting the children in her mind.
If you can imagine the horror of a 6- and a 7-year-old child sitting there eating pizza, and their mother has just shot their father in the chest.
She thought if he was out of the picture, she would be able to raise the children. This shows how crazy she really was.
Terry makes his own 911 call.
My wife just shot me.
And reveals the identity of his attacker. Camilla is arrested at the scene. 5 hours later, Terry loses his fight for life.
Unfortunately, his injury was too severe for them to be able to save his life.
Camilla Brown is charged with murder.
Initially, Camilla refused to be questioned and refused to respond and would not cooperate with her lawyers. She would have nothing to say. That's when the mental health evaluations began to determine whether she would be competent to proceed to trial.
After the murder, Camilla had to have psychiatric treatment before she could cooperate with her attorneys and go to trial.
Camilla's lawyers plan a plea of insanity. But in 2009, her own pen poisons her plea. She writes a letter to the judge.
She made her most concise statement ever.
In the letter, she pretty much says, I knew what I was doing. It was wrong. I had a purpose for which I was doing it. I thought I was going to teach him a lesson.
Camilla admits she planned to shoot Terry, but only to wound him.
To shoot someone and they die, but you did not intend to kill them, that's squarely second-degree murder.
Camilla can no longer hide behind her demons.
The story of Camilla Brown is very sad. Mental illness destroyed her marriage, and then she destroyed her husband.
In February 2013, Camilla Brown pleads guilty to second-degree murder. She is sentenced to a minimum of 17 years in prison.
Despite the fact that Camilla had a long-standing history of mental illness, she still had enough lucid moments to set up a meeting and to pull the trigger and kill Terry. That's why she's in prison instead of a mental facility.
If she ever does become cured of her mental illness and can look at everything realistically, she's going to realize with horror what she has done.
I can't do this. It's not going anywhere.
A promise made.
That he would leave his wife.
I'm sick and tired of this back and forth.
A promise broken.
Louis wanted the best of both worlds.
Can sow the seeds of vengeance.
Know who I am?
She had a malignant heart, and there's no pill for that.
In 1985, in Chicago, Illinois. Factory workers Geraldine Smith and Louia McDonald can't keep their hands off each other.
Louia McDonald was employed at the bottling plant along with Geraldine Smith, and that's how they became involved in a relationship.
Theirs is a perfect romance, except for one thing.
I can't do this anymore. You're married.
You know how I feel about you, baby.
Louia McDonald was married and had a family.
Louia promises he'll make that obstacle disappear.
Louia McDonald had intimated to her that he wanted to leave his wife and be with her.
Geraldine was hearing what so many women have heard before. My wife doesn't understand me. I'm unhappy.
But Louia wants his cake and to eat it too. The dedicated family man always returns to his nest.
Hey, how my girls doing?
Hey, Dad.
Louia and Valerie McDonald had been married for approximately 16 to 17 years.
It was a problem in the factory.
Really? Another one.
For 2 years, Louia leads a double life, deceiving his 35-year-old wife, Valerie, and their daughters.
Valerie McDonald appeared to have a perfect life. She had 2 children. She went to church twice a week. Everything was good.
Everyone said they did have a happy marriage, a happy family life.
But Geraldine Smith doesn't like to share. She knows exactly how to turn her part-time lover into a full-time husband.
To Louia,
It wasn't too long before Geraldine became pregnant, and that changed everything.
Oh, can I hear wedding bells?
She reveals her plan to close friend Marva Golden.
But he's gonna leave his wife. He loves me.
This pregnancy will finally draw Luya away from his wife. But her boyfriend has other ideas.
Louis wanted the best of both worlds. He wanted his girlfriend and he wanted his wife.
Let's say prayer. Thank you, God, for this food made in our...
Luya's wife, Valerie, soon learns about the affair. But she's willing to give their marriage another chance.
Valerie was a forgiving Christian woman, and she would forgive Luya and stay with him.
I need to go.
Where are you going?
Geraldine's plan is falling apart, and so is her relationship with Luya.
She kept insisting that Luya McDonald keep his promise to her that he would leave his wife.
Promise? I never made any promises.
Promised you would leave her.
I never made any promises.
Even a baby on the way can't lure her lover from his family.
Geraldine didn't take that news too well. She was about to have a child to take care of.
Luya wished to stay with his wife and his 2 daughters, as well as maintain a relationship with Geraldine Smith on the side.
That kind of lifestyle is fraught with danger.
But Geraldine won't give up without a fight.
As time went by, Geraldine became more and more angry.
Know who I am? I can guess. I'm having his child. He's my man now. He don't want you no more. You're crazy. Who you calling crazy?
Geraldine Smith slapped Valerie McDonald, demanding that her husband leave her.
The police were called. And while the police were there, they searched the car, found a .25 caliber automatic.
The gun wasn't used in the assault. So Geraldine is only charged with a minor offense.
That should have been a very clear warning that Valerie's life was in danger.
October 1986, Chicago, Illinois. 38-year-old Geraldine Smith should be celebrating her new bundle of joy.
She gave birth to a baby boy, which she named Luya McDonald Jr.
I think she wanted the world to know whose child this was. And she didn't care who knew.
I want to speak to Luya.
But the new mom is obsessed by what she doesn't have. Her married lover, Luya McDonald.
Geraldine had wanted him to leave his wife, but he had decided not to.
Once the child was born, Luya McDonald stopped coming by so often.
Abandoned with a new baby, Geraldine's love turns to hate.
Dad.
He broke his word. But Geraldine wasn't upset with him.
I want my dad.
She focused all her jealousy, anger, and rage on an innocent party. She actually told a friend that she hoped Valerie would die.
Dad.
That Valerie had to die.
Geraldine turns to her close friend, Marva Golden.
Geraldine asked Marva to find someone to kill Valerie.
In her mind, this would solve her problems, and Luya McDonald would be hers.
Marva knows the kind of people who can make Valerie pay.
Eddie Williams had been recently released from the Illinois Department of Corrections. He did have an extensive criminal background.
So you want to make some money? Or you gotta just kill a housewife?
29-year-old Eddie Williams is more than happy to help, and he comes cheap.
How you doing?
Geraldine Smith had said she'd pay $500 for the shooting.
That's what Valerie's life was worth to them. $500.
On the night of June 23rd, 1987, Geraldine sets up her alibi, spending the evening with family. Then sends her helpers out to do the dirty work.
This was not a crime of passion. This was a cold-blooded, premeditated, well-thought-out murder. Geraldine had plenty of time, plenty of chances to say, you know, I don't think I want to do this. But she didn't.
Louis McDonald picks up his wife and daughters after church.
Hey, how was it?
It was so much fun.
Yeah, we learned a new song.
The pastor asked about you.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. You tell me I'll be there next week?
Yeah, right. Praise God. He's a savior.
Nearby, the hired assassins lie in wait.
Marva Golden waited in the car with the engine running, while Eddie Williams stood on the corner, waiting for the McDonald family to return home.
And that's where Louis McDonald's two worlds collide.
That's when Eddie went right up to Valerie and put a bullet in her head.
The two young daughters were highly traumatized.
They had just seen their mother shot.
Louis chases the gunman. When he sees the getaway car, he realizes who's behind this shocking attack. Louis gives up his lover to the cops.
Did you recognize the vehicle, sir? Yeah. I think it was Geraldine Smith's car.
5 days later, 37-year-old mother of two, Valerie McDonald, dies in the hospital.
It was a gunshot wound to the head. She went down immediately. I don't believe she ever actually regained consciousness.
Did you take care of it? Yeah, it's not my pain.
Geraldine thinks she has won.
This was the whole master plan of Geraldine, to seize the husband that she couldn't have from Valerie. And the easiest way out was to eliminate Valerie McDonald, which she did.
What Geraldine doesn't know is the cops are already on her trail.
This was such a poorly planned murder. The way it went down led police directly to Geraldine as a suspect.
Their prime suspect says she was at home with family all night.
She's so cute.
She even tries to explain the getaway car.
She stated that she didn't have any knowledge of the shooting, that a friend of hers had asked to borrow her car. She had given it to her, and she hadn't returned with the car.
The police don't believe her.
Geraldine Smith's vehicle was processed by the Chicago Police Mobile Crime Lab, and Eddie Williams' fingerprints were recovered.
Come on, tell us what you know.
Geraldine and her two helpers are charged with murder.
You killed her, didn't you?
Under questioning, Geraldine admits nothing.
Geraldine Smith is probably one of the most cold-blooded, calculating murder offenders that I've ever had to interview.
The hired killers are much easier to crack.
It was you that killed her.
No! Eddie shot her. I was just the driver.
It wasn't long before Marva and Eddie told the police who was behind the plan, that Geraldine was paying them to do the murder.
In 1989, Marva Golden pleads guilty to first-degree murder and is sentenced to 20 years. Eddie Williams also pleads guilty and is serving life.
You would think they would be the hardened ones, but they readily confessed their parts in the crime.
Geraldine Smith is found guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
She had no qualms with paying $500 to have somebody killed in front of their children.
In 1991, she is sentenced to death, later commuted to life in prison.
The judge said she had a malignant heart, and there's no pill for that.
17 years later, in 2008, Geraldine Smith is released on parole. Louia McDonald tried to lead 2 lives. His enraged lover destroyed them both.
Geraldine Smith committed murder because she was jealous. And that's a story as old as time.
There's more than one way to get a man.
Michelle wanted to wield power over other people.
Her first.
But sometimes help is needed.
She was being Michelle, the sexual goddess.
When what you want is not yours.
Stay away from my husband.
She'd do anything to step on people who got in her way.
Come on, be a man. Get it. Do it.
In the late 1990s, around the clubbing scene of Adelaide, Australia, 25-year-old Michelle Burgess is earning quite the reputation.
Michelle's well known for her bedroom eyes. There are few men that she's laid eyes on who have not felt her bedroom eyes.
I think she knew what she was doing was not quite right, but she didn't care, and she clearly didn't care who knew.
Michelle can give anyone a good time, except perhaps her husband, 28-year-old Darren Burgess.
What's your excuse this time?
Michelle enjoyed living a fantasy life.
What's that?
Oh, I got pinched.
You think this is funny?
Whereby she's stepping out of being Michelle the boring housewife and mum and being Michelle the sexual goddess.
Don't you laugh at me. Your kid's been up waiting for you. Has it been the footy team?
Oh, get over it. No, get over it.
I will only put up with so much.
Darren wasn't enough for her. She had a number of affairs when they were married.
Darren Burgess was an extremely loyal man, perhaps a little naive, a little too forgiving, but essentially a really good man at heart who really unfortunately married a dangerous sexual predator.
Everyone seems fair game to Michelle. Even her husband's boss, 38-year-old Kevin Matthews.
You can't wait, can you?
Kevin Matthews was a person who liked to be the life of the party. He was the big man around the town.
Kevin wasn't a particularly attractive man. She saw him as perhaps a little bit powerful, as of a higher station than what her husband was, and she coveted him.
Darren is accustomed to Michelle's wild ways. But Kevin's wife, Carolyn, is horrified by this woman's brazen moves.
Cover up.
Come on, Darren, settle down.
You keep out of this. If you act like this, I'm going home.
Come on.
What are you all looking at? I'm going then. That's what you want?
Bye.
Each of them was married to other people, so of course this normally is activity that people hide. Not Kevin and Michelle. They were proud of it.
Michelle and Kevin start an affair. and Carolyn's shame deepens.
Hello? Stay away from my husband.
If Michelle feels any guilt, she doesn't show it.
She was very, very selfish. Life was all about Michelle Burgess, and nobody else mattered other than her and what she wanted.
By January 2001, Darren reaches the breaking point. His wife's affair with the boss is the final insult.
You think I'm an idiot? What's this? I'm out of here. It's over.
Darren saw that his wife and his boss had been exchanging text messages and phone calls by the hundred. And that was the last straw for him. He finally decided to leave.
3 months later, Darren moves on, finding a girlfriend who treats him with respect.
The moment another woman came onto the scene, she turned very nasty.
Please come home. Please, I miss you so much.
Michelle doesn't want Darren, but she doesn't want anyone else to have him.
Look, Michelle, we've been through this. You've got to move on.
She was just one of these people who is selfish, self-centered, and it's all about them and nobody else.
Yeah, move on. Is she with you?
Even though his ex, Michelle, had been carrying on with pretty much any guy that walked by, she threatened Darren and the new girlfriend that if they continue seeing each other, they were dead.
You tell her to watch her back.
Michelle doesn't like playing second fiddle to anyone.
And you better watch yours.
And over on the affluent side of town, her lover, Kevin, is staying with his family.
Jeez, you did kids need all the soft drink on? I've ruined me beer.
His wife, Carolyn, refuses to have their life torn apart by a brazen hussy.
She had 3 children, she had a husband, she had a happy life in the suburbs. She was not going to have this woman destroy it.
But what Michelle wants, Michelle gets.
Michelle Burgess was a selfish, self-centered, greedy person who thought of nothing but herself. She had the ability to be able to frighten people, that's for sure.
2001, Adelaide, Australia. 27-year-old Michelle Burgess has 2 problems in her life. Her ex-husband and her lover's wife. But she has a plan.
David Key had just been released from prison and was a drug addict and a small-time criminal and a man prone to violence.
She offers a hitman $25,000 to murder her lover's wife and another $25,000 to kill her ex-husband.
Michelle wanted to wield power over other people, and she did.
She even draws up contracts, so there are no mistakes.
Her first? Yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
Then him.
Me too.
You do it?
Yeah.
Michelle plans a new life with her lover, Kevin Matthews. But that doesn't mean she'll stay faithful to him.
Michelle couldn't keep her hands off any man. Not only was she having what turned out to be a very dangerous liaison with Kevin, she also became sexually involved with the hitman.
On July 12, 2001, Michelle and her hitman drive to Kevin's house. When Kevin takes his children to the video store, they seize the moment.
Is your name Carolyn Matthews?
Yes.
Is this your picture?
Yeah.
Is this your address?
Yes. Get in! What are you doing?
Carolyn had no idea why her husband's lover and this strange, angry, violent man have suddenly come into her house.
Do it! Kill her. Do it! Do it! Come on, be a man! You won't get paid. No, you don't. Please, come on!
Shut up!
She was not a violent woman. I don't think she actually knew how to defend herself. You can only imagine how terrifying that would have been.
Let's go! Come on!
Michelle creates a horror movie in suburban Adelaide. Tragically, the first to see it are the victims' children.
Mom! Daniel, go to your room. What? Go to your room now. Shane, call 000. Do it!
They arrive home less than an hour after the brutal attack.
My mum's been hurt really bad.
There was a lot of blood everywhere.
The family struggles to do what they can.
Is she responding?
No.
But nothing can save Carolyn.
She was stabbed 41 times. Carolyn Matthews had died a very hard and brutal death.
Kevin Matthews seems grief-stricken, but police are soon tipped off to his not-so-secret affair with Michelle Burgess.
You've been having an affair, Mr. Matthews?
No, I haven't, but I've been accused.
And when they check her phone records, they're stunned.
Michelle and Kevin contacted each other by phone 16 times the day of the murder.
She rang Kevin and told him that the job was done.
And that it was safe for him to return home with his boys.
Kevin was in on the murder.
Daniel, go to your room now, go!
And he let his children discover their mother's body.
It shows what a cowardly, craven dog of a man he really was.
It's almost beyond comprehension to think that a father would allow his young children to walk in and find their mother stabbed to death, but that's exactly what Kevin did.
Kevin also knew exactly how to fund this murder.
Carolyn had a $100,000 life insurance policy.
The money from that was going to go towards paying out the contract.
Meanwhile, Michelle's promiscuity leads police straight to her hitman. Under surveillance, she's seen cavorting with David Key. He's skipped parole, so police bring him in.
That day, when they arrested Key, they found one of the murder contracts, a contract on Carolyn's life, in Key's wallet.
Michelle and Kevin were so intent on getting the job done, they were very careless.
Handwriting analysis shows Michelle wrote the contracts. She denies it all. But when David Key learns he's not the love of Michelle's life, he gives evidence against her.
He realised that he was just a simpleton that had been used by someone a bit smarter than him.
In 2003, David Key pleads guilty to murder and is sentenced to 30 years. Kevin Matthews is found guilty of murder and receives life without parole.
He wore this mask of decency of being an upright father and businessman and husband, but he was none of that.
Michelle Burgess also gets life for murder. Her twisted heart blighted so many lives.
3 boys don't have a mother. They have nothing but contempt for their father. Another family have lost their daughter. It's a damn crying shame.
Michelle's power over men was hard to resist, but everyone who fell for her would ultimately regret it.
Michelle liked to destroy everything in her path. Every life she could damage, she was up for it. Michelle is a deadly woman.
For these deadly women, revenge was a dish best served hot. Camilla Brown wanted to protect her kids. Instead, they lost both parents. Geraldine Smith couldn't bear to be the other woman. And Michelle Burgess showed her lover's wife who's the boss. It was the cruelest form of payback when they exacted lover's revenge. For some women, one good man is not enough. A glamorous housewife hides a dirty secret.
What's wrong with me?
She was predatory in nature.
A young mom sees her husband's death as a ticket to the good life.
People describe her physical presence as being extremely cold.
And a serial bride isn't playing for keeps.
There's no reason to believe she ever would have stopped marrying wealthy men.
These deadly women turn on those who adore them. For the money, honey. (1989), Ontario, Canada. First dates are never easy. Blind dates, the hardest of all. But when Gordon Stewart spies 53-year-old Melissa Shepard, the sparks fly.
You look lovely, and the photograph doesn't lie.
Thank you.
She's dressed very classy, and she knows how to use her gender to her advantage.
The two meet through a lonely Hearts column. But Melissa notices a wedding ring.
Oh, I'm not married. My wife recently passed away. I just can't bring myself to take the wedding ring off.
Melissa understands, as only a kindred spirit can.
I lost my husband, too.
The lonely old woman who just wants to meet someone else so that she can't be lonely.
1 year later, at a Las Vegas wedding, the middle-aged lovers pledge their devotion. But the honeymoon period is brief. Gordon has doubts about his new bride.
His retirement savings, $50,000, was being suddenly drained from his bank account.
What's wrong with me?
Come back to bed. But money worries soon take a back seat to Gordon's health.
Hi, Melissa. Is Gordon in?
Well, he's,
Gordon! Gordon!
Friends are worried.
What's wrong with him?
But Melissa doesn't share their concerns.
He's all right. He just needs bed rest.
No, he needs to see a doctor. I'm taking him to the hospital.
Melissa was successful at making men think that she loved them. What she loved was their checkbook.
Gordon recovers, but their marriage doesn't.
So what poison you got for me tonight, huh?
He now suspects Melissa of more than theft.
You've had enough.
Gordon snaps.
I think that it was probably a relationship in which they both provoked the worst in each other.
Gordon is convicted of assault and serves time. He's released on parole on the condition he stays away from his wife.
He wasn't supposed to have any contact with her, but she initiated it.
Melissa thinks they can work things out and organizes a nighttime drive.
I'm not meant to be near you. I shouldn't be drinking.
I feel safe enough.
This is something that Melissa is very good at. She uses her femininity to her advantage.
But Gordon isn't completely seduced.
Few things we've got to sort out. Where's my money?
Melissa decides to go for a walk, but Gordon follows.
Melissa accused Gordon of raping her.
Melissa fights back with the only weapon she's got.
She runs over him not once, but twice with her car.
Melissa's tale of self-defense wins her sympathy, but there's no physical evidence to back up her claim of sexual assault.
An examination revealed no evidence of rape whatsoever.
And the autopsy on Gordon's body raises more questions.
Autopsy revealed his bloodstream was full of sedatives.
Rubbing alcohol, liquor, and a concoction of pills.
She was charged with manslaughter.
Melissa is sentenced to 6 years behind bars, but serves only 2. When she's released, she finds a new lover, thanks to divine intervention.
She told him God wanted them to be together.
82-year-old Robert Friedrich is a retired engineer, living 1,600 miles away in Florida.
I rather doubt that God wanted a nice guy to be with a psychopathic killer, but that's what happened.
Within 1 month of meeting, the couple marries, but Robert is struck down by a mystery illness.
Time for your pills.
His family started noticing that he seemed to be ill a lot.
Oh, wait a minute. I had my pills already. That was hours ago.
Husband number 3 becomes victim number 2.
December of 2002, Robert Friedrich dies.
Melissa made sure that Robert was cremated very quickly.
No one suspects Melissa, and she inherits.
He's bequeathed all $100,000 worth of his assets to Melissa.
Soon, Melissa is once again on the prowl.
That was probably very exciting for her. The hunt is a big part of the thrill.
This is a dangerous woman.
In 2004, with 2 dead husbands behind her, 69-year-old Canadian-born Melissa Shepard is looking for a new man.
Melissa Shepard was every man's worst nightmare.
This black widow snares her men on the World Wide Web.
on an online Christian dating website, she meets a 73-year-old man called Alexander Strategos.
Within 24 hours of meeting Melissa, Alex is sick.
Alex didn't even make it till morning. He had to be hospitalized. It would be the first of 8 hospitalizations in the brief time he knew Melissa.
Alex's concerned son starts asking questions. What he uncovers is troublesome.
They found unprescribed drugs in your bloodstream.
I don't understand.
In his father's bloodstream, there is Xanax and Valium, neither of which Alexander Strategos was prescribed.
But that's not all.
What have you got there?
His father's money was disappearing at a rapid rate.
Just some of Dad's papers. Very interesting reading.
Suspecting foul play, Alex's family goes to the police.
They do not have the medical evidence to charge Melissa with attempted murder. However, they do have enough evidence to charge her with fraud and theft.
In 2005, Melissa pleads guilty to fraud and is back inside a jail cell. But again, it's not for long. 4 years later, Melissa is paroled and deported back to Canada.
Considering the many years Melissa was involved in serious crimes, she got off pretty lucky.
3 years after her release, Melissa meets and marries 75-year-old widower Fred Weeks.
Fred Weeks is a kind-hearted man who was at an extremely vulnerable time in life. He was fair game for Melissa.
George, I can't tell you how happy I am that you agreed to officiate at today's ceremony.
It's a pleasure to be part of your big day, Fred.
It's another whirlwind romance. Fred has little time to get to know his new love.
Allow me to introduce my beautiful bride.
Hello. How do you do?
But the justice of the peace, a friend of the groom, knows exactly who she is.
Melissa was notorious for her criminal activities in Canada. A documentary had been made about her. But Fred Weeks didn't know that. Fred Weeks was lonely.
The justice of the peace contacts the police.
I'd like to speak to the officer in charge. My name's Megan.
But they are powerless to act.
It must have been terrifying to watch his friend walk off with the notorious internet Black Widow.
Within days, Fred is gravely ill.
It was sudden.
But Melissa doesn't seem concerned.
You sure you don't want me to call an ambulance?
It's just seasickness from the ferry ride. He'll be fine.
Are you sure?
There's a coolness, almost a cold air about her.
The following morning, the new Mrs. Fred Weeks enjoys a leisurely breakfast. No mention of her sick husband.
How is everything?
Just divine.
After she was done, then she asked the proprietor if she would call an ambulance.
But you better call that ambulance for my husband. He's not well.
It's very cold and callous and uncaring.
Fred is admitted into a hospital. Melissa's behavior strikes the nursing staff as odd.
She said he had no children. They found out that was a lie. She said he had been prescribed sedatives. They found out that was a lie. And thankfully, they called the police.
Melissa is charged with attempted murder. But it's a charge that doesn't stick.
The concentration of those drugs in his system, it was not lethal.
Everybody knows that she's a bad apple, but she just seems to keep slipping the noose.
In 2013, Melissa Shepard, now 78 years old, pleads guilty to administering a noxious substance and failing to provide the necessity of life. She is sentenced to 3.5 years in prison.
There's no reason to believe Melissa learned her lesson and will never try this again. So watch out, she's gonna be released someday.
For some women, being loved,
I think Doug would put up with anything from Kelly.
Even worshipped,
she wanted all the attention that she could have.
Means nothing.
This was just simply Kelly wanting to be in control of other men.
Let me make it up to you.
(1989) in Gwinnett County, Georgia. 21-year-old Kelly Brookshire reluctantly agrees to a blind date.
Trust me, Kelly, this one's different. I don't know, they're all losers and abusers. Not Doug. Brian, can you get that?
She was very protective, very closed off.
Beautiful.
Didn't trust people easily.
Then, 22-year-old Doug Gissendaner walks through the door.
Doug, this is my friend Kelly.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, too.
Sit down.
Kelly felt that Doug was someone who had this very steady life, something that she had never experienced.
Are you a mechanic?
I am a mechanic.
No way.
I am.
Kelly has a reputation as a party girl. She became pregnant in high school.
She married someone from school right after the baby was born, but it didn't last but about 6 months.
I think there's something you should know. I have a kid.
I love kids.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe this time, things will work out for Kelly. Within 2 months, the young lovers tie the knot.
And within a very short period of time, she was pregnant.
I always wanted to be a dad. Thanks to you, now I'm gonna have 2 kids.
You don't mind that he's not yours, do you?
No, of course not.
He loved the idea of being a father, a family man, a husband, all of it.
Their family adventure is just beginning. Doug joins the Army and gets an international posting.
They were stationed in Germany.
Gotta go.
Kelly loved being on a base of soldiers.
When her husband's away, Kelly reverts to her old ways. And the military base has a ready supply of men.
Kelly wanted all the attention that she could have.
Hey!
I'm sorry.
What's going on here?
Let me make it up to you.
She was so promiscuous with men on the base that she was asked to leave.
Kelly and the kids ended up getting sent back to the United States.
Doug completes his tour of duty and returns home in October 1991. He forgives his wife, and they reunite.
Guess what? I'm
pregnant.
But Kelly has not changed her spots.
But we haven't.
It's not yours. You're pathetic.
Well, as you can imagine, Doug was crestfallen that this would happen.
He just could not understand why this would happen to him.
Divorce is inevitable. But after 3 years alone, Doug is desperate to be with his family.
Whatever that feeling was that he had for her in the beginning sort of rekindled.
Kelly. It's me.
Picking up where they left off,
I love Christmas.
the couple remarries, and everyone's back under the same roof.
I think Doug would put up with anything from Kelly, much more than most men would, because he very much wanted to be a family man, a husband, and a provider.
But there's something Doug doesn't know.
I think that it was impossible for Kelly to be faithful to anybody.
After 3 years apart, Army veteran Doug Gissendaner is back with his ex-wife, Kelly.
Our first Christmas in our own home.
Always wanted my own home.
Doug purchases a house to please her.
Oh, I gotta go and get some provisions. I'll be back in an hour or so.
Oh, okay.
But there's something else Kelly wants for Christmas.
She was seeing her new boyfriend, Greg, in a hotel room. I think she went back with Doug only because he was able to buy a house. She wanted the house.
Are you ready for me yet?
Like many men before him, 25-year-old Greg Owen is enthralled by his adventurous lover.
I have to go.
Greg could hardly know what he's in for.
We need to kill Doug.
Kelly brought up the subject of killing Doug in almost a joking way with Greg, and he didn't take her seriously.
Yeah, very funny.
No, I'm dead serious.
Kelly was only happy when she was taking advantage of people. She wanted what men could do for her, but she really didn't care about them.
Just divorce him.
You don't know Doug. He'll never leave us alone.
Kelly wanted Doug out of her life completely. She felt like this is the only way to do it.
Gotta go.
February 7th, 1997. Kelly pushes Greg into darkness.
She gave him the nightstick and the knife and took him to her house to wait.
Okay, the door's unlocked. Just don't turn any lights on.
Kelly left him there in a dark house, and she went off with 3 other girls to a party.
Kelly establishes her alibi, leaving Greg to do her bidding.
Don't make a sound. Now just get in your car, and no one will get hurt.
Most people will do whatever they're told to do if they have a knife at their throat.
Get in the car. Get in the front seat. Okay.
Doug went willingly, got into the driver's seat.
Drive!
And drove at Greg's direction to this very remote location.
Get out of the car now! This way!
Greg marched Doug up in the wooded area,
Keep going! Just stop there!
and there he told Doug to get down on his knees.
Get down on your knees! Shut up! Get down on your knees!
He must have been extremely frightened.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
And that's when he stabbed him to death.
Greg pages Kelly with the news.
Did you do it?
Yeah, I did it.
Where is he?
It's back there.
I need to see the body.
Kelly had a need to see her husband's body. She wanted to see him to make sure he was dead, or perhaps to gloat.
Kelly destroys the evidence.
She had a bottle that was full of gasoline, and she threw it into Doug's car and set the car on fire.
After Kelly reports her husband missing, Detective Doug Davis is called in. A missing person report becomes a homicide investigation when her husband's body is found 11 days later.
I felt within my own inner being that Kelly was being untruthful about everything she spoke to me about. I found out she had had an affair with this guy named Greg.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Greg Owen is tormented with guilt and confesses immediately.
Greg clearly was led by Kelly and feels manipulated and used.
Greg accepts a plea deal and testifies against his lover. He receives life in prison with a chance of parole after 25 years. Kelly Gissendaner maintains her innocence, but the court finds differently. In November 1998, she's convicted of malice murder and sentenced to death.
Kelly is exactly where she needs to be. She spends 23 hours a day alone in a cell. She doesn't need to be around other people.
I'm good.
Due to ongoing appeals, Kelly has yet to meet her end.
She's been waiting since 1998 for her sentence to be carried out.
A husband's love, devotion, and commitment aren't enough for Kelly Gissendaner. She wanted things her way, whatever the cost.
I don't think Kelly ever really loved Doug, but she didn't decide to kill him until he purchased a house. That's what she wanted. But she didn't want him in it.
For some women, marriage is a means to an end.
She was very skilled at getting men to marry her.
The only vow that's sacred.
She had an end game.
Is till death do us part.
Her heart was dark.
(1971), Charlotte, Tennessee. 27-year-old factory worker Ada Evans is seeking love.
What are you reading? My favorite column.
She's twice married and hoping for third-time lucky.
Growing up, her parents were not wealthy,
I want a man to support me.
and I think Ada wanted nice things.
Someone like Bill.
Gentle-natured 43-year-old William Hayes catches Ada's eye.
He was an established gentleman, very handsome.
Ada is no classic beauty.
By the accounts of some that knew her, Ada was not an attractive woman.
But to William, she is a Southern belle.
She did something that attracted him to her, and in a mesmerizing way.
When you gonna make an honest woman out of me, Bill?
William is already married.
I'll tell her tonight.
He soon leaves his wife and children and sets up home with Ada.
What do you want? Stay away from Bill. He's mine now. How dare you? He's my husband. I'm warning you.
Ada and Daddy got married fairly quickly, within 6 months of Daddy's divorce.
When William's daughter Jeanette, 15 at the time, comes for the holidays, it's a happy home.
She was always smiling and easygoing.
Older brother Johnny Hayes also sees the love in his dad's eyes.
Watching my dad, he seemed to be happy and content with her.
But the Christmas cheer doesn't last. William falls ill.
Are you okay? Dad.
Jeanette is worried, but Ada is quick to console her.
It's a stomach ulcer. Let me get you some water.
Ada had prepared for him a glass of water, 2 tablets in it, and it would alleviate stomach issues.
Got this metallic taste.
Now?
All the time.
Have some water. It'll make you feel better.
Ada is an attentive wife.
She seemed to dote on him.
You'll be okay, honey. There.
But the soothing tonic does little to ease William's discomfort.
He was getting sicker and sicker.
William doesn't improve. For almost 2 years, he suffers.
Water?
Daddy began to lose a lot of weight. He couldn't hold food on his stomach. He was weak.
He got to a point where he couldn't walk.
And that was scary.
Doctors are baffled. But William believes he's dying from unnatural causes.
William suspected that he was being poisoned.
He took me by the hand and he looked me in the eyes and he said,
Find out why I got sick. Don't let it happen to you or anyone else, okay?
I want you to find out why I died. You can save someone else's life.
But William's suspicions come too late.
So my father died.
I'd permanently lost an anchor that I could never get back.
Jeanette is determined to fulfill her father's dying wish.
I think there should be an autopsy.
Jeanette went to the authorities and told them what her father said, but they discounted her. No one believed her.
The pleas of a 15-year-old girl fall on deaf ears.
She's trying to tell everybody something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong, and nobody listens.
(1974), Charlotte, Tennessee. 30-year-old Ada grieves the death of her husband.
She was full of tears and sorrow that Daddy had died.
But for William Hayes's family, grief is fused with mystery.
There was no definitive diagnosis as to why he was sick.
He told his daughter Jeanette to find out why he died.
I think there should be an autopsy.
I did try to fulfill that request. I asked the authorities if they would do an autopsy.
But William's wife, Ada, refuses.
That's ridiculous. There's no need.
She wants her husband cremated.
He wanted to be cremated.
He didn't believe in it.
The family rose up and said, no, that's not going to happen. They're going to bury him.
I agreed to a burial, but no autopsy.
After the funeral, Ada moves on with all of her dead husband's assets.
None of the children got anything. No personal belongings, nothing when Daddy died.
She was a mean and selfish woman.
And lonely. She's looking to fix that through the Lonely Hearts ads.
Ada met John Wittenmeyer and moved to Oklahoma. Mr. Wittenmeyer was a wealthy rancher.
John Wittenmeyer would have been a prize catch for her.
Within 2 weeks of meeting, 59-year-old John becomes Ada's fourth husband.
Mr. Wittenmeyer's family did not trust Ada. They were concerned about her age. She was quite a bit younger than Mr. Wittenmeyer.
Hey, welcome home. How's the honeymoon?
Oh, the best.
Great.
I'll get these up for you.
Oh, thank you.
Ada and John share a house with his adult son, Charles. Before long, Ada reveals a tougher side.
Hey, any chance of a coffee?
Should have hired a maid instead of marrying me.
Ada, on the surface, seemed like a jolly person.
Are you okay?
In contrast,
I'm bored.
Ada was conniving.
Hey, look, I'll leave you two to it. You know I'm going away.
How long will you be going for?
I figure at least a week.
When stepson Charles goes on a business trip in 1979, Ada has her husband all to herself.
With Ada, nothing was quite what it seemed, what it appeared. To be bringing food, bringing sustenance, was in fact bringing death.
Are you okay?
No. I gotta lie down.
After he ate the pea soup, John became violently ill. He had horrible, crampy abdominal pain. And all the time, she watched him. And she didn't call for help.
Ada enjoyed watching her victims suffer. That's sadistic.
When Ada tires of her sadistic game, she doesn't call the doctor. She goes shopping.
Honey, I'm home. John?
He died within 24 hours of being poisoned.
But before reporting John's death, Ada has some paperwork to do.
Mr. Wittenmeyer had a will that Ada forged and left everything to herself in that will. His ranch, his cars, everything, and left his children completely out of it.
So suspicious is John's death, this time an autopsy is performed.
His stomach still had the contents of the green pea soup, and that green pea soup was full of arsenic.
The results lead police to investigate the death of William Hayes.
My dad's body was exhumed. When they did an autopsy, they found arsenic.
His body was so full of arsenic, it was around the sealed vault, the casket, and the dirt.
The police want to talk to Ada, but she's vanished. They finally track her down in Canada, and she's not alone.
Once again, she hooked up with another man, this time in Canada, through Lonely Hearts Club. He also was very wealthy.
But before Ada can cash in, justice catches up. In 1982, she's convicted of the second-degree murder of John Wittenmeyer and the first-degree murder of William Hayes. She receives life.
There was no reaction in the woman. Her facial expression was one of, okay, next step. She still had a plan. She still had a plan.
6 days later, her plan becomes clear. Ada takes one more life, her own.
She tied a bed sheet around her neck and jumped off her bed.
When I was told that Ada committed suicide, I thought, it's over. It's finished.
Today, all that remains of Ada's murderous spree are living victims, like Jeanette Harris, who for 40 years has shouldered the burden of 2 deaths. A father she loved, and a man she never knew.
It happened again because I could not fulfill that request to find out why Dad died. Someone else did die.
There's no reason to believe Ada ever would have stopped marrying wealthy men, killing them, and then taking their stuff. It's what she did.
These deadly women lived a life of insatiable greed. Melissa Shepard turned murder into a profitable career. Kelly Gissendaner wanted men more than her marriage. And Ada Wittenmeyer traded love for money. These women used and abused the men who adored them. And when the time was right, they killed for the money, honey. the other woman is a bitter, lonely life.
My kids need me.
What about this kid?
Some turn rejection into rage. A girl from the streets plays Russian roulette with a married man.
For the first time in years, she was living the high life. She had it made.
A teen mom-to-be lashes out at her rival.
You stay out of this!
It was just the ultimate episode of jealousy.
I wish I could stay here forever.
And one woman's obsession with another tears a family in two.
Get off me!
She would have done anything to ensure that they could live happily ever after together.
These deadly women are love-struck and lethal, driven to evil because they refuse to play second best. When you dwell on the fringes,
she was the girl who was trying to find something better, but didn't know how to get there.
Love can be cheap.
All Brandita wanted was someone to love her.
You threatening me?
And life even cheaper.
She knew that something awful was going to happen.
In Sylmar, in the San Fernando Valley, California, 1988, 52-year-old Joan Dolly's job is to bring joy to others.
She worked at the Hallmark store, so you can imagine she was a part of a lot of people's happiest moments as they go in there and buy their cards.
Dennis has been acting weird lately.
But Joan's own Hallmark moments are few and far between.
I think he's having an affair.
Are you sure, Joan?
Her 32-year marriage to childhood sweetheart, Dennis, is losing its luster.
Dennis was retired Air Force. He looked like just the average Joe, the family man. He had kids at home.
Why were you so late last night?
An old friend turned up at the club.
Oh, really? An old friend?
As Dennis drifts away, Joan pulls on the purse strings.
You've been going through money like water.
Joan really kept tight reins on Dennis.
I earn it.
Not as much as you spend.
Dennis complained to people that his wife just controlled him. That, he wanted to buy certain things. He wanted a boat. He wanted a jacuzzi. She would always hold the purse strings. She'd always say, no, 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 no. You can't have that.
To earn a little spending money of his own, Dennis takes a part-time job at the local golf course.
People saw Dennis as a happily married man, but they didn't know about his secret life.
In his spare time, Dennis enjoys more vigorous pursuits.
Dennis frequented the prostitutes on Sepulveda Boulevard up in the San Fernando Valley, not far from their home.
Today, Dennis won't even have to leave work. 31-year-old Brandita Taliano walks right into his life.
Brandita was kind of a typical street prostitute, worked in the San Fernando Valley.
Hi. Do you work here?
I sure do, sweetheart.
Brandita is a heroin addict from the wrong side of the tracks.
She was the girl who was trying to find something better, but didn't know how to get there.
Maybe I'll call you sometime.
Do that.
Oh, you betcha.
Dennis does call, and Brandita sees her new customer as a ticket off the streets.
Here was this guy, this Air Force guy, this golf course guy who had a nice house. And maybe she felt, you know what? Maybe this is my turn.
Brandy revels in this extravagant new life. As the months go by, the bill goes up.
Something was happening with Brandy and Dennis far beyond a hooker and a John. I mean, he paid for her apartment, he bought her food, he got her a car.
Dennis spends all his time
They're an expensive habit.
and money away from home. 55-year-old Joan has had enough. In 1991, she's handed a ticket to freedom.
Joan had inherited $70,000 from her mother passing away.
And because it was left as an inheritance, it meant that it was all hers. She didn't have to share it with her husband. So that was her way out.
You're not getting the house.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
She was prepared now to move forward with the divorce because she could then afford to maintain her lifestyle without very much change.
So you expect to get all of your inheritance plus half of my assets?
Divorce means Dennis will lose everything he holds dear, his money and his mistress.
I think Dennis realized his financial life was about to be seriously affected.
He didn't want to be left with nothing. He didn't want to split his pension with her.
You threatening me?
Yeah, I am.
Dennis desperately wanted to prevent his wife from divorcing him because it would have financially devastated him.
On a spring morning in 1991, one of Joan's co-workers calls at their home.
Mrs. Dolly did not show up at the Hallmark store to work.
Joan!
Her friend, who was the owner,
Anybody home?
became deeply concerned and was unable to rouse anybody at the door.
So she let herself in the house and found Joan's body.
Joan has been bludgeoned to death. It looks like a bungled robbery.
The assumption is, well, burglars broke in and she was startled awake, interfered with the burglary, and they killed her to avoid her being a witness.
Under Joan's fingernails, forensics find human tissue from her attacker. But in 1991, DNA tracing is in its infancy.
They knew there was DNA there, and they'd hoped someday maybe that DNA would provide the answers to what happened.
Joan's husband, Dennis, had an early start at the golf course. The police call him home to break the sad news.
Dennis basically doesn't know anything at all about it. He has no clue how this could possibly happen.
Did your wife appear stressed?
Dennis is not behaving like a man in mourning.
He was absent a lot of emotion that one would expect because your wife of 35 years had simply been brutalized in this fashion.
Days after his wife is buried, Dennis seeks solace in Sin City.
You got this in the bag.
I mean, this was his wife of 35 years. Who does that? Who goes on a Las Vegas holiday right after she's been brutally murdered?
Casino surveillance cameras catch Dennis with a special someone. The police want to know who.
And they're thinking, who is she? I mean, his wife just died. Who's this gal he's hanging around with?
That woman was eventually identified as Brandita. Brandita was living the high life. He was taking her to Vegas, buying things. She had it made.
But before long, Brandy's glittering world will come crashing down.
They searched her apartment and found a bunch of jewelry. Guess who that jewelry used to belong to?
It's the winter of 1993 in LA. For 2 years, Brandita Taliano and her sugar daddy, Dennis Dolly, live it up. Thanks to an inheritance from Dennis's murdered wife, Joan.
2 years after a crime has passed is enough time for the perpetrator to become comfortable, to think that maybe they got away with it.
But their party is about to end. Brandita is arrested on a drugs charge.
Brandy gets arrested, and when she gets arrested, the cops think about that old case involving Joan's murder, and they think also about the advances in DNA.
By now, DNA analysis is common. The tissue found under Joan's nails matches Brandy's DNA, and there's something else tying her to the crime.
During the course of her detention there, they discovered all this jewelry in the bottom of her purse. And it just happened to be Joan Dolly's jewelry.
This isn't Brandy's first stint in prison. A few years earlier, when Brandy Taliano is locked up for theft, she has one loyal visitor, Dennis Dolly.
Hey, how you doing?
Brandita was in and out of custody.
How you think I'm doing? Have you got the stuff?
Dennis started visiting her in jail.
He bought her drugs when she needed drugs.
Dennis wants something in return.
If you got someone, you know, for the big job.
During one of those visits to the jail, the subject came up that he needed help. He needed someone to help him with a big job. And did Brandy know anybody?
His name's Gary. He'll do it for the money.
And Brandy came back with a couple of ideas, a couple of gang members from LA.
The big job is to kill Dennis's wife.
She sleeps on that side. I don't care what you do to her. You can rape her, beat her, whatever, so long as she's dead.
Dennis tells the two men he's employed to murder his wife of many, many years, the mother of his children, that they can go ahead and rape her if they want to. Just make sure she's dead when it's over. He hated her.
But one of the potential hitmen is arrested on an unrelated charge.
Which put an end to this plan because the two gang members needed each other to do the job, so it halted the plan.
With his divorce looming, Dennis is on a deadline.
It became urgent that he do something quickly.
When his low-class lover is released from jail, Dennis has the answer.
Dennis decides to take matters into his own hands, and he needs some help. He needs Brandy. So he tells Brandy to come over late at night, and he lets her inside.
He probably promised her she'd be the next Mrs. Dolly. And she wanted out of her situation.
Dennis Dolly was armed with a golf club. Mrs. Dolly was asleep in the master bedroom. I don't think she suspected anything until she was startled awake in her bedroom to see Dennis wielding a golf club, this strange woman.
To get the life she wants, Brandita must take Jones.
Brandy grabs her and holds her down.
And that's how Brandita's DNA ended up under the nails of Mrs. Dolly.
She's dead?
I think so.
They then scrambled through the house, tossed everything.
They just sort of set the stage in a very poor way that a robbery had gone wrong.
They've stolen Joan's life. Now they squander her inheritance.
Dennis spent his ill-gotten gains on a boat, a jacuzzi, a waterbed, and a gazebo. That's what Joan's life and their marriage was worth to him.
With money as a powerful motive and damning DNA evidence, Brandita Taliano and her lover Dennis are charged with the murder of Joan Dolly.
He was the most average guy in the world. No one could believe that inside of him was the ability to be this evil.
In 1997, Dennis Dolly is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. He dies in prison 6 years later.
I don't think Dennis loved Brandy. I don't think he loved Joan. I don't think he loved anything or anyone. Dennis was all about himself.
Brandita Taliano is also convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life. Brandy and Dennis had very different aspirations, but they'd both stop at nothing to get their way.
All Brandita wanted was heroin and someone to love her. All Dennis wanted was someone to have sex with and to help him kill his wife, Joan. And then they met.
A love triangle has 3 sides.
Both of these women knew they were sharing the same man.
My kids need me.
But when that triangle folds,
I gotta go.
Nadia went after the person that she thought had ruined her chance of happiness.
desperation takes over.
Hi, can I help you?
It was a very personal attack, which was driven by rage and jealousy.
Newark, New Jersey, early 2009. Sharon Mowens and Kenny Jones look the picture of happiness.
Kenneth Jones was involved in a long, approximately 8 to 8.5 year relationship with Sharon Mowens.
But the couple has recently split.
They had an argument, some sort of a fight, the result of which was that Kenneth Jones moved out.
Sharon wants a break.
Kids, we gotta go. Come on, let's go.
But Kenny is keen to reconcile.
He loved Sharon. He wanted to be back there with her.
In the meantime,
Hi, what can I get for you?
Kenny's yearning for company.
Coming up.
He finds it when 18-year-old Nadia Venable starts work.
Nadia Venable met Kenneth Jones through a mutual job in the food services industry.
Kenny is only too happy to show Nadia the ropes.
Nadia seemed like a relatively quiet, sort of under the radar, never caused any uproar.
The attraction is instant. And this work romance quickly develops into much more.
The relationship with Nadia Venable got fairly serious quickly. He moved in with her.
Kenny finds comfort in the arms of this younger woman.
I think he probably enjoyed the attention of having the two women interested in him.
And he's happy to pay his way.
I think he provided for her financially, at least to some extent. Nadia was very much in love with Kenneth Jones.
So in love, she doesn't mind sharing.
He had told Ms. Venable from the start that he was always going to be going back to Sharon Mowens, that even though they're separated, he didn't consider that separation to be final.
Nadia was the other woman.
Nadia thinks she knows how to win Kenny's heart.
She became pregnant.
I think we should call him Kenny.
You sure it's a boy, huh?
Far from bringing Nadia and Kenny closer, her pregnancy drives them apart.
What time?
I think the relationship between Kenneth Jones and Nadia Venable was also a lot of back and forth. I think that there was tension between them because of the presence of Sharon Mowens still being in their life.
I'll pick him up. I gotta pick my kids up after school.
Why can't she do it, Kenny?
She has to work. They're my kids, too.
Kenneth apparently did like the excitement of being in a love triangle. This one got a little too exciting.
couldn't live with her, Kenny.
My kids need me.
What about this kid? Kenny.
In April 2010, Nadia loses the tug of war when Kenny reconciles with his wife and decides to return home.
The news that he was going back to Sharon came as a complete shock to her.
I think that when Kenneth Jones went back to Sharon, she felt probably very devastated.
Nadia is not just heartbroken. She's also left flat broke.
The electricity bill was due. They were cutting it off. Their phone had been cut off for approximately a week.
He left her high and dry. 6 months pregnant, no money to pay the bills.
As Kenny and Sharon rekindle their relationship,
Oh, heck no.
Nadia's rage smolders.
Kenny, you need to pay these bills.
You need to stay out of our lives.
Nadia hated Sharon. Both of these women knew they were sharing the same man, and they had had a few run-ins.
Go!
Kenneth left Nadia in dire straits. Desperate pregnant women can be dangerous.
Nadia concocts a plan.
What are you making?
She wants to scare off her competition.
Nadia went after the person that she thought had ruined her chance of happiness.
She enlists her 15-year-old cousin to help.
They took Clorox bleach, they poured it into 2 empty spice containers. They decided to go to Sharon Mowens' house, basically to beat her up, was their intention.
Nadia's jealous, jilted, and has nothing to lose.
I think she believed that the only way that she could ever get him back was to take Sharon Mowens out of the picture altogether.
Newark, May 15th, 2010. It's the day before Mother's Day. 29-year-old Sharon Mowens has plenty of chores to do, while her partner, Kenny Jones, is at work.
It was a quiet afternoon at Sharon Mowens' house. They were playing music. She was cleaning. Her 3- and 6-year-old boys were playing with their toys.
Oh, did you make that at school today?
Yes.
Oh, but you know you're not supposed to give this to me until tomorrow.
Sharon's not expecting any visitors today. But there's someone at the door. Kenny's ex-lover, 20-year-old Nadia Venable, and her teenage cousin.
Putting her cousin in front of her was a decoy. It was to make sure that they would be able to gain entry into that apartment.
Sharon's daughter doesn't recognize the caller. And that's exactly what Nadia Venable wants.
They asked, is Sweetie there? Sweetie being Sharon's nickname. As they were asking that, Sharon herself came to the door.
Can I help you?
Nadia and her cousin threw bleach in Sharon's face that immediately disabled their victim.
And then just started mercilessly punching and beating her until she fell to the floor. There was a struggle that led into the kitchen. Sharon grabbed a knife to defend herself, but it was taken from her and she was stabbed repeatedly.
It was a very personal attack, which was driven by rage and jealousy.
Sharon's only thoughts are for her children.
I imagine she wanted to protect her children, didn't want them to see what was happening, and at the same time, fight for her life.
For Nadia, it is mission accomplished.
It shows how desperate she must have been to carry this out in such a brutal way. She must have just known what she wanted to do that day, and nothing stopped her.
Let's go!
Nadia and her cousin flee the scene, leaving Sharon mortally wounded.
Sharon was stabbed 27 times. It was necessary for Nadia to obliterate her enemy.
Ms. Mowens managed to crawl out of her apartment. She collapsed right outside of her door, right in the foyer where her neighbors found her.
Sharon's daughter calls 911. She also tells the police she knew the attacker.
Sharon's 10-year-old was able to identify her and tell the police who did it.
The next day, the police issue an alert for Nadia. Never imagining the murderer will come to them.
Can I help you?
Yeah, my car's been stolen.
Okay, what was your name?
Nadia Venable?
Police ultimately caught Nadia Venable because her car was actually towed. And so she went to the police station and said, you know, my car's been stolen. And the police said, no, you're under arrest for the murder of Sharon Mowens.
Will you come with me, please?
On trial for murder, Nadia tries to lay the blame on her cousin, but the jury believes otherwise.
Ultimately, jurors believed that Nadia Venable, who had the motive, who was so angry, devised this plan, looped her cousin in with her, drove over with the purpose of beating this woman up, and then at some point killed her.
Nadia's cousin pleads guilty to conspiracy to murder. Her sentence is sealed.
We can't really discuss what happened to her because she's a juvenile.
In September 2013, Nadia Venable is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 55 years in prison, with no chance of parole until 2060.
Nadia got what she wanted, Sharon out of the picture, but Nadia will spend the rest of her life in prison.
Just 10 months after her conviction, Nadia dies behind bars of a seizure, leaving innocent victims behind.
I don't think any person with half a heart could A, kill someone, but B, do it with their kids just standing there. It was just the ultimate episode of jealousy and what it can do to a person.
Multiple lives were profoundly affected by this murder. 3 young children, 1 unborn child. A young mother is dead, and a man is without his family or his girlfriend over jealousy.
Love is a powerful force.
A passionate and intense relationship.
It can bring people together.
She would have done anything to ensure that they could live happily ever after together.
Get out! And tear them apart.
Get outside!
She needed to eliminate him for her own happiness. "100 miles north of Sydney, Australia, in the quiet town of Maitland, 2007. Renee Burns prepares for a family barbecue.
Steve, can you please give me a hand?
Her partner, 30-year-old Stephen Quire, dotes on their kids, but he struggles to please Renee.
Stephen worked hard, brought home his paycheck, supported his family. He was described by others as a normal, hardworking guy.
Stephen has 1 child with Renee and is stepfather to another.
Stephen Quire had taken over the role of the father to the child of Renee Burns, and it's quite clear that that child worshipped the ground he walked on.
He loved her, and he raised her little girl as if she was his own.
Their guests today are Stephen's sister Amanda and her new partner, 23-year-old Tanya Lane.
Through that relationship is how she fostered relationships with both Stephen Quire and Renee Burns.
Over the next few months, Tanya becomes close to the couple. Renee cherishes this exciting new friendship. Because her own relationship is disintegrating.
I'm not a tea towel.
Oh, come on, my hands are dry.
Get off me!
What's your problem?
They argued a lot, they fought a lot. Neighbours said they heard them fighting a lot.
She's not the only one with problems.
Hey, I'm so sorry to hear about you and Amanda. It's for the best.
Tanya Lane's relationship with Amanda had ended by then. Tanya was spending a lot of time at the Rutherford home.
I've been thinking about you.
When Tanya and Amanda break up, Tanya turns to Renee for comfort.
Sorry,
But she wants more than a shoulder to cry on.
Do you want to go back to my place? Yeah.
Renee and Tanya became lovers.
They went to great lengths to conceal the relationship. They purchased mobile phones.
That one is yours. Don't let Steve see it, okay?
Duh.
For the specific use of communicating with each other.
Hello?
Hi, sexy. Want to come over to my place?
Yes.
Renee Burns had commenced a relationship with Tanya Lane, a passionate and intense relationship.
I wish I could stay here forever.
You can.
Tanya is head over heels.
What about the girls?
But Renee won't leave her kids. For Tanya, a part-time lover is not enough.
Tanya Lane was besotted with Renee Burns and would have done anything to keep the relationship going.
On December 23rd, 2008, Tanya asks for a meeting with her lover's partner, Stephen. Intrigued to know what's going on, Stephen agrees to a late-night walk.
They walked away from houses. They walked away from where people might be able to see what was going on. All of a sudden, this four-wheel drive emerged.
A man got out and shot Steve in the head.
The gunman turns to Tanya. He doesn't shoot her. He abducts her.
She was only detained for a matter of minutes before this man wearing the balaclava released her.
There was no demand for ransom and she wasn't hurt.
Incredibly, Stephen survives the shooting. But the police can't trace the gunman.
No one was ever arrested or charged in relation to the shooting.
Hey, Dad, we're really hungry.
I'm gonna order pizza.
If Stephen expects sympathy from Renee, he doesn't get it. Instead, he's left to deal with the kids while their mom is missing in action.
Steve was very frustrated and angry.
Where have you been?
Met up with Tanya. Went for a drink.
A drink? It's been 4 hours.
We got talking. I actually had some fun for a change.
The relationship deteriorated.
Some fun? Why, you thinking of changing sides?
You're pathetic.
Stephen doesn't realize how close he's come to the truth. Tanya's concocting a way to have Renee all to herself.
Love triangles can be, and frequently are, dangerous.
January 2010, the country town of Maitland, Australia. Lovers Renee Burns and Tanya Lane are trying to keep their affair quiet, but they can't hide their passion.
Tanya Lane was there a lot of the time, and a lot of their neighbours and friends suspected that something was going on.
It's him. He's early. Get dressed.
Renee Burns' partner, Stephen Quire, ignores the gossip until he comes face to face with the truth.
Steve,
What the hell?
she doesn't love you. It's over. Steve, let her go.
Get out!
Ted, go. It's okay.
Stephen Quire banned her, said that he didn't want Tanya Lane ever coming back to the house again.
Oh, well, aren't you just the hero, you big man?
When Steve found out that Renee was involved intimately with Tanya, Steve and Renee began to fight not only verbally, but physically.
Stephen is now convinced of one thing. Tanya was behind the attempt on his life.
Stephen believed that Tanya Lane had lured him to that location.
Steve believed that Tanya had been the one that shot him, but he stayed around. He forbid Renee to see Tanya.
The two lovers can't bear to be parted.
You okay?
Yeah. Kind of.
Leave it to me.
In late February 2010, Tanya and Renee finally get their wish.
Renee Burns moved out of the house and moved in with Tanya Lane.
Can I get you water?
But their newfound bliss is shattered when police come knocking.
So when did you last see Stephen?
They bring sad news.
Stephen's dead.
Stephen Quire has been found dead.
His body was in a state of decomposition at the time it was found in the national park.
He had a gunshot wound to the chest and has been dead for weeks.
Our focus was, well, who is Stephen Quire and why would someone want him dead?
Why are you asking?
His former partner, Renee, seems unfazed. She and the kids haven't seen Stephen for a month.
I thought he'd left.
The least Renee could have done was report her husband missing to the police, but that didn't occur to her.
The police smell a rat.
They were very suspicious immediately that both women were involved.
There's no evidence linking either woman to the killing. Until detectives discover Tanya Lane has recently been shopping for a gun. An ex-con tells cops he supplied her with a unique weapon.
He said, I was able to obtain a gun for her and sold it to her for $700.
It was a World War II flare gun that had been modified to fire shotgun ammunition.
Tanya Lane is charged with murder. The police believe Renee lied to protect her lover, and she's charged as an accessory to murder.
Both Tanya Lane and Renee Burns colluded between each other to invent false stories as to the potential whereabouts of Stephen.
With both women proclaiming their innocence, prosecutors must piece together Tanya's murder plot.
She planned this killing. She travelled to the home of Renee Burns and Stephen Quire late in the evening. She went into the house.
Tanya Lane was desperately in love with Renee Burns and would have done anything to ensure that they could live happily ever after together.
After the murder, Tanya dumps Steve's body and the gun. In court, Tanya insists she's innocent. But in prison, it's a different story.
Tanya Lane had made a telephone call from jail where she admitted that she was the shooter.
Her own words seal Tanya's fate. In August 2013, she changes her plea to guilty and is sentenced to 17 years behind bars. Renee Burns pleads guilty to accessory to murder after the fact. She receives 4 years in prison.
Renee Burns definitely knew about the killing, but the evidence is fairly sparse as to where she was and what she knew and when.
Tanya's dream of being with Renee comes true when they are briefly incarcerated together.
So it certainly appeared that the relationship continued whilst they were on remand and in jail together.
It's a final disrespect to the memory of Stephen Quire, a loving father who stood in the way of a wicked obsession.
Steve was an obstacle. Tanya needed to eliminate him for her own happiness. And that's what she did.
These deadly women would do anything to be number one. Brandita Taliano thought murder would bring romance and riches. Nadia Venable tried to reclaim her lover by eliminating her rival. And Tanya Lane destroyed the one obstacle in her path to happiness. All three executed cold, cruel acts, so they would no longer be second best. Beauty is only skin deep. Scratch the surface, and sometimes you find evil within. A gorgeous woman believes age is no barrier to brutality.
She used her feminine wiles to rob and steal.
A cabaret star performs a lethal finale.
She was not going to take any nonsense.
And a farmer's wife harvests husbands for cash.
Pamela was either sadistic or her heart was as black as coal.
These deadly women know they'll always get their way. If looks could kill.
Now it's 0 to $1 million, cuz from the projects. Now it's 0 to $1 million, cuz.
In the summer of 2008, in the Bronx, New York City, Angela Murray knows how to make a quick buck.
She was young. She was in trouble with the law now and then. She didn't go in the best social circles.
30-year-old Angela and her boyfriend sell bootleg cigarettes.
Maybe I told you these was good.
You should do this for a living.
But when her lover is arrested and imprisoned, Angela is left alone and destitute. Instead of selling cigarettes on the street corners, the gorgeous brunette decides to sell herself.
Angela Murray made money on the side prostituting.
She plies her trade on the mean streets of Brooklyn.
Why do they drive down here if they're not gonna stop?
Tourists, just out for a look.
But Angela still likes to pick and choose her clientele.
Here comes money.
I'm not that desperate.
Felix Brinkman was in his 90s, living on the Upper East Side in New York.
Hey, ladies.
Hey, Felix.
Who's gonna make an old man happy tonight?
He lives on the Upper East Side, but Felix works downtown. Tonight, he's cashed up and cruising for some fun.
I'll make it worth your while.
I think it's Angela's turn tonight.
Felix was 92 years old when he met Angela, but he didn't act like a 92-year-old person.
Come on.
Put it really simply, Felix just loved to get laid.
He used to tell me about picking up girls in the South Bronx in this real high crime area and bringing them home. I'd say, Felix, man, you gotta be careful. You guys laugh at me.
What Angela doesn't realize is Felix is no ordinary senior citizen. He is the king of disco fever.
Felix ran a discotheque, Adam's Apple.
The Adam's Apple was the hottest club in the 1970s and 1980s. I spent many a night partying with him.
But not all of Felix's past has been a party. The German immigrant had tough beginnings.
Felix Brinkman was something else. I mean, he was a Holocaust survivor. He spent 5 years in Auschwitz.
So tell me more about this girl.
This guy was sort of an inspiration to so many people. He survived 3 concentration camps.
Surviving the camps gives Felix an insatiable lust for life.
Ain't you worried about the risk?
Risk? After what I've been through?
According to his close friend, former NYPD detective Bo Dietl.
He just loved women, and it was like God took 5 years of his life away, and he was not able to be with anybody. So when he got out, he made it his direction in life to be with as many women as he can.
So when the uptown boy meets this downtown girl, they are both winners.
Come to Papa. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah.
Felix has snapped up a beauty.
No kissing. Oh, come on.
And Angela Murray sees her aging client as a golden opportunity.
She saw that he was wealthy and had nice things.
She knew that he had a safe. She knew that he had valuables there.
The girl from the Bronx is seduced by the prospect of fast cash.
So how old is he?
I don't know.
She hatched an idea to go over to his house and rob him.
Too old to put up a fight.
She decided to get her friends and come back and take his stuff.
And he's rich?
You should see the amount of cash he has on him.
Angela recruits 2 henchmen for the job. 30-year-old Hasim Cutts and his 27-year-old brother, Elijah.
Yeah, all right, I'll do it.
Guess I'm in.
The Cutts brothers were basically low-life criminals. I mean, between the two of them, they had over 50 arrests.
Let's go.
What, now?
Angela Murray was the brains behind the operation. She hatched the plan, she saw the safe, and she was sort of the femme fatale in this scenario.
I think Angela looked at Felix as an easy target. He was elderly, and he had money.
We're entering the building now.
On July 29, 2009,
Felix Brinkman.
Really?
Angela pays Felix an unexpected visit.
Hello, Mr. Brinkman?
Elijah Cutts by her side.
When they got to his apartment building, they were stopped by the doorman. And Angela called up.
She's a friend of mine. Please, let her come up.
Yes, sir. You say so.
Angela was very good at lying and manipulating. The doorman and Felix were manipulated.
Angela thinks robbing frail old Felix will be a pushover.
Hello, lovely.
But she is wrong.
Felix didn't get the happy ending he was looking for that night. Nobody did.
In Manhattan's Upper East Side, July 2009. Self-made businessman Felix Brinkman has hooked up with streetwise gal Angela Murray. The 92-year-old doesn't realize this pretty woman is taking him for a ride.
Hi, Felix.
I think that she was a person who used her feminine wiles to rob and steal.
Tell me the combination!
Angela thinks this will be like stealing candy from a baby.
You gotta be kidding me.
So they get into his apartment, and basically they're asking for the money. It's a shakedown. They want to get what they can.
Think I'm kidding now?
She knows Felix keeps his valuables in the safe. But the Holocaust survivor is a tough nut to crack.
They ordered Felix to give them the combination of the safe, but he wouldn't do it.
I done 5 years in Auschwitz. You ain't gonna get nothing from me.
He's been through the worst that people can imagine.
I think that he'd survived so much that he wasn't about to get bullied by these 2 punks.
The frail man's bravery surprises his young attackers.
Hit him!
And the robbery turns violent.
These killers were ruthless. They shoved underwear in his mouth. They beat him up till it broke his eye socket. They slugged him. They did everything they could to break him, to get him to give up the money, which he wouldn't do.
Felix suffered unspeakable torture before they finally took his life. That was unnecessary.
Felix's son said that his dad was a fighter, and we know he was a fighter. He'd been through so much. And if he hadn't fought that night, Felix probably would have survived.
Felix takes the safe's combination to his grave.
Felix Brinkman survived 5 years in one of the most notorious Nazi concentration camps, Auschwitz, but he could not survive a night with Angela Murray.
Angela bungles the robbery. Now she bungles the getaway.
The safe was very heavy, so they wheeled it away in a rolling chair to Felix Brinkman's car. They stole Felix Brinkman's car to get the safe back to Angela Murray's apartment.
Potter!
The thieves can't wait to open their treasure chest.
They spent the entire evening
Where all this money at? Huh?
beating the safe open.
Oh, money. Yeah, give me my money.
And when they popped it open, much to their disappointment, they found Felix Brinkman's old tax records.
What's with all the papers?
Worthless.
Where's the money? You see him? Put money.
Felix had 2 safes in his home. The cash and jewels were in the other safe.
When Felix's body is found the next day, it tells a horrible tale.
Felix's injuries were no accident. They were systematic torture.
His close friend, Detective Bo Dietl, is one of the first on the scene.
When I got there, I didn't go up. As a homicide detective, you can see hundreds of dead people. But when you love them, it's not just another homicide. I was his family, and he was my family.
Who would carry out such a brutal attack? When the police check the apartment's security cameras, they find out.
Primarily because of the carelessness of Angela and her friends, taking the safe out through a building that had security cameras everywhere.
Investigators sift through Felix's phone records. The mystery woman caught on camera is identified. They raid Angela Murray's home.
Police entered her apartment. They found Brinkman's safe with his tax records and his ID.
Let's get her in the car.
It was a smoking gun that they had done the crime.
Angela Murray and the Cutts brothers are charged with murder. As always, Angela thinks only of herself.
There is no honor among thieves, and Angela proved that. As soon as she saw the evidence against her, she turned on her helpers.
Elijah Cutts is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 25 years to life. Brother Hasim, guilty of robbery and sentenced to a maximum of 15 years.
The most shocking part of the crime is the brutality of the murder. They could have let the man go.
In 2012, Angela Murray pleads guilty to second-degree murder. She must serve a minimum of 16 years in prison.
Angela Murray murdered 92-year-old Felix Brinkman, not because she was angry, not because she was jealous. She did it for some cash.
Angela Murray's passion for a fast buck wiped out one of Manhattan's much-loved characters.
I miss him all the time. I really, really do.
A woman with pizzazz.
She was definitely a free spirit.
Is a magnet for men.
She was a flashing, attractive lady.
But high spirits can mask a wicked heart.
The death was anything but natural.
In the farmlands just west of Tucson, Arizona, 1926. Eva Dugan is starting a new job.
Morning.
Morning. Would you like some sugar?
Tending house for reclusive farmer Andrew J. Mathis.
What's that?
Do you want some sugar?
I'm sweet enough.
Andrew was a wealthy and crotchety old man who lived by himself.
It was said that he was worth a decent amount of money. He raised chickens mostly. He sold them in town to restaurants.
47-year-old Eva knows little about her wealthy new employer. And Andrew knows nothing about Eva. Behind his housekeeper's shy smile lies a wicked past.
Eva knew men like the back of her hand.
Eva's education begins in the saloons of Alaska, where she learns to use her natural assets to make ends meet.
Eva went to Alaska during the gold rush to become a cabaret singer.
It was the Wild West, and it was rough. There was a lot of bad guys.
To the gold miners, she's a star. But Eva's fame has been forced upon her. She has a family to support.
Eva became a mother of 2 children by the time she was 16, and her husband abandoned her.
Eva's talents extend beyond the bright lights.
She was a prostitute.
A lot of women became prostitutes because they needed to feed their children.
For the next 2 decades, Eva does a roaring trade on stage and off.
She knew how to read people quickly, understand what they wanted to hear from her.
But by 1926, the burlesque queen has lost her looks. She needs to find another way to make a living.
As an older woman, she was a little prickly, sometimes defeated by life. She'd had a hard, hard life.
When Eva takes a job with Arizona rancher Andrew Mathis, she refuses to bow down to her new boss.
And take off your boots!
What's that?
The cantankerous farmer gives as good as he gets.
Andrew having employed Eva was just a complete disaster for them both.
For the 100th time, take off your boots!
How dare you!
He was very demanding of Eva.
I might as well be talking to the chickens.
She was not going to take any nonsense.
I don't take orders from anybody.
She was in your face. She just said what she felt like saying.
Especially that old woman.
Their relationship was extremely contentious.
After just weeks together,
I wouldn't serve that to a pig.
the tensions reach the boiling point.
I would.
What's that?
Eva tries to pacify her employer with a rabbit stew.
Andrew became ill.
She said that he ate a rabbit that had gone bad, and she warned him about it, but he ate it anyway.
Andrew is suspicious of his housekeeper.
You have a unique talent for making every meal awful.
You made me use the old rabbit.
No, it ain't the rabbit. It's your cooking.
He told neighbors he thought Eva was trying to poison him.
His friends don't believe his story.
They had grown used to not listening to Andrew because all he did was complain.
The aging rancher makes a full recovery.
Open up!
But he's had enough of this domineering woman.
This incompetence has gone on long enough.
The end result was that Andrew had told Eva he wanted her off the property, gone, and never come back.
Pack him along.
Eva is about to lose her job and her home.
I want you out of here in the morning.
She has one final household chore to complete.
It may have sparked just enough rage to put her over the edge.
The winter of 1927. At a chicken ranch near Tucson, Arizona. Housekeeper Eva Dugan.
Take off your boots.
And her boss.
What's that?
Andrew J. Mathis.
For the 100th time.
Have been at each other's throats for weeks.
Get back to work!
But in mid-January, the homestead is deathly quiet. Neighbors sense something's wrong and alert the police.
They call the sheriff and he goes out to the property. What he finds is Andrew's car is missing.
Hello? Mr. Mathis?
The sheriff scours the ranch for clues.
And he started digging around in the house. In the fireplace, he finds a partially burned ear trumpet.
Anyone home?
And when the sheriff pulled it out of the fire, he noticed that it had blood on it. So he suspected immediately foul play.
Andrew Mathis never leaves without his ear trumpet. Where is he? He hasn't been sighted for days.
He had left to go into town, but after that, no one saw him.
And there's no sign of his former housekeeper, Eva Dugan. For the next year, the disappearance of the wealthy rancher remains a mystery.
The sheriff wouldn't give it up. He was convinced that something had happened to Andrew, but he was running out of threads to pull until at the end of 1927, a guy is camping right outside the gate of Mathis Ranch.
He was trying to tie down his tent and sort of fell into a little depression, and when he looked around in there, he found bones.
The flesh is all gone. There's nothing there but a skeleton.
It is missing rancher Andrew J. Mathis.
What the pathologist found when they examined Matthew's body. His skull was broken. Those signs made it very easy to realize the death was anything but natural.
This is now a murder inquiry. The sheriff traces Andrew's missing car.
He traced the car to Amarillo, and he found that the bill of sale for it had been signed by a Mrs. A.J. Mathis. A.J. Mathis, the dead guy. So they figured something was up.
The woman matches the description of Eva Dugan.
They were able to trace Eva all the way out to White Plains, New York.
Police still can't link Eva to Andrew's murder. They arrest her for a crime they can prove.
Sheriff charged her with grand larceny. She was extradited from New York to Arizona to face that charge.
Investigators hope to shock Eva into a murder confession. They pull out a trump card.
And they set the skull on the warden's desk.
Recognize this fella, Eva?
She looks over at the skull and she said, no, not really.
No.
Face to face with her dead employer, Eva won't give an inch.
There's no way that she's going to confess to a crime.
And I know nothing about what happened.
Oh, I think you do.
The police decide there's enough evidence to charge Eva Dugan with murder.
It was circumstantial evidence, but she was the one with the opportunity.
They believe they know what happened on the ranch that winter's night. Eva creeps into Andrew's bedroom and finds a weapon close at hand.
Mrs. Dugan,
He was beaten over the head with some sort of blunt object. It's very possible that a metal ear trumpet could have been used and would have been strong enough.
Who's the boss now?
Furious at being fired and made homeless, the fading beauty takes her revenge.
It may have sparked just enough rage to put her over the edge into murder.
Eva has a dead body on her hands. She digs a shallow grave on a remote part of the property.
Eva really didn't know what she was doing. She hadn't planned the burial very well.
She adds quicklime to help the body decompose. But when the skull resurfaces, a few remaining strands of hair are enough to identify Andrew J. Mathis. In 1928, Eva Dugan is found guilty of murder and sentenced to hang. She can no longer rely on her looks to save her.
Eva made a point when she said that if she'd been a cute young flapper instead of a broken down old woman in her 50s, the jury might have looked more kindly on her. It's sad but true.
On February 21st, 1930, the former cabaret queen is center stage once more. This show is not of her own choosing.
At about 5:01, the noose was placed around her neck and tightened. The trap was sprung almost immediately. She went down, but her body fell away from her head beneath the gallows in a pool of blood. She'd been decapitated.
Her masked head rolled to the feet of the spectators, and her body, headless, continued to pump blood for several minutes, to the horror of the spectators.
I think that's probably the most gruesome thing I've ever heard.
Eva Dugan becomes a legend for all the wrong reasons. Her death is so macabre. She is the last person to be hanged in Arizona.
Eva Dugan was a killer, but she was a very colorful one. She knew what the public wanted. They wanted a show, and she gave it to them.
A woman on the land must be nurturing.
She was telling everyone she could take care of them.
What on earth happened?
Resourceful.
She routinely administered medications to Dor.
And above all, tough as nails.
The last few weeks of Dorian's life were hell.
Duplin County, North Carolina, 1993. Newlywed Pamela Lanier is a humble farmer's wife.
Oh, baby, you can't improve on perfection.
But the 38-year-old still likes to look her best.
Should I wear this?
No, you look great the way you are.
You had a wife whose husband worshipped her, adored her.
Turkey farmer Dorian Lanier is her second husband.
Oh, he'll love you just like I do.
Dor Lanier was a Duplin County native, hardworking.
Pamela, I'd like you to meet my good buddy, Jackie. Jackie, my beautiful wife, Pamela.
So lovely to finally meet you, Jackie.
Conservative man who put family first, was just a salt-of-the-earth type of guy.
How about a bear?
Thought you'd never ask. The former widow is keen to please her new man.
Well, what do you think?
Pam also charms Dorian's best friend, Jackie.
Come on,
Have a cigarette.
For the next 3 years, Pam and Dorian relish their life together.
Thank you, baby.
They genuinely seemed to be in love. They enjoyed each other's company.
Until the winter of 1996.
Dorian and a friend were out working on a secluded part of the farm. Pam was home alone.
Sorry.
And a fire broke out.
Oh, damn, this is my house.
Pam manages to escape the burning farmhouse.
Oh, baby, are you okay?
Yes.
Dorian and Jackie do their best to save the homestead.
They run back over there, and by this time, the house is engulfed. The house was basically a total loss.
Dorian and Pam lose everything. But there's a silver lining.
We've lost everything.
It's okay, baby. Insurance will cover it.
Insurance paid him about $140,000. They bought a new home as a result of that.
The couple embraces this second chance, buying their dream turkey farm.
It was a new opportunity for them. Fresh start. Dorian in particular was excited about the opportunity.
As the turkeys thrive, so does Pam and Dorian's business.
They grew turkeys. They were contract growers for a large turkey operation here in Duplin County.
But life on the land is full of hardship.
In September of 1997, Dorian was operating his bulldozer, and his leg was hit by a branch of a sweet gum tree.
What on earth happened?
Oh, it came too close to his tree. I'll be fine.
He was injured as a result of that.
Pam wants to nurse her husband back to good health.
She was telling everyone she could take care of him. Dorian wanted her to take care of him.
It's only a minor injury, but Dorian needs constant attention. He doesn't trust doctors, preferring his wife to take charge.
Because of his love for Pam
This will make you feel better, darling.
and his trust in Pam, he was allowing her to diagnose his condition and to medicate his condition.
Instead of improving, Dorian goes downhill.
Don't waste your energy.
It wasn't long, within weeks of the accident, saw Dorian in basically an incapacitated state, almost in a stupor.
Rest, my sweet.
Dorian was described by others as being a zombie.
For Pam, it's a grim reminder of her tragic past. Her first husband, Johnny, died in a farming accident 6 years earlier.
Johnny had been drinking all day and went out to check his crab pots and walked out on a dock, stumbled in.
He was drunk and fell into the lake and drowned.
It was a senseless death.
Johnny was an excellent swimmer, and where he was ultimately found was in about 3 to 4 feet of water.
He was drinking all day long. He came down to check his crab pots and he must have fallen in.
His death was ruled accidental at the time.
Pam is determined not to lose husband number 2.
Hello?
She bans visitors and maintains a bedside vigil.
He's not ready for visitors yet.
After all, Pam is the one who knows exactly what Dorian needs.
Maybe tomorrow.
She wanted us to believe that she was a very caring and loving wife, and our investigation revealed anything but.
In a farmhouse in Duplin County, North Carolina, November 19th, 1997.
I told you he doesn't want to see anybody.
Dorian Lanyard's best pal, Jackie, visits his sick friend. He is horrified by the transformation.
Jackie described Dorian as being almost orange in color and incoherent.
Call 911.
And almost in a stupor.
He doesn't want to go to the hospital.
He couldn't carry on a conversation. The man was in just such pain.
I can take care of him here.
Jackie calls 911.
Pam did not want him to do that.
I need an ambulance.
That she wanted to continue to try to nurse Dorian back to health there at their residence.
Dorian is rushed to emergency, but his first night in the hospital is his last.
He was in excruciating pain. It had been for some time. And ultimately, his vital organs shut down and he passed away.
The last few weeks of Dorian's life, especially the last few days, were hell.
The Duplin County Sheriff investigates Dorian's strange death. He discovers Pam has been medicating herself.
She's addicted to painkillers. And at one point, it's known she had spent $10,000 in a short amount of time on them.
Detectives delve deeper into Pamela's past.
You can't keep spending money we don't have.
Don't blame me because you can't support us.
Her first marriage to Johnny Williams was full of hardship.
They were having financial problems. She and Johnny were getting ready to have a significant piece of property foreclosed upon.
Johnny is also struck down with a mystery illness.
Johnny started to exhibit these same characteristics that we saw from Dorian shortly before Dorian died. Johnny was having these incidents of just confusion.
Weeks after falling ill, Johnny drowns.
She told the police he was drunk and fell into the lake and drowned.
The police exhume Johnny Williams's body, and the tide turns.
There was no alcohol in his system, and it was a very shallow part of the lake.
If Johnny wasn't drunk, how does a strong swimmer drown in shallow water?
That suggests to me that she was involved in the death of Johnny Williams.
Pamela inherits Johnny's farm and $25,000 in life insurance. She also profits from Dorian's death.
She was in line to inherit everything that Dorian had, and at that point, he was in pretty good financial situation.
For investigators, it is no coincidence.
We had financial motives in both instances. We had her being married to both of these individuals, and we had her being the primary caregiver for both of these men shortly before they died.
An autopsy on Dorian Lanyard confirms their suspicions.
It showed both chronic and acute arsenic poisoning.
Pamela's poison isn't from the pharmacy. It's on tap at their turkey farm.
She had access to a medicine or a product that they used in the turkey industry to promote weight gain for the turkeys, and it was given to them through their water.
All right, darling.
For 2.5 months, Pam doses her husband with the toxic turkey feed.
She gave small doses, which would cause a terrible reaction, and then wait and do it again and again and again.
This was yellowish in color, and it would stain just about anything it touched. Shortly before his death, people were describing Dorian as having a yellowish color.
It would take a very cold-hearted person to watch someone slowly die in pain and agony. Pamela was either sadistic or her heart was as black as coal.
In November 2001, Pamela is convicted of the murder of Dorian Lanier. She is sentenced to life without parole.
This was by far one of the most cruel and unusual cases that I've ever been involved with.
Pamela Lanier's charm lassoed 2 innocent men. Her caring facade masked a soul driven by greed.
Pamela murdered for money, and she enjoyed the sadism. This is not someone you want to meet.
These deadly women used their feminine wiles as a weapon. Angela Murray preyed on a courageous old man. When Eva Dugan lost her looks, she lost her temper. And Pamela Lanier lured 2 men into a poisonous trap. All beautiful women who thought their wish would come true if looks could kill. Sometimes the happiest day of a bride's life
Stay away from me!
is when the groom is dead. A Christian mom gives a helping hand for murder.
I want him dead.
She was offering $5,000 to $15,000.
I said I needed them.
A policeman's wife takes the law into her own hands.
Domestic violence frequently ends in death.
And a military bride does anything to escape divorce.
God help the next man who has a relationship with her.
These deadly women write their own wedding vows. They promise, from this day forward, to have and to kill. Memphis, Tennessee, 1985. Sundays are a day of worship for the Owens family. Morning and night, they go to church. 32-year-old Gail is in the choir.
She did appear to be the perfect mother. I mean, she sang in the church. She took care of 2 sons.
Her 37-year-old husband, Ron, is a respected member of the congregation.
Ron Owens was very active in church as well. He would stay after church on Sunday to coach basketball.
Their 2 sons love helping Dad.
Oh, that was beautiful, ladies. Congratulations. I'm just going to train and all right, the boys come.
Her and her husband had essentially the image of a perfect relationship.
Just make sure you're not late for dinner, right?
Gail looked like a devoted wife and mother. Took care of her family, involved with the church.
The Christian mom is often on missions in some of Memphis's poorest and toughest areas.
A suburban mother driving around some of the meanest streets of Memphis. She stuck out like a sore thumb.
It's predominantly black, and she's a white lady in a fancy car.
Gail is handing out cash to the poor.
She was offering thousands of dollars.
Here. Her nickname in the neighborhood became Big Money.
But her generosity is causing her family to go broke.
Bills started coming back unpaid.
Gail wasn't paying the bills, she was hiding them. Debts were piling up.
Finished for the day?
Yes, I am.
Well, you have a lovely evening.
Ron has no idea what his wife's up to. It's not the first time she's kept a secret. For a number of years, Gail embezzled money from her employers. And not just the petty cash.
She embezzled somewhere around $60,000.
Gail's excuse for this was saying that it would ease financial pressure on her husband. In fact, it made financial pressure exist where it hadn't been there before.
Ron only finds out about his wife's thieving ways
What's going on, Gail?
It'll be all right, Ron.
when Gail's arrested. She's convicted of 35 counts of forgery.
Not only did she have to pay back the money, she was fined. Now the family was under financial strain.
Ron mortgages the house and uses their savings to pay Gail's debt to society.
Mommy!
After serving 60 days in jail, Gail comes home to a frosty welcome.
I'm going out.
Come on now, and I'll tell you all about it. Okay.
There are questions about how much friction the embezzlement case and other debts had on their relationship.
Publicly, Ron stands by his wife. Privately, the hospital nursing administrator is mortified by Gail's crimes.
That ended up being a serious problem for the couple. He was angry, he was ashamed.
Close the door.
But Ron has a shameful secret of his own.
Lock it.
Ron had been having an affair with a woman at work.
Despite Outward's appearance of being a very happy couple, there were secrets. Her husband had been having an affair, we're told, with somebody at work.
The affair isn't as secret as Ron thinks. Gail is on to them. She follows her husband to work.
Gail realized that her husband was having an affair and confronted him about it.
Proud of yourself?
She actually caught him with his mistress in a parking lot.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Furious at his betrayal, Gail won't turn the other cheek.
She went to confront him, and she's alleged that he slapped her.
You monster!
They actually may have been headed to divorce because of this and other issues.
Gail fears divorce will cost her more than a husband. She'll lose her meal ticket. And because she's a jailbird, custody of her 2 sons.
I would say things were about as bad as they could get in the Owens household, but I'd be wrong. They were about to get a lot worse. She became desperate.
On the surface, Ron and Gail Owens appear to have the perfect relationship. Living in the middle-class city of Bartlett, Memphis. Until tragedy. Ron is the victim of a brutal home invasion.
Robbery seemed like it was a plausible motive in that he didn't seem to have any enemies at the time. He was well-liked in the community and active, so there's no reason to think that anybody would have wanted him to be murdered.
The attack stuns the community. Violent crime is rare here.
When this murder happened, it was the second murder that they know of being recorded.
Nothing is stolen, and Ron has no known enemies. It's a baffling case. Until police get a call from the other side of town.
A few days later, when a man named George James came forward and said that Gail Owens had offered him money to kill her husband.
George tells them a crazy tale of a white woman armed with cash, trolling the mean streets of Memphis, looking for a hitman.
She drove around for months, in fact, approaching groups of young men.
Gail thinks the right cash can turn any stranger
I want him dead.
into a killer.
How much?
5,000.
I'm gonna need some money. I'm gonna need some money up front.
There were several men who ostensibly took her up on the offer, but essentially scammed her. She was offering thousands of dollars, and there were people who said sure, and then she never heard from them again.
She was a laughingstock. They took her money, though.
Gail is conned out of thousands of dollars, but she doesn't give up.
She ran out of money, but that didn't deter her. She was bound and determined to find someone to kill her husband, and eventually she did.
This is the house.
42-year-old Sydney Porterfield is willing to murder now and be paid later.
When do I get paid?
When his life insurance comes through.
How much?
He had quite a background in criminal history and assaults and other things.
Ron's death will make Gail a wealthy widow.
Gail Owens stood to gain $115,000 from Ron Owens' life insurance policy.
It's nice dribbling, Brian. Come on, Steve, take defense. Go, shoot, you, go. Oh, nice, go, boys.
February 17th, 1985. Like every other Sunday, the Owens family go to church.
Mom, can't we do basketball practice with Dad?
No, not tonight.
Oh, please.
Why not?
But after the service, Gail changes their routine.
Come on, Gail.
The two boys always liked to watch Ron play basketball. And that particular night, she wouldn't let them watch and made them go with her to her sister's house.
Tonight, she wants Ron home alone to greet her paid guest.
So that night, Ron parked his car in his driveway, walked into the house, is attacked from behind by Sydney Porterfield.
Ron is ambushed with a tire iron.
There was probably 26 plus blows to the back of his head. It was hit so hard it appeared that you would have taken a small hand axe and hit somebody in the back of the head. That's how split open it was.
Incredibly, Ron clings to life.
Dad?
When Gail and her two sons return home later that night, she lets the 11-year-old lead the way.
She had her son go into the house. Of course, he found his dad in the floor, and that's when the police were called.
Ron actually lingered for a few hours before actually dying at the hospital.
I'm not sure which is worse, having her husband killed or allowing one of her children to find his father's body.
After months of planning, Gail is finally a wealthy widow. But her celebrations are short-lived.
I want him dead.
One of her would-be hitmen is telling all.
When he told us that she had tried to hire him, we had him call her, and he told her that she didn't give him some money. He was going to the Bartlett police.
George plays the lead in a sting.
Look, you don't need to know anything else.
When Gail gives him money for his silence, every word is caught on tape.
Why'd you kill your husband?
Look, we just had a bad 13 years, okay?
The game's up, and she knows it.
Well, she confessed to paying to have him murdered. There was no emotion during her statement, from what I understand.
This is none of your business.
Gail claims the day Ron slapped her sealed his fate.
You monster!
She said that that incident is what led her to take to the streets of Memphis and look for someone to kill her husband.
Gail gives up Sidney Porterfield. He's convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. In 1986, Gail Owens is convicted of accessory to first-degree murder. She, too, is sentenced to death.
Gail underestimated everyone.
How much?
5,000.
I think she really believed that anyone in the black community would be happy to take her money and kill and keep their mouth shut, and she was completely wrong.
After 26 years on death row, Gail's sentence is commuted to life. In 2011, she is granted parole. To the surprise of many, waiting outside the prison is her son.
At some point, Stephen decided that he couldn't hold on to this anger anymore and that he needed to forgive her. To this day, they're nearly inseparable.
I don't think society needs to be very nervous about Gail Owens living among them. Most people serving time in prison for murder had one specific person they wanted to kill, and they did it for what they believed was one important reason. Gail falls into that category.
Who is she? I want to know who she is. And there's nobody. Yes, there is. Now you tell me who she is.
Every home has secrets.
People around them started seeing these cracks.
$500 on clothes.
Some about everyday life.
They argued a lot about Kim's spending.
Others are unthinkable.
Stay away from me!
I wished he'd left and taken the kids at that point.
Calexico takes its name from its location, the border of California and Mexico.
It's a rural area, extremely impoverished. The population is predominantly Hispanic.
In 2006, new residents come to town, the Cano family. 37-year-old Kim convinces her husband Frank to leave Los Angeles for the desert life. They move to the upscale side of town.
They purchased a 5-bedroom home in a brand new subdivision.
The couple is raising 4 children. They're 3, and Kim's teenage daughter from her first marriage.
Frank basically was just best husband. He would just go to work, come home, dedicated his time to his kids and his wife.
But people around them started seeing these cracks.
I've got chores for you.
Yes, boss. Everybody had to do what she said, and they better hop to it.
Frank lets her run the house. But one thing he won't give up is the job he loves as a California Highway Patrol officer, even though that means a 400-mile round trip to and from work.
Kim insisted that they move 3 hours away from where Frank worked. I don't know what she was thinking.
It's a sacrifice Frank makes to keep Kim happy.
It made it really rough on Frank. Now he had to work a night shift and swing shift, and it really messed up his sleeping habits.
Frank gave her everything within his power to give. A home, beautiful children, amenities, love, affection.
Is that perfume?
Kim, don't start.
But Kim suspects his true affection lies elsewhere.
She suspected Francisco was possibly having an extramarital affair in Los Angeles.
Frank denies cheating, but admits he has a close female friend at work.
She accused Frank of having an affair. He said, no, she's just a friend. And that Frank was a very friendly guy. But from that point on, Kim was very suspicious about him.
There is another problem in the home. Kim's spending.
What's this? $500 on clothes, $200 on a purse.
I needed them.
Frank had a pretty good salary insofar as being a trooper. It was never enough for Kim. But I think if Frank had made $1 million a minute, it wouldn't have been enough for Kim.
This has got to stop.
During the course of those arguments, their children actually saw her physically lash out against him.
Frank keeps the abuse a secret.
I wanted to confide in you.
Kim doesn't.
Frank's been beating her. Not Frank.
Kim said that Frank was verbally and physically abusing her.
Kim, what's wrong?
Stay away from me!
Everyone that knew Frank described him as a great guy. Kim described him as an alcoholic and abusive. I think Kim saw every man that way.
Calexico, Southern California.
I've just driven over 200 miles.
Highway Patrol Officer Frank Cano is always exhausted from long shifts, miles of travel, and arguments at home. Now his wife Kim is out to smear him.
I need you to come over.
She calls his work supervisor.
Frank was painting the bedroom. She said he was doing a sloppy job. She said, Frank's been drinking, he's been yelling at me, he's made a mess here.
I don't know what Kim was thinking, because if a law enforcement officer is convicted of domestic abuse, they cannot carry a gun. If they cannot carry a gun, they cannot be a law enforcement officer. I don't know what Kim thought was going to happen to that paycheck.
See? He's a mess.
Hey, buddy.
You here to help?
When Kim left, the supervisor said, Frank, maybe you better get marriage counseling.
They never get a chance to visit a counselor.
Oh, please hurry! I didn't know the cup was loaded. I didn't know.
Just days later, on December 4th, 2006.
He's gone.
No!
Frank is dead, the victim of a terrible accident.
No!
Kim says it should be her lying dead. She was about to end her own life when Frank tried to stop her.
Now, Kim says she's so fed up, she's had it. She's gonna get that gun and commit suicide. Frank comes into the room.
Stay away from me!
Kim says she's frightened. She says he's angry. She aims the gun up at the ceiling, she says, closes her eyes and takes a shot. It hits Frank in the eye and kills him.
Detective Julio Diaz starts investigating Kim's story and finds the couple has been constantly fighting, or at least one of them has.
Kim could fly off the handle at times. She had kind of a short fuse.
Stay away from me!
At family get-togethers, Kim would launch into uncontrollable attacks against Francisco.
Stay away from me!
She threatened to stab him with a kitchen knife in the middle of an argument in front of their older daughter.
I want to know who she is.
There's nobody.
Yes, there is. Now you tell me who she is.
Their children tell a tale of spousal abuse by Kim.
Oh, why don't I just shoot you then?
Well, go ahead and do it. See what happens.
She remembers Kim telling Frank, well, how about if I just shoot you? And he said, well, go ahead and do it and see what happens.
Mom, Dad.
Detective Diaz starts to realize the Kanos' lives aren't exactly how Kim portrays them. And then there's her story of the shooting.
Stay away from me!
She was just trying to scare him, so she shot him in the air.
Forensic ballistics reveal the shot that kills Frank is carefully aimed at one place.
Her gun was at basically her face level. And I mean, it was pointing right at his face. There's no way that it was pointing at the ceiling because it wouldn't have hit his face.
Kim Kano goes to trial for murder, and prosecutors make their case. The day Frank is killed, he's writing a love letter to his wife.
Frank! Frank!
She called out to him.
I need you up here.
He abruptly got up from the kitchen table and went upstairs to see what the problem was.
The problem is an angry wife with a loaded gun.
What's wrong?
Frank must have been astonished to see his own gun pointed at him like that. It must have been just horrifying.
Kim claims the gun goes off by accident.
She said it felt like a piece of paper when she pulled the trigger, but a ballistics expert testified that it actually took 12 pounds of force to pull the trigger.
Did your father yell at your mom?
Adding to the weight of evidence, her children testify against her.
Did you see anyone get hit?
Yes, sir. Mom hit Dad.
They'd lost their father. They knew if they testified against their mother and she was found guilty, she'd be going to prison. They'd be losing her, too.
Yes, sir. Mom hit Dad.
They must have believed she belonged in prison. They also might have been very afraid of her. If she can kill Dad, she can kill me.
In 2010, Kim Kano is found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 40 years to life.
Kim never confessed she had to be in the right. She could not admit that she'd done wrong.
Everyone loved Frank Cano, except his wife. But why did she kill him?
Greed. She was the beneficiary of a life insurance policy that paid the balance of their debt in the event of his accidental death. And frustration, because he wasn't able to provide her with the lifestyle that she felt he should be able to provide her with.
Kim's narcissistic ways steal a good father from his children.
Frankie said, I would never be able to see another football game with my father again. That really bothered me. That really hurt.
I think Frank felt that being a cop was enough to keep her from seriously hurting him. Sadly, he was wrong.
In the silence of darkness,
Around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, Taishi got up.
a young woman's life changes forever.
She was in the bathroom.
She didn't see or hear anybody. She just heard a gunshot.
A tragic mystery to a life that started with such promise.
It's just abhorrent.
Fort Hood, Texas, one of the biggest military bases in the U.S. Its support town, Killeen, teams with young soldiers from all over the country, including 20-year-old Gary Prokop.
Gary was born in Germany and grew up in San Diego, California. He joined the military after he finished high school, and he had never been to Killeen, Texas, until he was stationed there at Fort Hood.
Here in 1996, opposites attract. Carefree local party girl, 17-year-old Taishi Grant, catches the soldier's eye.
You want to marry him? She didn't really have a whole lot of ambition, but Taishi was a lot of fun to be around.
Gary came from a good family, graduated high school, and he didn't do drugs. The exact opposite of Taishi and her friends.
What's your name?
Taishi.
But Gary can't resist Taishi's charms.
Gary was new in the area. He didn't know anyone. He was probably a bit lonely being away from his family.
Romance blossoms, and in a whirlwind, there are wedding bells.
It's not unusual in Killeen to go ahead and make it official and be married, and then they can get the benefits from the military.
You know what I like waking up to?
I'm surprised now.
Military accommodation, medical insurance, a comfortable life. By marrying Gary, Taishi's fortunes instantly change.
She must have seen Gary as someone who could give her something that she didn't have.
And nothing cements a new marriage like a baby.
What's it mean?
You're gonna be daddy.
At first, the relationship seemed to be going well. Gary might have thought there were no problems initially, but it was a little different for Taishi.
Taishi hasn't really thought this through. Life as a stay-at-home military mom
Taishi?
is not Taishi's idea of a good time.
How can you live like this?
You don't like it?
She's just the kind of person that didn't care to be a responsible mom. Old food, laying around, dirty carpet, clothes everywhere. It's just the kind of house that most people would not want to live in.
And you're going out?
Oh, and she
Here's a diaper changed.
To Taishi, Gary looked good. He offered a life she wanted, but not really.
She wanted to do what she wanted to do. Taishi liked to party.
She didn't really want to leave her friends and her druggy lifestyle behind.
Taishi leaves Gary holding the baby, while she plays around with an old high school sweetheart, 18-year-old Jacob Harris.
That was what she really wanted.
She was more committed to hanging out with her gang friends and her drug friends. Jacob Harris was one of them, her boyfriend. And that's what led to the animosity between her and Gary.
Just a year into the marriage, Gary has had enough.
Want to be a college boy?
Taishi and her husband decided to divorce.
Gary plans to move back home to California.
Maybe it's best if you don't come back.
Damn right.
I think to Taishi, Gary represented a meal ticket. There's really no indication she ever even loved him.
Gary's not only leaving Taishi, he's leaving the Army and losing all the benefits of being a soldier.
You divorce him, you won't get nothing.
When he left the Army, his health benefits would end. In addition to that, he would no longer have the $200,000 life insurance policy. And Taishi decided, well, it's time to get something from him before he goes.
I'd be better off an army widow, wouldn't I?
When Taishi figured this all out, I think she set a date for his murder.
Killeen, Texas, 1998. 18 months after their wedding, 22-year-old husband Gary and his 19-year-old wife Taishi Prokop plan their divorce.
So she can stay with me at Easter?
Yep, if I have her for Christmas.
Yeah, sounds fair.
And the future of their baby daughter.
They had sat down and written a custody agreement, and it appeared that Gary had every intention of being a good father. He wanted custody on certain holidays, and this agreement laid out exactly when he would get her and when Taishi would get her, what financial arrangements they would have, and what Gary would pay for.
There's only one arrangement Taishi doesn't like.
Gary was planning on leaving the service. That would have meant an end to his regular Army paycheck, as well as that $200,000 life insurance policy.
She isn't interested in being a divorcee. Taishi wants to be a widow.
She wanted that money. She saw that as an opportunity for her to do other things.
All right, so coming through here, this is the lounge room.
With her lover, 20-year-old Jacob Harris, and 2 willing friends, Taishi plans Gary's demise.
What shocks me is how easy it was for her boyfriend Jacob to find people to help him do it. It's just abhorrent.
20-year-old Charles Chucky Turnbull will be the gunman. 19-year-old Rodney Barfield, the getaway driver.
And I'll be out of town.
Jacob gives himself the perfect alibi.
He left and went to Missouri. You know, how can I be involved in a crime? I'm in Missouri, I'm out of state.
In the early hours of June 25th, 1998, Taishi seals Gary's fate.
Around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, Taishi got up, went to the front door and unlocked it. Chucky, came into the house.
Taishi retreats to the bathroom, leaving her sleeping husband an easy target.
Chucky fired an assault rifle one time right into Gary's head and ended his life just like that.
The murder of Gary Prokop was mercifully quick and painless. He was shot in the head while he was sleeping and never knew what happened.
To complete the plan, Taishi needs to play a shocked bystander.
The story that she relayed was that she was in the bathroom. She didn't see or hear anybody. She just heard a gunshot. She was scared and she fled the house.
Help! Help!
She just ran straight to her neighbors and called 911.
Send the police! Someone shot my husband!
But Taishi is a bad actor.
Someone shot my husband! Send help!
She was a suspect right away.
Someone shot my husband! Send help!
It sounded in the 911 call as though she was trying to force herself to cry or to sound like she was crying, but officers on the scene said that she wasn't crying at all, that they never saw tears.
There's another red flag for investigators.
She forgot to bring her baby with her. What kind of mother would leave their baby in danger? Taishi did, because she knew her baby was not in danger.
But despite their suspicions, the police lack direct evidence, and for 3 years, Taishi gets away with murder.
Everybody thought that her story probably was not legitimate, but they had nothing to go on.
Then Sergeant Patrick Turk gets a break in the case, thanks to a police informant.
One of my sources came to me at one point and said that he had information about this Prokop murder that had occurred in 1998, and he wanted to talk to me about it.
The informant leads police to the getaway driver, Rodney Barfield.
It was Taishi's idea. Chucky was the shooter.
Filled with remorse, he cracks.
I was the driver.
Over the course of about 5 hours, he confessed his full involvement in the crime. He cried as he confessed.
You got the gun?
Yeah.
He detailed all the roles of all the individual players in the crime.
The more co-conspirators you have in any plan, eventually someone's gonna crack.
Their house of cards collapses. Facing the death penalty, Taishi accepts a plea.
The evidence was pretty compelling, but she never admitted her involvement in the crime, other than to accept a guilty plea.
All the co-defendants are convicted. Charles Turnbull of capital murder. Jacob Harris and Rodney Barfield of conspiracy to commit capital murder.
He obviously had remorse about the crime, and yet he got sucked up into helping out with it, and he's going to be spending most of his life in prison.
In 2003, Taishi Prokop pleads guilty to capital murder and is sentenced to life in prison. She is eligible for parole in 2032.
Taishi is exactly where she belongs, and I hope she stays there for the rest of her life.
A young man's bright future is cut short.
Just the senseless death of a soldier, unrelated to combat. He was a good dad. He was a good soldier. He was loved by his family.
What's your name?
Because he married the wrong woman.
Taishi had little education and no career at the time she killed her husband. But a lot of women fall into that category, and they don't get featured on Deadly Women.
These deadly women betrayed the most intimate trust. Gail Owens contracted out her husband's murder. Kim Kano took the law into her own hands. And Taishi Prokop's greed cost a young soldier his life. All three women killed those they vowed to love. For these brides, wedded bliss was to have and to kill.